Well, good morning. Good morning, Frank.
Hey, good morning, Kyle. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Ready to start the show?
I am. This is awesome. I'm grateful and feeling really positive about today.
All right. Well, live production. Here we go. We're going to start this intro. We're going to see this intro a lot today. Don't worry if you're just tuning in. We're going to let you know exactly what you're about to witness today. Here we go. Strong. Good morning. Welcome to the Future of Work Pavilion here at Elevate IT. This is a virtual technology summit for IT directors, IT leaders, CIOs, CISOs, TOLA, Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana. Good morning, everybody. LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube. Good morning, Frank. How are you?
I am doing wonderful. I'm grateful. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Super grateful. That's my word every Friday, every day. But yes, definitely grateful today. So we got a jam-packed show today. I'll tell you, like the amount of people that rallied together to pull this event off in really 2 weeks, like it's crazy. Like what we have is just this jam-packed agenda full of what we hope to be immense value that you can take away. And we're going to be streaming for about 9 hours straight. This is a feat that is challenging every bone in my body to do, and our team challenging us every step of the way to pull this together. So I'm just so thankful to have Frank on the team. Shout out to Paige, Casey Yarbrough, Robin Austin. Again, thank you guys so much for this opportunity.
Yeah, this is awesome. I mean, I think that like what's cool about this, Kyle, is that here we are. We're in COVID paradise, and people are having to adapt and overcome. This is a perfect example of that. I mean, here we are in a virtual conference, bringing people together from all across our region and across the country to really participate in a conversation. And something that is timely, it's relevant, and it's really, I think it's kind of going to be a new way of how we do business and how we communicate.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we are in the future right now. Digital transformation has been accelerated, and we're here. Like, but not everybody's here yet. Not everybody's on the same page, and everyone's trying to get here. And there's a lot of confusion to how do we actually get here and be comfortable in this space. And I think the reality is we're not going to be comfortable in this for quite a long time. This is our season of discomfort. This is our season of adjustment. Around the world, right? As we adjust to these digital platforms.
Yeah, no question. I mean, it's the greatest paradigm shift that we've ever experienced, and for a lot of people in recent generations who have had certainly ups and downs. We've had 9/11. We've had the financial crisis through real estate, but literally nothing quite so pervasive as this. People have not seen this as much of a broad-based turn down. And yet the response, think about where we would be if we didn't have this technology in place. And so even our ability to talk about the future of work, how our minds have changed to kind of tear down the walls and unyoke ourselves from old paradigms that we've been doing and kind of rinsing and repeating for years. We now are in a position, that's really the cool thing. We're actually in a position to execute on what that future looks like, but kind of bring that into today. This isn't so future. This is today future.
Absolutely. I mean, that's very well said. It's today. I mean, we're in it right now. Like, yeah, I mean, wonderful. So speaking of that, so this event, if you are watching on the sidelines right now and you want to get involved in this event, it's not too late to register. I'm going to put the instructions up on the screen here in just a second. So if you go to the following link, go.catchcloud.com/FOW, that'll take you right to the registration page. You can use one of our codes. We'll put those in the chat here in the comments in just a minute. So for anybody latecomers that want to join the virtual event, and what we're about to do is give you kind of like the breakdown, the run of show, and we want to set the tone and set the mood for those participants that are here. And if you're joining us from the pavilion, from the event, hello and welcome. If you're joining us from social media and you're not part of the event, hello and welcome. Please don't be a stranger. Comment below. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know how your day is going. And thank you for making us a part of it.
Yeah, Kyle, I mean, this event was going to be in Tola. It is kind of focused on Tola, but it's really everywhere. Like you said, we're in the conference, we're on YouTube, we're on LinkedIn. So, I mean, when we're talking about omnichannel, we're talking about different ways that you can experience today and tie into the conversations of today. That is hugely powerful.
Hello, I'm Casey Yarborough.
Mute that site real quick. There we go. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no worries. So like you said, like you can come in and you can register, to the actual conference this way. And so you're going to get this experience where you go to an exhibit hall. So you can see right up there, you can select the exhibit hall. And once you're in that, and if you want to go ahead and do that, Kyle, feel free.
Yes.
But if you select the exhibit hall, you should be able to see down in there the actual Future of Work Pavilion. So this is an area where you can come down and you can see right there, Future of Work Pavilion, and you can drop directly into any one of those. So now if you click right into this pavilion, this is the best place to really start, I think. What do you think, Kyle?
I think so too. And you see we got a little inception here. We got a little closed captioning going on our live stream, which I honestly didn't know we were doing closed captioning, which is really cool. So yeah, I mean, this is where we're going to be hanging out today. So if you are tuning in and out throughout the day, we know that you're here on your time and your schedule, and that's perfectly fine. But as you tune in and out throughout the day, look at the live event schedule we have here. This will always be posted real time, up to date. You can see it says that we're live right now, and you can attend this session. And then check out our exhibitors, right? So we are fortunate to be in good company, in great company here. 8x8, Crown Castle, Nice in Contact, Rapid Scale, Zoom, and SATA systems. You're going to get to learn more about them throughout the day, but please feel free to pop in here and take a look.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I think this is, the way to kind of navigate. If you think about it, there's a way to fluidly work through this site. So, as you come in here, you'll see the live stream. I would kind of recommend you just pop that out in LinkedIn, throw that up on another monitor or another part of your screen. Let that kind of run simultaneously, and then as you're listening, paying attention, you may want to jump off and go to one of the other exhibitors. They have events going on throughout the day as well. They have live events, and man, they've got some great topics, and they've got some great people coming to it. I think that's probably more important. This is a conference where we have great people attending, and we have great speakers, and they're really talking about the future of work. They're dialed into this topic. Not just as a cool byline, but as something that's very meaningful to them and how they're doing business and how they're helping their clients do business. So as you kind of jump in, you can see what you have 8x8 here. Great. This is good. 8x8 really came loaded today, man. They have some awesome speakers. So we don't have their particular schedule on our main schedule for future of work. Ours is just for our live stream that we have going during the day and guests that we have there. So this is why I think it's really important to jump to the different booths, see what they have going on. If you scroll down a little bit, go down, Kyle, there, we can see that, there's videos and white papers. You can download those. So as you go through here, you don't have to look at them all right now. You can take them, you can download them into a bag and have that virtual bag zipped up in your email and brought home. So I think that this is a great way. If you look at chat over on the right-hand side, event chat is, we've got a lot of people there where you can jump in and you can correspond directly to some of the people that are at the booth. And they're engineers and sales and marketing people from these organizations right there ready to help you out. If you don't have time to talk to anybody right now, if at the top under Let's Connect, you can just click on Post an Inquiry. And from right there, you can just say, hey, listen, I'm interested in what you're doing, but dude, I don't have time to talk about this today. I'm listening to this live stream right now, but let's talk, and submit that. And they'll go ahead and follow up on your time when it's right for you. So again, this is just kind of a good way just to move through this at your own pace. And we really kind of encourage that you jump in on that stream, right, Kyle? I mean, that we've got some really popping things happening during the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and just I guess the point here is like, yes, we are social distancing. Yes, we are virtual instead of in person. We would wish to be in person, but we're making do with what we have, and we're trying to bring that level of connectedness, right? So, pop in and chat with anybody that you see live at the conference, and be friendly and collaborate and network together. I mean, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. This is about you guys. This is about networking. It's about bringing us all together. We got some people out there viewing. Robin, yes, thank you again. Thank you for this. Yes, I will check my email as soon as I can. Robert Duran, good morning from Albuquerque, New Mexico, sir. Good morning. Yes, definitely. Now I want to pivot, Frank, to our run of show, right? So there's a lot going on at the Elevate IT event, and not to take away from it, but just to, again, jam pack it with value, right? The value that we can bring at this event. So let me pop up a screen here in just a second here that's going to show you our run schedule, and we'll kind of break that down a little bit. And Frank, you can help me out here, and I'll give you a pass on using the phrase dialed in earlier. I didn't trademark it yet, but it's good. I like how you use that in a sentence. It was great. So here we go. Schedule of events. Right now it is 8:15. Just passed. We are doing our live welcome. Then throughout the day, you're going to notice a color coded these. This is the DirecTV menu, is what I'm codenamed calling this behind the scenes in Slack channels, because that's what it looks like to me. So anything in yellow is actually live. Like, you will actually be live with Frank and Kyle. Now we don't want to lie to you. We don't want to mislead you. The other parts on this schedule are going to be pre-recorded bits, right? So I think it's pretty good. Like out of a 9-hour day, we're going to be live for about 5 hours of it. So about 4 of these hours will be content that you just know that we recorded it for this event over the last 2 weeks. So it is fresh, brand new content that has never been aired before. So I still highly recommend checking it out. And the entire purpose of the day, right? Yes, this is a conference with companies that are trying to sell you stuff. I mean, we're not going to hide behind that. They are trying to sell you things, but we're trying to have a conversation about the future of work. And we want to have an inclusive conversation with everybody involved, both sides, from the vendors to the CIOs and IT directors themselves. So that's kind of how we've designed this. And even at 12:30, Frank, why don't you talk about our event at 12:30?
Oh man. So 12:30, we kind of, the train leaves the station, I think, in terms of topic. And so, I mean, obviously this is a technology conference, no question. But I mean, it's a business conference, and it's business in the sense that, we all have an operation, and that operation isn't just a bunch of software as a service and data centers and things. It's people, and it's cultures, and it's outcomes. And we have joining us Justin Foster at 12:30. Justin is a nationally acclaimed writer, speaker, really on the subject of branding and culture and change. He works with some of the largest organizations in the land, and he is a disruptive guy. He's a person you really want to engage with, because he's going to stretch you and challenge you. And that's what today is about. Today is about, not that we've been challenged enough over the last several months, but he is somebody who can really help us address, within the context of future of work, what our technology looks like within the context of brand and culture. It's going to be great. I'm super excited about it.
Oh yeah, no, I can't wait for that as well. I mean, that to me is going to be something you definitely don't want to miss. And if you do miss it, don't worry. All this content will be available on demand at some point. If you're attending the conference today, something really interesting to note. Don't feel like you have to rush to go visit every booth and to go see everything, because guess what? It's not going to disappear. It's going to be live on the site for about 60 days. So even if, let's say you're out of office today and you didn't get a chance to register, I believe you may be able to still register before the end of the day, and you can view that content for the next 60 days. So pretty cool. And you can also chat and communicate with people that are attending the conference. So I think that's a really good point to bring about.
Yeah. Awesome. Also, later on this afternoon, Kyle, we're going to be talking about, in pretty candid terms, what it means to kind of recover from the existing environment that we're in. We're going to be going through our Recovery X program and framework
at 2:30, leading us right into happy hour. But yes, let's talk about the Recovery X.
That's right. Yeah, we're going to fly right into happy hour. And so the Recovery X is really kind of talking about the stages of recovery, moving towards really essentially business health. And it's a combination of strategies which incorporate both business and technological tactics. And I think it's something that quite literally, if you're here as a CIO, as an IT executive, but you've got, your CFO handy, your COO handy, grab them and have them come into the meeting and share in the information. We'd love to hear some of your feedback during that as well. But this is something that we're actively doing, actually conducting in terms of initiatives with existing clients, and it's having pretty powerful results. So.
Yes, no, absolutely. The Recovery X, like I'm really stoked about that one, Frank, because I think, I was talking with many people, and like even this morning on LinkedIn, the first thing I saw on LinkedIn this morning was a company that I know here in the Tola region that they're probably attending this conference today. That sadly they just let go a lot of their staff. Like this morning was the announcement from the CEO, and as I was viewing that post, and as I was as we all see this news just accumulating to like, it just looks like more bad news.
That's right.
I always remember in the back of my mind, like, things always get harder before they get better. And I know that we've had quite a beating this year, and it seems like it just keeps on coming. But
That's right.
we cannot lose sight of hope, right? Through all of this, and you may have lost your job, and we're empathetic to that, and we feel you on that. But guess what? You will find a job again. You will find another job. There will be another place for you. I promise. This world is huge. There will be another place for you. So I think as we all go through this, I think the number one thing that we all do need is connectedness. Like that's one thing that you can strip it away from us in a physical environment, but you cannot take that away from us entirely. And we just got to hang on to that last string of hope, even if it's like the smallest string you've ever seen in your life. Like we still got to hang on to that.
You know what? That is such a great message, Kyle. I love it. It dovetails with, I was talking to a client yesterday, and at the end of the conversation, we were actually going through this Recovery X stuff, and he said to me, and it's the first time I've heard this analogy, and I thought it was awesome. He goes, Frank, he goes, the game's not over. He said, man, we just finished the first half of the year. We're in the locker room. We're figuring out what we're going to do. We're going to come back and we're just going to kill it in the second half. We're going to bring everything that we have. And I just thought that was just like such a visionary, hopeful kind of, metaphor for like really what we can be doing. It's perfect in alliance with everything you just said.
Oh yeah, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's great. I mean, I love seeing messages like that. Like you can easily, it's so easy to grasp onto the negative things in the world, and like our brain naturally wants to do that. Like we naturally want to be like, oh, yep, it's another bad day. Like we naturally want to do this. It's a constant fight.
That's right.
That right. Like to succumb to that. And I'm not saying it's easy, right? It's a fight, and everyone's going through a different struggle with that. But I just love to try to just kind of not to be naive to everything, but almost to put blinders up because I can't control it. Like I cannot control anything outside of this window here. So I'm just gonna keep focusing forward. That's all I know how to do.
Yeah.
So I think if we all tried that a little bit more and tried that practice in that, individually, it would make us better, stronger, so that collectively we could come together more often, right?
Yeah, you're sounding like a stoic. We need to have Ryan Holiday on that one of our podcasts coming up in the future here. You're just talking about pare down, right? Focus on what you can control, what you can influence, those things. Try to reduce the noise in your head, everywhere else around things that you can't control. And I think that's like today, like even this conference is a perfect example. Like everybody has control. They can pick this up and they can watch it for a bit. They can go grab a cup of coffee. They can, walk their dog. They can come back. And like you said, hey, if they missed something, they didn't miss something. I mean, they missed the live element of it, but we're going to have it recorded. It's going to be posted up there. And if they've got access, like you said, the key is get access today. So like if you don't have access, if you're joining us on LinkedIn, you don't have access to this conference and you want, go ahead and DM us and we will get you a free access link to this conference today so you don't miss out on all the great, sweet content that's here. Yeah,
absolutely. I wanted to play like a quick sneak peek because I think it would be really cool if I could play this right now, just to kind of show what we have planned today. So hang on, let me get out of this full screen view here. My other tab here, and I want to share this screen with you guys because I think this will kind of also help us set the tone here for what we're trying to accomplish today. So let's see once you can see that. Let me pop that in bigger to full screen. Look good, Frank? I can't see the screen anymore.
Yeah, I can see it. It looks just great. Yeah.
Okay. Let me make sure you can hear it actually. So the first question, you ready for this?
Yep, let's do it.
You got it, Frank? You hear it? Do it. What changes have you observed in the workplace over the last 4 months?
Obviously, we've all been hit with this massive COVID situation globally. So we've seen a ton of change in the workplace. It's no longer a centralized work approach. Everything is decentralized. It's pushing people to work from home, or work for where they call home. That can be really anywhere nowadays. And we're also seeing a massive shift with our clients. All of those clients and IT departments that have said for the longest time that they can't work remote, there's no way to do it, are finding a way. And it's proving to be really interesting, the results from that. We're seeing increase in productivity across the board. Even at 8x8, we saw over a 3% increase in productivity since we've pushed our workforce to a fully remote workforce. So there's been a ton of change driven mostly by the global pandemic situation. But it's been something that we've been able to provide a lot of assistance with. As our CEO says, it's the golden age of change and communication for all the wrong reasons. And it's true, but we're, I think, in a really great position to help organizations and people stay connected, even times like this where everybody is disparate.
Yeah, so I wanted to share that just because I wanted to kind of help us set the tone. So we're going to be in conversations quite like that. They're not the easiest conversations to have, but they're conversations that we're all having individually anyway, right? So and how we can bring that to the forefront so that these companies that we have, these wonderful companies we have, like 8x8 in that example, yes, they're a platform, they're a huge company, but they're also just human beings behind the scene that they're going through the same thing that we're going through here. So, and just sharing that.
Yeah, no, that was, thanks for sharing that, Kyle, because I think that does give a little bit of like a vision cast to the day. It is just a series of conversations that we have here in our live stream. That's why you want to stay connected. And we're also going to be playing some other content as well from, some of our partners, as little just kind of not necessarily fillers, but things that set the tone for you to maybe be interested and go and check out their booth. And they've got really fantastic people there. This is, Kyle, you said it earlier, this is about engaging and connecting with people. That's what the day's about. I don't think we're going to solve all the world's problems today.
No,
but we're going to make a little bit of a dent, and maybe people can see how we can come alongside and help them in their journey. So I think this is great.
Excellent. Yeah. So as we wrap up our morning session here, Frank, you have any parting words, parting thoughts? The next up is we're gonna do a spotlight interview with Todd Scarborough from Nice in Contact, and this is just disclaimer, it is pre-recorded.
Yeah. No, nothing to say. Let's make this happen. Let's collaborate. Please communicate with us throughout the day. Visit our booths, and we wish you a blessed Friday.
Cool. Absolutely. And we will see you guys up next live again at 9 a.m. sharp. We're going to have Nice in Contacts, Todd Scarborough, and Zoom Video Communications, Josh Stanley. So we're going to have a great conversation to kind of show you two separate companies in the communication space that really, like, the power is when you put them together to correlate these synergies between different vendors in the ecosystem.
Perfect.
Cool.
All right, Kyle.
We'll see you guys live again at 9 a.m. sharp. Until then, enjoy this interview we did with Todd Scarborough from Nice in Contact. He really did an amazing job. So give it about 30 seconds or so to load up, and enjoy.
See you at 9.
See you then.
Be strong.
Hey, what's going on? It's a great day at Elevate IT. This is Frank and Kyle, Future of Work Pavilion. Thanks so much for stopping by. Frank, how you doing today?
Kyle, I am doing awesome today. This is going to be an incredible just experience for everybody joining.
I hope so too. Frank, who do we got first? Who's up first?
Todd Scarborough from Nice in Contact.
Want to give him a little intro?
Yeah, so Todd he's a customer-facing guy and really a strategic leader in terms of dealing with clients directly on, transitioning through this entire time period. So this could not be more of a relevant topic with a person who is directly working with clients. So I'm super excited to have him on.
Excellent. Let's bring him in. Todd, come on in. Hey, Todd, welcome.
Hey, guys.
Welcome to the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Hey, awesome. So, hey, Todd, we're going to ask you a few questions, and then we're going to talk about them, okay? First question, you ready? Here we go. Let's do it. What changes have you observed in the workplace over the last 4 months?
The main change has been that everyone has realized that we can do more than we thought possible before. From places that we didn't necessarily consider productive workplaces, we now see them as such, and so people have been able to accomplish a lot. We've realized that everyone's customer journey has changed at this point, and so that impacts every part of the business, because the customer journey extends all the way through, from the front end all the way through the end of the customer life cycle or the refresh cycle. So that journey has changed all throughout, and so that impacts how the businesses, we as businesses, support those folks. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for now because there's a lot more to it, but that's at the high level. I'd say that's one of the main things we're seeing is the customer journey has changed for everyone.
Absolutely. Frank, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it has changed, and I think it's kind of followed that suit of, like, when COVID hit, there was a rush. There was a rush to respond, and that's what it was. It was completely reactive and understandable, but not 100% strategic. And then I think we kind of looked at in that last 4 months, Todd, I think you agree that there was this bubble that kind of hit where the economic realities of all of this just hit people. And so there was a shifting of decision-making inside the organization. Again, a lot of it just responsive because nobody had this in their prediction cycle. And now we're at the kind of like, what's next piece. So, and like to your point, like around customer journey, like that's so spot on because that's where everybody looked at, like, well, how are we getting customers? Are we keeping customers? And the challenge was on.
Absolutely. I totally agree with everything you just said. From all throughout the customer journey, and you and I, all three of us on this call talk about it often. That there are multiple points in that journey, and every piece of it has changed now, and people need. They need direction. They need a framework. They need folks that can come alongside to help them make the right decisions right now. Because some of the biggest decisions in companies' histories will be made in the next few months, and already have been, right? As we accelerate into.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the IT department that is traditionally a cost center, they've flipped around, accelerated digital transformation, and now they are a profit center because they're doing things that they're doing projects faster than they would have before because they have the full buy-in of everybody right now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, Kyle, that's a big point that you make because, I mean, when you think about that, you're talking about the IT function and inside of business, we have a tendency to kind of like silo these functions. Like IT goes off and works on IT, sales goes off and works on sales, customer support doing their thing, but really it's a three-handed job to get this done. And so collaboration and coming up with strategies that work across these teams is probably more important than ever before.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Todd, next question. Ready?
Ready.
When you think of the phrase, the future of work, what comes to mind?
It sounds kind of crazy to think about right now in the midst of what we're going through, but I think of freedom. I think of flexibility. I think of capability. I think of strength and power. Because that's really what the future is going to look like to the organizations that respond appropriately and already have been responding appropriately during this time. And even those that maybe responded erroneously, as some may have early on, but are now doing their best to recover. Those are the things that I think of for the future of work, is because that's what's going to be represented in the changes that these organizations are making, and the technology underlying that is what's going to enable those things that I think of. But yeah, that would be my initial response to that question.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Todd. Yeah, so couldn't agree with you more. Just the face of everything that's changed, right? And just the way that we work from now on is just, potentially through the screen, right?
Yeah, no question. Originally, my thought about that too was, maybe flying cars in silver suits, but I was way off.
Yeah. I thought the fax machine was going to be popular again, but who knows?
That was coming back. So here's I think that, one of the things that, in all of this, the future work piece, because you just kind of dialed in around, freedom, flexibility, is really so true, Todd. And it really comes down to also, there's kind of one side of the coin which says, maybe this is an opportunity for us to get better, right? To optimize how we work. To your point, Kyle, like we don't have to be in the office every day. Going through screens is probably just fine. And it also speaks to, quality of life, but also for the business, it talks about resiliency, right? I mean, like I think the future of work is a more resilient workplace, more resistant to change, such as, a pandemic, as a classic example, but there's other examples out there as well.
Absolutely.
So that you've got to have the ability to bounce back, the ability to scale the business according to customer demand, which is no longer going to follow the same trends and trajectories I think that we've seen historically. And that's what happens when customer journey shifts across an entire global economy. So yeah, Frank, absolutely. It's how are we going to respond to those things? And it's knowing the way that I love the way that both of y'all work, and the way that my organization works is let's break that into pieces. Let's address.
So let's jump right into the third question, since you're here we go. Ready?
I didn't even know what the question was. All right, let's do it.
How do your company's products or services fit into future work environments?
Perfect. All right. Thanks for giving me that one. I love to wax on this kind of stuff. So NICE inContact is the leader in customer experience platforms. We've been in CCaaS, customer contact center as a service, in the cloud since our inception. And what we do is provide you a platform. Those leaders within the organization would provide you a platform that's going to improve the experience of your users as they work within the application stack that you've built for them to do the job for your customers, giving them a better experience across all kinds of different departments, no longer just in customer service and outbound sales, but across the organizations is what we're finding now. But we give you the ability to not only improve that employee experience, but then thereby improving that customer experience. And then also for the leadership team, we provide all the analytics and the visibility to the business, which ultimately gives you the knobs within the customer journey and customer experience to adjust according to the thresholds of the business, so to speak. So that's the initial response there. I'm sure you got lots to bring up there, but so we do a lot more than that, but we're the platform. And so we've got services and partners and an ecosystem that extends from that allows for that.
Thoughts on that, Frank?
Yeah. So first off, I mean, I just want to say, like, stepping out and saying, I'm a massive fan of the Nice and Contact platform, and I think contact center as a service is maybe the worst name in our industry. Like contact center just seems like it's something that's out of date. It really is a bad name. But the thing is that it's really about like customer experience, to your point, and it's really about engagement. And so, like when I think about like your platform in particular, just as a use case, is everything that's gone on with COVID. You know, people's need to retain clients and is at a zenith, and but yet the service and support and customer care operations became outstripped almost immediately, right? Because other avenues were cut off. And I think about like your technology being truly on the channel with social listening and all these things. A lot of people, like natively follow a path, and when they were not getting their customer service requirements fulfilled by going to a website or going to an app, they went to social, and they went into that company and they said, hey, you're not servicing me. And sometimes those channels are managed by marketing people, and marketing people are awesome people, but they're not customer service people. Oh. And so the thing is that like your social listening platforms directly grab that information, move that into a CRM, elevate it to a case, and bring people to the table. And it outlines people on the team that are assigned to doing this social listening and have the skills. I think it's like it's an amazing, like right now, if you look at the future of work and where you're positioned, maybe we can talk about that. Like, how do you feel about how your company is positioned for the future of work?
Yeah, very uniquely positioned in the fact that we are, I guess we're going on 5 years of recognized by the analysts and all those sort of things, leadership in the market at the enterprise level. We've expanded that reach. We've taken our enterprise capabilities and pushed it down towards the mid-market and the SMB layer as well, making adjustments to our pricing and to our products to make ourselves more available to more in the market. Taking our best practices from the enterprise successes and making those available to everyone. So we are uniquely positioned because of the so Nice bought InContact in 2016, and that's been one of many strategic acquisitions that Nice has made to bring together a true customer journey and customer experience platform that manages that customer experience from cradle to grave, for lack of a better term, but really does all the way through, and then also brings the power of data, more power around the data that already exists, that's being captured around the customer interactions. So Nice brings not just InContact to the table, but when you engage with Nice InContact, you get the full portfolio of Nice systems that you're just. And we've been bringing the technology together over those past 4 years, and the people together, and bringing the teams together. And now you're beginning to see more of the ability, making it easier to sell together. So our ability to bring the Nice team in when it makes sense, or other portfolio products into the mix to meet the needs of that customer, whether it be an SMB, mid-market, or enterprise customer. We've got the full platform, and so that's, I think, what makes us most unique is you can go on Nice InContact paper, on the Nice portfolio paper, to get the entire suite, omni-channel, all the way through.
That's how. So what is it about Nice InContact though? Like your approach is different. You have a different framework. I want to make sure you highlight that framework that you use. It's completely different than what other companies are doing out there. The CX journey, right? So talk about that, like what you're doing there.
Yeah, so our sales model is the customer-centric sales model. And so that focuses on identifying the challenges and pains in the organization, and understanding the true costs that are associated with that. And so what we do is by layering our customer journey road mapping framework into that, we want to start with an understanding of where is your customer journey today and how has it changed? Because that's usually where the conversation starts. How has your journey changed since the world started changing at this rapid rate, right? And that opens up a lot of greater conversations. So we start there, and then we dig in with the individual team members. So we start with the leadership, and you tell us who your folks are and who's the roster of individuals, stakeholders within your organization that need to be engaged or that own a portion of that customer journey. We want to engage each of them individually and with their team members in a workshop type setting where we can dig in and dig deeper into their challenges. Ultimately, bringing back to the executive team, the leadership team, a customer journey vision casting document that gives you an ability to say, okay, here were the challenges that we diagnosed and that we understood from your team, as straight from their own mouths. And here are some high level, at least at the high level, just to start with. Here are some ways we know we can address that. And giving the leadership team the ability to start making those informed decisions, regardless of where you want to go from there. At least you've got that vision casting of what can be done. We don't need to come in and talk a whole lot about NICE inContact. Let's have that conversation around the customer journey and the customer experience first. The product's going to come into the picture as we move forward in the engagement. But we really want to seek first to understand what's going on within the organization before we try to diagnose or prescribe any solutions. But that's the process. And so from that workshop, we gather a tremendous amount of data and intelligence from your team, and from the people that are frontline. And the other folks involved in that would be the technical team. And then you've also got the business side and the management team. And so we want to have those conversations are somewhat similar, but because they all have some overlapping pieces, but ultimately they each have a little bit of different flavor as well, because there's different information to be covered that's most important to that segment. But it just allows the executive team, one of the hardest things to do when you're making these decisions is to get everybody to consensus. If you've got multiple influencers and stakeholders in the decision and in that kind of project, which typically in customer journey we do have multiple stakeholders. So we want to smooth out that decision-making process by gathering consensus or gathering information to allow for the consensus to occur quicker and easier, which you guys, as our partners, as our frontline partners, are crucial in all of our processes and the way that we actually do that.
Excellent.
So I have a question for you, Todd. I mean, as a kind of looking at this from a position of a CIO, the people that are attending this Future of Work conference are the IT leadership inside of their businesses, and they are living in this period of radical disruption. And so when we're looking at a NICE inContact as a technology adoption, maybe you can talk a little bit about, because, and let me back up a little bit, ultimately the CIOs, like they have a lot of decisions to make. They need to make sure that the technologies they bring in are relatively frictionless, right? Everything is going to be a challenge. We don't want to oversimplify the process, but in opting for a NICE inContact technology, where does it put the organization in position with their entire enterprise stack?
Mm-hmm. Great question, Frank. The good news is, because of our open systems architecture, it puts you in a position of strength, as I mentioned earlier, because now whether we have the canned integrations, which we have, I believe at last count, and I'm not the guy to ask these exact numbers, but hundreds of APIs, right, that already exist that are just canned for most of the big box software you could buy off the shelf, or that you're buying from your current distribution channel. And so that makes it really easy. And so names like Salesforce and Zendesk and Microsoft Dynamics and Microsoft Suite and the Microsoft Teams and all those sort of things, you can check the box. So and that's one thing you can look at with NICE inContact. So there are many ways you can check the box, because we've been there, done that a lot of ways and a lot of times. And with many transactions and many successes come many stories. But not to say that we are always the exact right fit, and not to say that we always are 100% perfect. That's where we leverage our ecosystem of partners to make sure that it's smooth. And so we engage, whether that's implementation partners, whether that's partners from a solution architecture standpoint, from a business architecture standpoint, customer partners that already play in that framework mindset, like you guys do, like we do, of focusing on the journey and how do these things plug in. Because ultimately, I need to, in my organization, we need to be able to focus on our core, which is NICE inContact, and delivering the CX platform. It's called CX1, but delivering our CX platform is what we need to be able to focus on. And so by doing that, and drawing out the information that we need, it's usually the information that other folks need in the equation as well. So we want to be able to bring in the right partners, whether that's implementation partners to help with the discovery and the architecture, and then the ongoing adoption and optimization of to help drive the success of the project. Because if we sell a piece of software and there's a certain ROI that's discussed on the front end, but it never is realized on the back end, if we don't come back around to the end and say, okay, we promised you this ROI, but we never showed it to you, then we really haven't done our IT leaders or any business leaders the service, I think, in my opinion, that we set out to do in the first place.
Right.
That was the answer to a short question, but
Well, it sounds honestly like that it's also a journey being in relationship with y'all as well.
It is, and it's we as an organization have gone through it, just like every single organization, but even prior to everything that's happened so far, we've gone through our own changes and our own challenges, and we admit that, and we understand when we've had challenges. We also know that we're a completely different organization today than we were just in the past year and a half or 2 years. A lot has changed in a very good way. As I mentioned earlier about the integrations between the products that have come together have made things a lot easier. And then the internal integrations between the teams makes things a lot easier. And so we're getting there, and we want everyone to know that we are relevant to every market segment. We have a solution for you, and we have capabilities that can extend. Our goal is to partner with you and to strengthen you and your team, not only for today, but to provide that future proofing of your customer journey for the future. As you mentioned earlier, Frank, this is not the last time that we'll face a challenge of this. Hopefully we won't see something of the same sort on a global pandemic level. But if the companies that some companies and many of our customers were prepared for something like this, not fully prepared, but at least in regards to maintaining customer experience and customer journey, they were prepared for that piece. And we want to be able to do that for more people, and that future proofing is a big part of what we're doing. So when you guys said future of work, I'm like, yes, please sign us up. We're all about it. It perfectly resonates with who we are and what we represent to the market today already. So
excellent. Thank you, Todd. Thank you so much for your partnership in this. Guys, if you're watching this now, visit the NICE inContact booth anytime today. Todd will be here all day long. Chat with him, reach out to him, set up a video chat. We'll be here to answer your questions. Thanks so much, Todd. And then also, while you guys are here, please go visit the Future of Work Pavilion booth for more information about all of our sponsors today and about all the booths that you can visit. Catch Frank and Kyle on the next one coming up shortly.
Get strong.
And we are back.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, Frank. Welcome back.
Yeah, that was a great interview with Todd, just on Nice and Contact and future of work. I really enjoyed that. That was a good conversation.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It was awesome. So now we are ready to go forward with our next event here. You ready to bring him out? You want to introduce this?
Actually, why don't you introduce this one?
Okay,
I want to see your introduction chops here.
let's do it. Let's do it. I'm just spinning like 1,000 plates at a time, Frank. No,
Okay, all right. I'll take this one.
don't mind me over here. Here we go. No, here we go.
No,
So-
I'm going to take this one. I'm going to wrestle it back. I'm pulling it back over here.
All right, cool.
So Zoom, Nice in Contact, two of the biggest names in the industry. You met Todd. You'll meet Josh later. You'll meet him actually right now. These two gentlemen are working on real-time collaboration between these two powerhouses, one known for meetings and now coming into the UC space, that's Zoom. The other one known as the preeminent leader in contact center. Let's bring on Josh and Todd, and let's talk about what it means for that partnership and what it means for the future of work.
Let's do it. Todd Scarborough, Josh Stanley, welcome to the Future of Work live stream. You guys are on the air.
Thanks, gentlemen. Glad to be
Thank
here.
you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Frank, why don't you lead us away in the right direction here?
Sure. So I was kind of talking about a little bit in the introduction about how the two of you are coming together. I mean, there's been this, and we talked about this earlier, Josh, on the fact that, even though it may be somewhat new to the general public about your move into the UC space, into unified communications, not just being a global web collaboration provider, you've been doing this for years. The underpinnings and the architecture of this go way back to the very beginning, what puts you in an incredible space. And now you're working with Todd and Nice in Contact. And there are things underway there where they're preeminent in their space, but they're not a unified communications provider. So the componentry there for the two of you to work together in collaboration seems pretty epic. And maybe the two of you could kind of like lean in and give us some insights into the componentry and how you see this impacting your organizations, right? Your product paths, how you're coming together, and again the impact on the future of work. Josh, Todd, Josh, why don't you go ahead and start off, and Todd, jump right in.
Sure. You said it best, right? We are, we are from our UCaaS space in terms of offering telephony, the huge benefactor of having a significant infrastructure for meetings that has been built since 2011. We are leveraging those carrier relationships and that infrastructure, that backbone, to be able to deliver a rapid deployment of new functionality and new features to our customers for UC. But you're right, we can't be all things to everyone. And that's why a marriage with a very robust, capable contact center is absolutely critical for us. It allows us to be able to extend our conversation into a more complete communications offering for our customers for the portion that needs that agent-based functionality that Nice in Contact provides.
Well said, Josh. It's exciting. It's exciting for us to continue to expand our ecosystem strategically, and can't think of many stronger logos right now through what this world has been through. Zoom has been forced into prominence, right, into the forefront, and has had to execute at a very high level. High demands have been placed on you guys, and kudos to you all for rising to that challenge in such a great way. And even before all of that set in, we were excited about this partnership. Very cool to see the strengths that you all bring to the table from your platform and from your history, and then layer in additional capabilities that for us are completely additive to what we're doing. And we can. So our partnership today is not yet fully baked, so to speak, from an API standpoint and full tech integration and all that good stuff. But we like to play nice together first before we get the platforms fully tied together. So that's where we are right now, is getting swings together, getting into conversations to help our mutual customers and our mutual future customers to have those conversations around the changes in their customer journey. And just like in our session, that same conversation rings true with this relationship as well. The ability to drastically improve, make substantial improvements between our combined platforms, make substantial improvements to the entire customer journey. But
Absolutely.
yeah, very exciting times.
Right, and I so appreciate that. I think what I love most about this story is, you know, competition is super healthy, right? And here in the United States, it is. But you know, typically, like these two companies, Zoom and Nice in Contact, I mean, you guys could go head to head and compete and have an all-out war for customers' attention. But here we are in these times, and you guys are leveraging each other for the gaps that you have in your own platforms, and the ability to kind of harmoniously come together for the betterment of the clients. I mean, that's a powerful story, one that I think we don't see enough of. Like, we literally do not see enough of that happening in our ecosystem, and, you know, in other ecosystems and other industries too. Like, just that collaboration between two giant companies such as Nice in Contact and Zoom.
Yeah.
So Josh, can you talk a little bit about the interoperability between, like, Zoom Phone, right? So Zoom is known for the meeting application, right? Like, we know that, like, Zoom is now a verb, right? So, like, that's public information. But what may not be so public is the UC side of Zoom, right? It may seem like Zoom just jumped into this phone system business, but really, you guys have been doing it all along, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, like I said earlier, we are the benefactor of what we have started on the meetings platform. Obviously, we've been hosting audio since the very first meeting we've done. It's very difficult to have a really good meeting without audio, right? So, and that audio for us does also include PSTN connectivity. So the ability to bring in toll-free toll numbers into a meeting. We're just routing it slightly different. Instead of pointing it to a meeting number, right, a bridge, we're pointing it to a destination, a DID or DDI, where you are, depending. So absolutely, we've been supporting that, transferring packets, voice packets from point A to point B since our inception. So what we have done is taken that infrastructure design and all the things that we've learned over that period of time and carried it into traditional PBX functionality, being able to extend the value of what our meetings platform does today for customers, a very frictionless, easy to use, easy to deploy, easy to get user adoption out of that technology, and expanded that into that with that same platform, same set of infrastructure to be able to host and support point-to-point audio calls as well as being able to tie into the PSTN, leveraging either our carrier relationships or customers leveraging and keeping their own carrier relationships with what we call premise peering, where we can tie into their existing infrastructure in more of a hybrid type deployment, right? So kind of have it your way, if you will. And then what we've done to be able to extend that and make it even more valuable to customers is to be able to plug into the experts, right? To be able to extend the value of what we do into the expertise that they provide with Nice in Contact with a direct SIP connection, our cloud to their cloud, where we can bi-directionally pass calls to Nice in Contact and then vice versa. And as Todd already mentioned, it's early in that relationship, but we are rapidly progressing that. There is a very hefty roadmap of items that we're expected to deploy out both this calendar year and into the rest of our fiscal year. We are very excited about the relationship and being able to provide this for our customers. We do not sell the contact center license. We simply provide that functionality and the ability not only to be able to make it happen, but the real magic is how easy it is to make that happen, right? The ability to be able to select a drop-down option, choose the vendor of choice, make that connection, which has already been pre-built, work for your organization is very, very simple.
Frank.
Wow, first of all, you kind of talked a little bit earlier, Kyle, about the synergies, and I want to like build on that, because that and the harmony, it just sounds like very soft, kind of like comfortable, let's have a hug kind of discussion. I'm feeling it right now. But let's talk about like the environment that we're in, and we're talking about the future of work, and we're talking about paring down. We're talking about simplifying our environments. We're talking about consolidating, trying to remove friction from the process.
And
What I really, yeah, right. And what I like about this, Kyle, for you and I, just think of this like personally for us, just from as we're working to help clients and we're orchestrating, our alliance partners, and we're surfacing the needs of the client, and we're saying, okay, I think these people are the right fit. Part of that alchemy that we look at is knowing that those two components that come together are going to be frictionless and seamless to the degree possible. We overuse those terms all the time, but to the degree that we can knock out unnecessary work, and we can provide better experiences for the customer and for the internal people, the internal customers, the EX. That's huge. That's why I'm super excited about this right here, and the potential of it. Like you said, Josh, this is in the early stages, but you're moving at high velocity. I think this is something sitting out there that is going to be like this combination, NICE and Contact, and in particular Zoom together, is going to have over the next 6 to 24 months a huge level of impact in the marketplace. And for CIOs coming in right now, looking at the knee bone is connected to the shin bone, very visual people, right? Like they can visualize construct and integration. Maybe we can talk a little bit about that. I mean, the fact that somebody can come in to, an automated, call distribution network inside of Zoom, be forwarded into NICE and Contact to a customer facing rep that's going to be able to help them in an omnichannel environment. What is the power of that?
Well, one thing I'll say first, I don't want to suggest in any way that the partnership and the integration between our two organizations is not ready for customers to deploy. It absolutely is ready. We launched this, I think, in the December-January timeframe. We've had a couple things happen since then, granted, that have taken our eye off being able to support and expand on this, this integration even further. The reality is, it is really good as it is today. It's just going to get far better. We're going to make this even more capable for our customers. So it is absolutely something that if you are running either two of these organizations in your environment, you should absolutely look at the other and to be able to plug that in. And you said it best, right? Not only is it, I don't want to suggest in any way, I'm not naive, right? Deploying out a contact center is very challenging. Deploying out a PBX is challenging. What we're saying is we're trying to make the integration and the connection of those two products as seamless as absolutely possible. And what you're talking about is the ability to essentially connect it one time, create that connection, leverage, essentially the highway connecting our two organizations together with drop-down options, simplify the process, allow users on the NICE and Contact side to work the way they work, allow users that are on traditional phone users to work the way they work, but allow the system to be able to support customers the way they should be supported, right? Through the right channels, the right routing, and the right individuals that support them on the other side.
Absolutely, Josh. And done is better than perfect. With your contact center and operations, you need it to be pretty much perfect. But this is an iterative process, and I think customers know that, right? So we know that phase 1 looks like, yeah, they talk. Phase 2 is like fully integrated, and phase 3 is mind blowing, right? So I think customers know that. We're sensitive to that, and like to Frank's point earlier, that's kind of the power here of just the alchemy of like being able to transparently relay that information to the client so that they know what they're getting into, right? And you two but at your companies are not one to shy away from that. Like, I love how you'll be in a meeting with a customer and you'll say, yes, there is this and there is that. There are some concerns, right? But so Todd, why don't we talk about the CXone platform, the true omni-channel side of this, because I think that is just this growing area of interest and this growing area of true need in the marketplace, right? To have a true omni-channel, especially right now when like we are in this digital world, like it or not, like this is where you need to be.
And it's where we need to be because it's where our customers are, right? That's that. Yeah, I'm glad you teed it up perfectly, Kyle. Imagine that. Yeah. Think. The reality is that's where the customers are, and that's what's driven this whole shift for all of us is the digital transformations that those of us in this space have been driving for years with our customers, and it's been accelerated by world events, right? So, okay, so the platform CXone is the beauty of this is it's OTT, over the top, right? So you start with an amazing network, and you start with amazing delivery of the voice and of the conferencing and of the video and all the capabilities within Zoom, and you plug that right into Nice in Contact, into our platform. We are the platform for the omni-channel. So whenever it's now 37 digital channels, y'all, 37 in the market that we can address and that we can add value to on a regular basis. So I think our next closest competitor has 7. So there's a lot that we can do with this platform. So ranging from your email and SMS and all your text-based type things, some of the more standard stuff, into social listening and the WeChat and all the other applications that are out there today. In the US, it's still a lot on email, and SMS is growing as well. But then when you go over to other parts of the world, you see more on other applications like WeChat and other areas. So giving you the ability to bring all of those applications, all of those where your customer is. That's how you literally meet your customer where they are. Bring all of those apps where they are into your platform, so that you've got it within your team. And then that usually leads to a little bit of restructuring or remodeling of the existing team. If you're not currently geared for omnichannel, there are some adjustments that need to be made to your team. But that's a reallocation conversation. It's not like people have to go away, because they can be reskilled. We can bring net new capabilities to the table for those folks, and give them more strength, right? So it really boils down to if Frank, you mentioned earlier, collapsing the stack. When we can collapse the stack and make the agent's life easier and improve that EX piece of this equation, the employee experience, that just trickles all the way through the entire engagement, and ultimately leads to customer experience and customer journey improving as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I really like that. Todd, I think that it does change how people work. And I think that's when we look at the future of work. This is, again, the construct of today is that, again, it gets super easy to get, connecting the dots on how the technology works, but it's going to change how people work with their customers, how their day is modeled, where they work from. And when you talk omnichannel, I mean, let's just lay it out there. We're talking, voice, we're talking text, we're talking chat, we're talking social. Of course, email is a channel as well. And how people get to those things and how they manage them in a day, depending upon your role inside the business, is going to change how you work and interact with people. And so it changes everything from how we assess the value of that engagement and that conversation, where people convert in the customer journey, all of those things. And so it's very difficult to have a conversation around like how we connect these technological dots together without exploring the customer journey, with exploring the impact to the end customer, to the internal person servicing and supporting that customer. So it's all interrelated. But the fact is that even wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the true omnichannel capabilities. And what's interesting about Nice in Contact is that like there were parts of the channel where a lot of people probably 4 or 5 months ago said, I don't need all those channels. Like, I'm good with voice. I'm good with chat.
Enough.
I'm good enough. I'm good enough. But now what happens is, you made mention to the fact that, you've got the person who can't get in to, customer service. And so where do they go? Where do they let out this angstiness? They go to social and they share. And so anyhow, the ability for you to social listen and to pick that up and to escalate that into a case to somebody who knows how to manage that process with somebody could be the difference between having a net promoter score and having a net detractor score. And so I think that's pretty huge. And I think for CIOs and people like that, they have moved. I'm not saying moving, have moved away from a metric that is purely around IT, but they're talking the business of sales velocity and revenue retention and churn, and NPS is part of the outcome that they need to hit with the technology they adopt.
Thought for you on that piece of it, because that's the other real value to contact center as a service, and to the ultimate solution, the bundled solution between Zoom, the true customer experience solution that you can get from Zoom and Nice in Contact. the CX1 platform, the other side, it's awesome that it improves employee experience and customer experience and improves that journey. But then for the leadership, for the folks that are on this call right now, the folks that are at this event today, the CIOs, the leaders, the business leaders, and technology leaders, it gives you the knobs. It gives you the analytics and reporting, the visibility into what's actually going on within your business. And that's usually visibility that's been reserved for the call center, for inbound customer support, or inbound sales, or outbound sales, outbound sales, that sort of thing. But what we see with this platform today, and with everyone now accelerating their digital transformations, we see everyone, they're like, wait, why couldn't I get this same level of visibility into other areas of my business? There may be less inbound or outbound, less customer facing type stuff, but I still need better communications within my organization, right? I need my IT support organization supporting my entire, workforce of 2,000. I need them to be able to communicate better. And I need to be able to see what they're doing. I need to be able to have visibility down into their business. So that's the other side of a true omni-channel solution, and giving you that true omni-channel gives you seamless escalation between channels, all the way, from the bottom all the way to the top. And then it also gives you that unified reporting on the back end as well. And that includes workforce optimization, workforce management. And if it's not all on one platform, you're not going to get unified reporting. And it's not true omni-channel, which is fine. It's just, let's not let marketing terms dictate the definitions of solutions. It should be defined by outcomes.
No, Todd, I love that you bring that up, because that is like, in my mind, that is like the number one advantage to all of this, right? Is visibility. How are you going to run your business without that visibility? Increasing time right now, like some of my clients, even like they're confused. There's Microsoft Teams, then there's Google Hangouts, then there's Zoom, and then there's WebEx, and then there's
what about Slack? What are we gonna do with Slack? Everybody says we gotta have Slack.
There's this like app overload, and like everybody's using a different meeting platform. I know we can't standardize, and I'm not suggesting that, but what I'm saying is, like, people are using a combination of like their cell phone with Microsoft Teams, or their cell phone and Google Hangouts, and meanwhile, all this data, like, where is it going? Like, where is this data going? That's what I want to know. It's data loss.
Yeah.
Visibility
Kyle, loss.
Yeah. It's really interesting, because I think when you look at rolling out a solution, let's talk about taking like a Zoom and Nice and Contact, bringing this into your organization. It's almost like a software development project. You have to develop an MVP. And you have to have like that level of focus on what day one looks like. But after that, I think it's again, back to the measurables, the business intelligence that you get from both what's occurring inside of Zoom and inside of Nice and Contact, that allows the business leader to have the data, to have true discernment, so that, every 90 days, you're not sitting down and making 50 changes, or you're making changes on the fly all the time. You're actually getting data. You're letting enough data accumulate to make a good decision. You have a good population of information. This is huge. And I think that this is one of the things that, I know, Kyle, like, we really preach to people in terms of let's have these core focused metrics, these dials that we want to turn, these outcomes we want to generate, and let's focus on that. And then let's look at that 30 days later. And so in doing that, you have to really think in the implementation, what is that data? Because Todd, your system will do all these things, but it won't do things automatically. Like you have to say, there's a lot of canned things that you do have, but if there's specific outcomes you're looking for, you have to be focused on making sure you have the right reporting and you're gaining the right data at the inception. So anyhow.
Yep. So as we're kind of getting to the top of the end of this segment here, I want to turn it back on you guys, give you guys each a chance to share some relevant insights respective to Zoom and In Contact that we didn't touch on today. So Josh, starting with you.
Well, I'd say that probably the biggest thing is our unique value, our differentiator is clearly the fact that we were built from the ground up. No acquisitions, no partnerships, be able to complete our full, and Todd talked about collapsing the stack, right? We started with a single stack and have added on functionality, right? We single platform, single set of architecture. which provides significant value and simplicity to the end user of navigating from different mode of communication to the next. So starting from chat, moving to telephony with a phone call, taking that phone call and escalating that to a more richer collaborative session inside of a Zoom meeting where I can bring in multiple people, bring in content, record to the cloud. So seamlessly being able to transition from one type of communication to the next, and then to be able to de-escalate that depending on need as well, right? So that single platform, which a lot of individuals, we hear platform a lot, single platform a lot. A lot of people have confused that. I like to use the term marketecture, right? That's marketing and architecture, right? Kind of combined.
Yep.
When it's a true single architecture, you can deliver a faster pace of innovation and development. When it's a single architecture, you can deliver a seamless experience to end users. When it's a single architecture, I can deliver a better management portal, which provides all the rich data you're talking about, right? So users that are transitioning from chat to phone, phone to meetings, I can now capture all that in one place and then use that data to make sure that I'm getting the most out of my investment through adoption, utilization of the features and the functionality and the tools that we have available to our users, right? So I would say our clear differentiator is that single platform that was built from the ground up. We weren't forced to move off of one platform to the next. This has been a rapid run for us, and it's been a lot more than just COVID. A lot led up to this. We scaled from 10 million daily participants to over 300 million daily participants, 30x growth, right, over the course of about, I think that was about 5-month window.
Josh, I'm sorry, can you just say that one more time and nice and slow?
Yeah. I tend to tack a little fast. I'm high on coffee this morning already. So
we need to do it again.
Yeah, in December, in December, Zoom supported 10 million daily participants into meetings every single day. On average, right? That's the number. You fast forward to March, and that number I believe went to 200 million. April it went to 300 million. We're in July, so I don't even want to take a guess at where we are now, but we're talking 30 times growth over the course of a lot of traffic running in 17 global data centers, right? So the backbone was built to be able to scale. If we were managing 3 or 4 different sets of architecture to support our communications platform, could you imagine? Lesser things have broken companies, right? So our ability to scale has really been driven from that single platform, that single set of architecture that we run in all those 17 data centers. So very proud of what we've been able to do. You hinted on that earlier, and the best is really still ahead of us.
Wow, Josh. So let me correlate this one more time. So that's worldwide users, right? So the equivalent of the population of the United States of America is on Zoom daily.
And I would say participants, right? So not necessarily users. So those don't directly correlate, but yeah, participants joining meetings, 300 million a day on average.
Probably the equivalent of the population of the United States of America. Great. That's
right.
Phenomenal.
And a big driver behind that was, of course, when COVID happened, we saw an immediate need, not an opportunity. We saw a need for our schools, right, that were trying to scramble, that have traditionally been in the classroom. They're trying to scramble to figure out a way to connect with millions of students. So our CEO, Eric, who has a huge heart, opened up the product for free to schools. I believe that I don't even think it was the final number, but it was over the course of 20 countries, 90,000 schools began to use Zoom almost overnight. Over the course of about a week, we've turned those on. So it's a dramatic support into our school system and outside of the U.S. as well.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah, what a story.
Amazing.
If it wasn't for these Sennheiser headsets being a little snug, my head might have exploded with those numbers. So that was
probably. Yeah, it's a good thing I've got my hat on today.
Yeah.
My ears would have been burning by that, but they already are, so it's fine. Stage is yours, Todd.
Oh wow! So
we're a little over.
Yeah, thanks.
Go ahead.
How do I even? Yeah. Let me summarize quickly. And I can't. We've grown fast, but not 30x growth since December.
All right, well, leave right now, then, Todd.
So what I would say, just to carry on from what Josh was saying, the reality is that there's a lot of power represented on this call. On the individuals that are on this call, the organizations that are represented here, and I'm not just talking about Zoom and NICE inContact, right? Both Arroyo 360 and Catch Cloud bring a tremendous amount of value to these conversations, as you see here in the conversations that we're having. the Zoom has, you've heard us say platform, you've heard Zoom say platform, you hear a lot of architecture, like Josh mentioned, a lot of people saying platform. And organizations like ours that do have our own platform that has our core capabilities that do these things very well, get a little frustrated about those things because we know that it is architecture for some people. And I want to just clarify that they have their core, we have our core, and our platforms come together in a very nice way, giving you, the CIO, the leader in your organization, that power. So that's really how I would sum up today's conversation, is you have strength in your hands with the individuals and organizations represented on this call. And we're all focused on improving your customer journey and helping you recover from what we've all been through here in the world over this crazy time. But you've got a lot to consider, and this event is just getting going, and so you're just a couple of sessions in, and there's a lot more to come throughout the day. So guys, I just want to say thanks for having us. This is a very relevant and timely event, and really thankful to be here, be a part of this conversation. So yeah, I'll be in the booth all day today. Well, most of the day today. I got a couple things I got to jump out for, but later on today we'll be having a showcase. My solution engineer will be doing a showcase on digital first, which is our view of how we handle all of those 37 digital channels. So if you want to come in, take a look at the platform. It's going to be real high level, not a whole lot of time for questions or anything, but today's designed to give you a view and help you meet people. So that's what we're here for. So. Thanks, gents. This is great.
Thank you both, gentlemen. And guys, if you're watching this, go check out the Zoom booth and the Nice in Contact booth at the Future of Work Pavilion at Elevate IT Technology Summit. And if you are not yet registered, you're watching us on LinkedIn, you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook. Again, thank you so much for being here with us. This conference is open to anyone. You don't have to be an IT professional necessarily. If you're interested in this sort of thing, jump in here, get in the conversation with us. You can register down below. The link is on the screen. We made it as easy as possible. go.catchcloud.com/FOW. Use the code CCTTS20 and waive your admission. So free admission into the event to join us. Gentlemen, thank you guys so much for jumping on this conversation. I know we went over. Appreciate your time. We'll let you guys get back to your booths.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Talk
you.
soon.
Wow, Frank. I mean, it's just another, like, these conversations, like, this is yeah, I mean, we've done more than set the tone for today. Like, this is exactly what we were going for. Like, these sort of conversations. I'm thrilled that it's coming to fruition right now.
It's amazing. Well, first of all, it's amazing that, like, what is actually happening, in the background, what people are working on, how they're coming together, how they're responding to the challenges that we're all facing, and what they're doing to re-architect. But I also really like the tone. There's a real servant mindset amongst the people that we have here. I think that's true leadership, right? I mean, you heard Josh talk about their CEO and the heart that he had for mission and drive. I think that's huge, and it really kind of speaks to the fact that, you know, the answer to the problem that we're all trying to solve does not exist all in one central place. And I think that's one of the things I really love about, you know, our job, is the fact that we work with people like this, and we benefit from bringing in thought leaders from a whole host of different backgrounds and technologies, and we bring that to the table for our clients, and that gives them the best opportunity to win.
Absolutely. No, absolutely, man.
Awesome.
It's awesome. Great day today. I wanted to just pull this back up on the screen again, just to kind of show the experience that we're all having behind the scenes here. Again, I think I left the registration up on the screen. So it is not too late to register for the event and join us behind the scenes. A lot of great conversations going on, Frank, that I'm kind of jealous that we're missing right now. But it's all good. It's all good. We'll be able to jump in throughout the day. If you are on, don't be a stranger. Visit the Future of Work booth, the Catch Cloud booth, the Arroyo 360 booth. Feel free to reach out to Frank or I individually to set up a time to chat. We have some limited time available today, but appreciate your patience that we are spinning a lot of different plates here right now. So really thrilled with how things are turning out so far, Frank.
Yeah, me too. Hey, Kyle, just one thing as well, just for everybody, you know, watching right now. This goes till 4:00, and at 3:00 we have, you know, kind of our our wrap up and happy hour. But I want to say that like we've got some people coming in. We've got peer CIOs that are again here to experience the conference, but also to add insights at the end of the day. And man, I just really would recommend to everybody, stay connected. It's a long day. Caffeinate, hydrate.
Caffeinate often, hydrate more often. Right?
Shake it out, do whatever you got to do. Take a walk. But
next time we should totally invite a yoga instructor to do like a midday sesh. That'd be cool. Thoughts for next time. So to that point, the duality of hearing what the vendors think the future of work look like, that includes us, and hearing what the CIOs and the technology leaders think the future of work looks like. We're getting both. We're getting both sides of the story today. So we're going to leave no stone unturned. So the happy hour at 3:00, I've said it before. Well, actually, I didn't say it before today. Recorded stuff. I said it before on the recorded stuff. I'm going to say it again. The happy hour from 3 to 4 is one you will not want to miss. The build up to that, our goal is to make it just super fun, super exciting, and most importantly, extremely valuable.
3 Central. So if you're not inside of the Tola region, if you're joining us from any other part of the United States of America or around the world, it's 3:00 Central.
Yep, and I'll put the schedule up on the screen again as we start to kind of fade into the background. Actually, we'll say goodbye first, and then I'll leave you guys with that schedule. Before the next event, let me take a quick cheat. The next event is a spotlight interview with Josh Stanley, who we just saw. We just had him in on the show here. So we're going to do our spotlight interview with him, again, pre-recorded. And we'll see you guys again live at 10:30 to talk about what kind of alluded to in that last chat, the Microsoft Teams discussion that needs to be had. Everyone's using Teams. The adoption rates through the roof. We need to talk about best practices for it and how to secure it.
Exactly. Perfect.
Cool. All
Let's
right,
move.
Frank. I'll see you. I'll see you later.
All right. Perfect.
All right. Bye, guys.
Be strong.
Welcome back to the Future of Work Pavilion, Future of Work mini Q&A series with vendors, Frank and Kyle. Frank, how are we doing today?
Oh man, we're doing awesome. We've got such a great lineup today. I'm super excited.
All right, great. Who do we got next? Who's up next?
Okay, so today we have joining us Josh Stanley. And Josh he's really the strategy and enablement czar at Zoom, and really specifically around Zoom Phone. And as you know, we were talking to Danny and to Kevin this week, and they said, look, if anybody's going to talk about Zoom Phone, talk about it within the context of the future of work. You got to have Josh. Josh Stanley.
Let's bring up Josh. Hey, Josh, welcome. You're on with Frank and Kyle.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate the opportunity.
Good. Yeah.
Hey,
How's the conference going for you so far?
It's great. Really, really eye-opening. A lot of great stuff.
Awesome. Well, so Josh, we have 3 questions for you. We're going to kick it off with the first one just now, and then we'll talk about it. So here you go. You ready?
Sure.
What changes have you observed in the workplace over the last 4 months?
I would say in the last 4 months, we've seen a pretty dramatic shift in the way people work and the way they connect with individuals, both inside their organization and outside their organization. So we've seen organizations change what used to be required in many ways was a face-to-face travel be replaced by out of necessity the ability to be able to connect virtually. And of course, that really screams the requirement of a truly unified, frictionless, easy to use, video first unified communications solution. And we're really proud to offer an end-to-end solution that simplifies that for our end users. We've seen travel, of course, reduce next to nothing. We've seen face-to-face customer visits reduce to next to nothing, but business still has to happen. So we've seen the reliance of real-time, the next best thing, which is a video connection between our customers and and their customers, for that matter.
Excellent. No, thank you for sharing that, Josh. Frank, do you have anything to add to that? Any thoughts?
No, man, I love the fact that you use the word frictionless, and I mean, it has been a wild ride. I have to point out as well, like for Zoom, I think you are like an anomaly. Like nobody was impacted more from the get than Zoom. And I just got to ask you, I mean, I know that like your efforts over the last, 12 to 24 months have been like the emergence of the Zoom Phone, the unified communications component to the enterprise. How did this last 4 months like change like your vision or any pivots that you had in the process of bringing that out?
Yeah, I think probably the biggest thing is around our platform was built to be and run first on mobile devices, right? We provide a very rich, capable experience for an in-office worker using a traditional desk phone or a soft phone experience. But it was built to run on mobile devices, so it provides a great deal of flexibility for users. So we have seen a pretty rapid upmarket interest in Zoom Phone and expanding the way they use Zoom from a video first meetings experience into pulling telephony into that same application on the desktop as users, both kind of strategically and frantically in some cases, were shifted to work from home. So they, a lot of organizations, particularly large upmarket organizations, were really tethered to the office, whether that because of infrastructure, the way it was set up, licensing and the way their deployment was set up. But ultimately they were tethered, and maybe the best experience of remote was call forwarding. And it just, although maybe will work for a day or 2 days or a few weeks even, that strategy begins to fall apart when you're forwarding your office line to a mobile device, trying to support customers that way, trying to work with partners and vendors that way. It falls apart. So it shows its warts. You do need a traditional, more advanced, advanced routing capability for the PBX, even when users are remote. What used to be 20-25% of those users remote at any given time turned into almost overnight 80, 90, maybe even 100% in some cases. And clearly, we don't know when that transition happens back, and if it ever really happens back to the same context it was before.
Where do you think Zoom stands in the market of UCaaS providers? And two-pronged question. And at what stage company is a right fit for, like, say, Zoom Phone? Like, where should they be at in their journey to be a right fit for Zoom Phone?
Yeah, so one probably confusion that a lot of people think that Zoom Phone really just started in the last 2 years. And the reality is we've started building Zoom Phone capability from the very first meeting we had back in 2011 and even before that, right? So we've been building the carrier relationships. We've been carrying PSTN and routing calls for those meetings. We've just pointed it to a meeting bridge instead of a user. So we've been building those relationships. We had the benefit of 130 billion meeting minutes, prior to Zoom starting and launching our Zoom Phone product. So yes, the PBX functionality has started over the last 18 months, but reality is we've been building that platform, that infrastructure, the carrier relationships over the last 9 years. And it's what's allowed us to really rapidly deploy the functionality we have today, the countries that we support, the carriers and the relationships we have with those carriers, both in the United States as well as globally. So we are much faster, much further along the journey than people realize. And it's not necessarily because we're incredibly fast over an 18-month generally available cycle of what we've rolled out Zoom Phone, but it's because really a lot of the infrastructure and a lot of the platform was built well before Zoom Phone was even really rolled out to customers. Our platform really can suit and scale very, very well. Every vendor loves to say we can help small mom and pop shops, 1 or 2 users, because it's built to be very simple and intuitive. And it's a native soft phone that's built right into the meetings application that many of your customers are already using today, but yet can scale. We talked in our last earnings call in early June about an 18,000 user phone deal that we had won because of our global footprint and the rapid pace of that global footprint, and because of the ability to handle very, very complex migrations from premise-based equipment. So we can scale small to large, and really over the last 18 months, we've built a very robust feature set, right? There are very few UCaaS solutions that I would say have functionality that's not built right into Zoom Phone. In many ways, we do and extend beyond what many vendors that have been in the business for 10 years are not even doing yet today.
Excellent, excellent. And moving right along, we're going to go to question number 2. When you think of the phrase, the future of work, what comes to mind?
The future of work to me is all about, again, the frictionless experience that users need to be able to move at a rapid pace. Business today is incredibly agile. We don't have the luxury of using 2 or 3 or 4 different collaboration technologies to communicate both inside and outside of our organization. To me, the future is simple, but yet very capable, and being able to deliver that in a single application for collaboration from end to end in terms of all the different ways I communicate, and the ability to be able to interop between different technologies when necessary to do so. We know that a single application solution for unified communication works best within an organization, but to expect every one of your customers and vendors to use the same one is unrealistic. So the requirement for interoperability amongst those more common software applications is critical. So a better together strategy will be critical. And then again, the ability not only to run in very optimal network environments where we control those in our corporate landscape, but also in very flexible, lack of control environments as users are working from home and more in a mobile environment as well.
Awesome, excellent. Yeah, and clearly the interoperability of Zoom has you guys with this perceived and probably in actuality global dominance over the video meeting space, right? You see that you guys are giving it away to K through 12. The adoption rate right now, because of out of necessity, is just through the roof, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw, there's good and bad of that, right? We don't, nobody predicted COVID-19 to come around, and clearly we would all love to get rid of it and go back to work the way we're used to. Reality says when it happened, I can tell you our CEO, Eric, really showed his colors in terms of making sure that we did the right thing to help those in need. And it was really finding a way to be able to help thousands and thousands of schools in dozens of countries all over the globe figure out a way to get teachers to connect with students for extended period of time, so to ensure that everything that had been done up to that point had not been lost. So I think the last count was 90,000 plus schools in 20 plus countries where we deployed this out at no cost to those organizations, with really no plan, no hidden agenda to try to convert them to paid accounts at any point in the future. It was really about continuing to work, continuing to educate those students and progress their education without a catch, right? And the good about it, about that is, of course, brand recognition and Zoom becoming a verb over the last several months. The bad is it stresses and it forces us to scale our infrastructure to be able to support all of those extra meetings and all of those new different use cases that really weren't primary use cases in a corporate setting.
Right. Frank, anything to add?
Yeah, actually, I just kind of like have a statement and a question. So, I mean, Kyle, you know that today on various other feeds that we have, we're going to be talking about, our Recovery X program and talking about how people essentially negotiate the change that is upon us and how we move towards this future of work. So I just kind of like make that statement right there. And as part of that, we're talking about elements of what does that future office look like? Not only just the concept of an office, but like the footprint of an office. So my question to you, Josh, is and this is, I'm very interested in your response here, is that you're at the foot of all of this in terms of the technology that's helping people move through this process of re-architecting a new baseline for how people collaborate and work together for your own selves who've got investment into offices probably all over the globe. To the degree that you can be transparent around this, how are you looking at your own office space? Are you looking at saying hey, in the future, we're going to change how we work and we're going to change how people come into the office and when they come into the office and how they're working? Can you share a little bit about how you're taking this solution that you have to the market and using it yourselves and changing the way you do business?
Yeah, I would say we were very fortunate, right? Because we lived in Zoom meetings prior to this happening. So we were able, and Zoom phone for that matter as well, the ability to be able to leave the office and continue to work just as if we were in the office. And we had a lot of remote employees prior to this happening. And for those that were traditional in-office corporate employees, they transitioned very simply for us. So we are looking at this as a kind of wait and see approach. We're looking at other technology companies that are setting the pace in terms of making a standard for work from home. We have that ability to be able to do that. We have 18 global offices across the globe. So clearly it's a decision point for us. We are in a fortunate position that we can wait and see. I think we've made an official statement that we will not return to the office this calendar year. Barring a dramatic change in the landscape of what we're facing here, I don't see that changing either, and extending into the early part of next calendar year. We could all hope for the best and plan for the worst, and I think that's what we're doing right now, is expecting that this is not a short-term cycle for us. And to be clear, this is not something that was caused by COVID, right? We had already started seeing this transition happen well before the pandemic. We'd seen PSTN calling in decline. We've seen the amount of meeting minutes where people are on video in rapid acceleration. And clearly there are still use cases for both, which is why a true unified communications platform has to deliver both. And the more integrated they can do that in a single application with a single common experience that seamlessly allows you to navigate from different mode to different mode of communication, the better off position that you'll be in. But this is not something that's been spurred the last 6 months or 4 months. It's really been in transition the last 4 years. It's just going to speed it up that much more dramatically.
Just been accelerated, yeah. All right, so final question. Here we go. How do your company's products or services fit into future work environments?
Well, I think we've hit on a lot of that already, in the sense that our platform was built as a single native platform from the ground up. No partnerships, no acquisitions, to be able to complete chat to phone to meeting, and the ability to be able to seamlessly navigate between those with a mobile device first, with an incredible consistent experience on a desktop, or if you want to extend that into a conference room or onto a desk phone on the desk that user may be working on. So it was built for this environment that we're in today. Nobody anticipated it, but certainly it was built to be able to support this user that dramatically may shift from an office to a home office to a mobile device and still not miss a beat in terms of collaboration, to provide the experience that user needs in that environment, depending on the device, the hardware that they have to be able to support it, right? The benefit of software.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Josh. And there's a lot of CISSPs, security professionals at this conference today. So a question that I know a lot of them have had in the past, and I know this has come up, it's been addressed. But there was that moment in time of Zoom bombing and people questioning the security of Zoom and Zoom versus WebEx and how WebEx is more secure than Zoom. And can you squash that elephant for us right now and talk about the security enhancements that are done behind the scenes?
Sure. Yeah. You mentioned Zoom bombing. I'll hit that one first. So clearly, and I even hinted to that earlier in the presentation, that we rolled this out almost overnight, literally like within a week, 90,000 schools in 20 different countries. That created a whole bunch of users that had never joined and hosted a Zoom meeting. It created a whole bunch of users that weren't comfortable joining and hosting a meeting, and it probably, to the detriment of maybe a little bit of some students, forced them to have to continue to class when they thought they were getting an early summer break. So unfortunately, some folks shared links and passwords to their classrooms purposely to be disturbed. And in some cases, it just wasn't properly protected. The meeting wasn't set up right. So in a very short window, there was probably maybe a number of articles that were written, not only on Zoom bombing, but some other things as well. Some very much are valid concerns that we've addressed in a 90-day window where we attacked the security and privacy concerns that were valid. Some not valid at all, very much standards-based security practices that we had in place for many years even, and then some new use cases that sort of challenged us to rethink the way in that particular instance that meeting was being utilized. So it did force us to kind of reinvent a little bit about the way we look at security and privacy for those new use cases and really attack even deeper. So we've done a number of things. First and foremost, we put a 90-day plan in place where we absolutely stopped the rollout of new features, and we focused entirely on privacy and security. And any feature that would make our platform as a whole more private and more secure for our both our host and our attendees, as well as our callers for Zoom Phone, as well as the chat users. With that being said, we've done all kinds of things. From our first acquisition ever of a security-based company that focuses on encryption, so the ability to be able to change our messaging around encryption. And we're not interested in doing what everybody else is doing, checking a box saying that they have an end-to-end encryption, but not selling it to anybody because it's not usable, right? Because the minute you use it, you lose all of the cloud-based functionality that you rent to the cloud for meetings-based, right? So we want to make it flexible where you may choose to have an end-to-end encrypted meeting for a board meeting, but yet a one-on-one, you have a regular meeting that includes all the functionality like cloud recording and joining from a conference room video endpoint, right? Those types of things. So our first acquisition, we've brought in highly visible security professionals from the industry, hired them both internally as well as consultants. We've brought in a bug bounty program or created one to be able to help attract and put some eyes on the platform to ensure that we're identifying these issues before they're issues. But a whole host of things. Actually, you can go to a site, zoom.us/security is a great summary of all of our investments over that period of time, what we've done up to this point, and what we have committed to going forward.
Absolutely. So can you sum that up into like one nail in the coffin line for anyone, the security professional, that they want WebEx, but their users want Zoom for that frictionless experience? I
think you'll be very, very surprised when you do a true apples to apples comparison of the platform line by line and compare those two platforms for a usable, functional solution. Zoom is a far more intuitive, easy user experience. And I think line by line, we can go toe to toe against any vendor in the space, not just WebEx, but any vendor in the space. I spent 9 years at Cisco before joining Zoom. I know where the gaps are, and I believe that we can absolutely address those eye to eye.
Awesome. Anything else, Frank?
No, I mean, I think I do actually have one question, and it really kind of builds on top of what you asked, Kyle, in terms of the security side, but kind of goes into, again, for that CIO that's looking at adopting this into their enterprise, and they maybe invested into like a Microsoft platform and they have Active Directory for their users. So aside from just the overall security in terms of, end user and gaining access to the platform, what do you do there in terms of user ID management? Are you kind of working towards that enterprise for that alignment?
Yeah, I would say we're already there. I mean, if you look across our enterprise customers on the meetings platform, they're using the exact type of AD integration SSO type capabilities that you're expected in any enterprise space. Yeah. So I would say if your customer has concerns with with the ability to be able to execute at the enterprise level, you should not have that concerns. Schedule some time. We'll walk through what that capabilities look like, what the customer requirements are. We'll walk through what some of the biggest organizations in the world that are using Zoom and how they've deployed it, and exactly how we can make this easy for you. And not just easy in terms of setting it up and using Active Directory, but also then deploying that out to thousands and thousands of users without issues throughout that type of deployment. We've had our customers, CIO level customers, just completely in shock about how well the technology was deployed at the user level because of the way the user experience is built. The simplicity, one thing is setting it up and making it easy for IT. It's a whole different battle to set it up and make it easy for users. And we believe that we accomplished that really well.
Nice.
Excellent. Well, no further questions from me. Anything else, Frank?
No, just Josh, thanks so much for bringing your expertise and your drive, your passion, and for leading up the charge there at Zoom. So thanks for joining.
Thank you, Frank, Kyle. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh. We'll be right back with you. We're going to close this out. So again, thank you for joining us for yet another session. There's a few more today. Again, pop into the Future of Work Pavilion booth for all the information up to date. Be sure to catch the live stream if you're not already watching it right now. And we'll see you on the next one. The next one we got. Who do we have else left, Frank?
Oh, we have several left, and we have SADA, we have Rapid Scale, we've got Nice in Contact.
8x8.
8x8. Oh my gosh, we've got some great things coming along. So super excited. We've got an all-star lineup.
Excellent. Cool. We'll see you guys on the next one. Don't miss it.
All right.
Cool, Frank. We are back. So that was Zoom. So Zoom has stepped up their security. So I wanted to address some questions before we get to the next one. The next one is a spotlight interview with 8x8, which was actually really incredible. So I want to address some questions. We had some chats going on in the background. Mike Bellamy, does Zoom partner with other biz? Yes, they have a growing partner ecosystem. Both Frank and I are verified Zoom partners, and we can get you some more info on that if you're trying to become one for your company or any other connection too. So definitely something we can help out with behind the scenes. Chandra, hello, Chandra. Frictionless Vision does drive a lot of adoption. I'm sending you a message, Chandra, trying to get you to join us for happy hour later. So look for that in your inbox. It'll be coming soon. And then Kyle Hall, he was asking, hang on, for context sake, that's the wrong one. He asked me a question here. Can we hear some comments on the new Zoom has offering? So hardware as a service. And I'll give Frank a chance to comment on this.
To be quite honest, I don't really have great insights into the hardware side. I know that that's really kind of evolving for them, as well as other elements of the unified communications stack. Do you have insights on that, Kyle?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just want to give you a chance to comment on that. So he's referring to, I believe he's referring to the fact that, the desk phones are, instead of buying the phones, buying the hardware, buying a depreciating asset, which has never in history been a good idea. Instead of doing that, signing up as a service for the phone system. And I fully support that in some cases, and in others, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like if it's a break room phone that no one really cares about anyway, like just buy the phone. But if it's for your entire workforce and it's for 1,000 employees and you're going to try to manage break fix on 1,000 phones, that doesn't make any sense to me to own that depreciating asset, right? And more so, I'm a big believer in, why do we need that desk phone anyway? Like, I don't think we need it anymore. But that's just me, and I know that not everybody's there yet, and that's okay. Go at your own pace here. But that's why there's that flexibility of the hardware as a service.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. One of the things that's kind of interesting, and this was kind of talking about this with Zoom earlier, was that they're really putting a lot of efforts into their mobile applications. And so to your point, what I think you're seeing the same thing as well. People are really questioning, do I need to have a phone on the desk, especially from work from home and work from anywhere? So I think that I think that's going to be a diminishing thing. And I think that the phone is kind of a commodity. So you're right. From a cost benefit analysis, you'll have to kind of look at it and make sure that, Haas makes sense.
Yeah, and I think it does for the larger rollouts. I really do. I think it makes a lot of sense. For the smaller rollouts, it might not, And again, why do we need that thing? Like, it's time to break up with the phone. It's uncomfortable. It's time to break up with it, though. Like, throw that thing in the trash. Like, you do not need it to do your job anymore. So it's a journey, baby steps. If you love it, great. Hang on to that for now. But start to venture out. And then Chandra, to your point about the apps, like, when will we get the Apple Watch Zoom app? That's a question that I do not have the answer for. We will get that answered for you. I'm going to ping Josh Stanley as soon as I can and get that answered for you. Cool. So I think we might be running behind a little bit, but I think it's fine because we built in time for this. So without much more delay, I'm going to tee up the next one. And just a quick glance at the schedule.
Got Brian.
While I'm pulling that up, we got Brian. I have to pull that up here. So give me just a few clicks here, and I'll get that pulled up.
Yeah, that's a great interview.
Oh yeah, no, it was. This one was really fun. I mean, they all were really good, right? It's like picking your best, picking your favorite child. Not going to even go there, but this one was amazing. Okay, it is teed up, I believe. Cool. And after that, the next time we are live is right after this. So right after this, we'll see you live with 8x8 and Rapid Scale. Conversation with Frank and Kyle. Talk.
Be strong.
Hey guys, and we are back. Frank, who do we have up now? Back for another conversation with Frank and Kyle, talking about the future of work.
Yeah, Kyle, we've got Brian Bonebrick. He is the leading engineer at 8x8, and he's specifically focused in our Tola region. He's got incredible IT background, so not just telecommunications, but he understands the entire landscape of infrastructure. And 8x8 is making really big moves on the future of work front. So Brian is right in the middle of it. Let's talk about it.
Awesome. Let's bring him in. Come on in, Brian.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, good to see you, man. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to be here.
Enjoying the conference so far?
I am. It's a good time. Seeing a lot of good things.
Awesome. Good stuff. So we're gonna do this just how we told you. 3 questions coming at you. So the first question, you ready for this?
Yep. Let's do it.
Here we go. Let's do it. What changes have you observed in the workplace over the last 4 months?
Obviously, we've all been hit with this massive COVID situation globally. So we've seen a ton of change in the workplace. It's no longer a centralized work approach. Everything is decentralized. It's pushing people to work from home or work for where they call home. That can be really anywhere nowadays. And we're also seeing a massive shift with our clients. All of those clients and IT departments that have said for the longest time that they can't work remote, there's no way to do it, are finding a way. And it's proving to be really interesting, the results from that. We're seeing increase in productivity across the board. Even at 8x8, we saw over a 3% increase in productivity since we've pushed our workforce to a fully remote workforce. So there's been a ton of change driven mostly by the global pandemic situation. But it's been something that we've been able to provide a lot of assistance with. As our CEO says, it's the golden age of change and communication for all the wrong reasons. And it's true, but we're, I think, in a really great position to help organizations and people stay connected, even times like this where everybody is disparate.
Excellent. Yeah, and 8x8 really is at the forefront of that. Frank, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, you're spot on, Brian. And what I'd really like to find out is just, from the standpoint of everybody truly reacting to it, right? Like this was not a planned occurrence, and a lot of your technologies, in a serendipitous way, like are perfect for people being able to pivot. But like, what do you see this event driving innovation in your product?
Yeah, I think it's allowed us. That's a really good question. I think it's really allowed us to double down on our philosophy from the beginning. We've always believed owning an entire platform, from chat to meetings to telephony to SMS to every communication channel you can think of, contacts. I could rattle off a bunch of them, as the right approach for a communication strategy. And then this is just further proving that point. So we've really doubled down on that. We've really helped people truly understand the messaging that we've been out in the market saying for many years now. And I think people are finally starting to get it. It's one of those things where, hey, we've been saying this for a while now, and now you get it. All right, let's bring you into the fold. Let's help you understand this. Exactly. So we're seeing a lot of shift and a lot of people finding the importance in cloud-based technologies, which is really exciting. So it's making the message at the end of the day a little bit easier for us to communicate, because now people are getting it.
Excellent. Yeah, no, without a doubt. You ready for question number 2?
Yeah, let's go.
Do it. Bring it on. When you think of the phrase "the future of work," what comes to mind?
That is a fantastic question. I've been thinking about this a lot for a while there. When the pandemic first hit, everybody was like, hey, what's the new normal? How do we continue to be productive? But that question stagnated pretty quickly, because everybody figured out the new normal. So now the real question was, what's the next normal? And in my mind, I believe it is really has to do no longer with where you work, but how you work. And I think that's also reflective in the next generation of employees, people coming into the workforce. So those millennials and Generation Zs coming into the workforce that are used to communicating in very different ways than some of the older workforce, like the older generations that are leaving the workforce. So it's a really interesting conversation. And it really drives home something that a lot of people have been talking about for years now, is that work-life balance. How do I get the most out of life while still being very productive at work? So that next normal, or the future of work, as this question pertains to, is all about how do you work versus where do you work. And I believe having a set of tools that allow for the most efficient communication based on what the message is or what you're trying to communicate is critical. So we all have experienced this. Sometimes something is just best left as a quick message. Hey, need you to answer this. If you can spend 2 seconds and respond, versus maybe a full-blown video conversation where I need to take the camera on my cell phone and point it at what I'm looking at so you can help walk me through the issue. And we can now do that remotely and from any place. And this has some really interesting impact on talent as well. So before, a lot of organizations were really compartmentalized into who could drive to my HQ, and that's who I can employ, or who's maybe willing to move to where my HQ is. Well, now we can cherry pick. You can pick the best employees across the world for the job that you're looking for, because the tools are there for them to be productive regardless of where they sit. So some really cool things happening with the future of work that I think we're well positioned to embrace and support here at 8x8.
Excellent. I really love the concept that you introduced to us, the next normal. Like, that's something that I don't hear a lot of people talking about, and it's very relevant. It's very true, that next normal.
Exactly. And it's something you have to think about, because unfortunate global situation we're all dealing with, the fact of the matter is probably not going to go back to normal. I'm not an expert in this space of of viruses and what that means from an economic impact or anything like that. I'm not trying to make a commentary there, but we can all admit it's going to be a little different, right? And how do we adapt to that difference? And that's going to come down to some things that we are experiencing day in and day out. I believe the statistic was something like 55% of people after this still want to work from home at least a couple days a week. So it's kind of implanting this different work habit, workflow increasing that work-life balance equation in favor of more balance and less work, right? But there's some really cool things coming from this that we never thought were possible until we were all kind of pushed off the edge and had to adapt to the situation. And now I think it's really opening organizations' mind to like, hey, if I can push my employees home and have them be productive, not only productive, but in a lot of cases exceed productivity, but why not go pick the best talent that lives across the country or in another country and allow them to still work as part of my organization, because now they don't need to report to an HQ. So there's some really cool things that can come of this change.
Yeah, absolutely. And Frank, I see your ideas and excitement stirring. So why don't you take it away?
Well, this is all really just, Brian, I love the way you're bringing this around, because this has a lot to do, Kyle, with stuff that you and I have been talking about. And, you know, this concept of like, you know, were we really productive before? And I think that's the one thing, Brian. There's a great cartoon out there where, you know, the person, you know, brings new data, you know, to the boss in the company and says, hey, you know, we're you know, at 40% productivity, you know, and thinking that was going to be a problem. And the boss says, what, 40%? That's 100% higher than where we were before. You know, I mean, like, we really didn't know like how productive we were unless you had like a sales quota or something along those lines. So to your point, you know, whether you are taking a walk with your dog at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the future of work doesn't mean that you're being less productive. It may mean that that quality of work-life balance that you're talking about is just a better way of being productive, of being healthy, and being connected. So I love that vision that you put together.
Yeah, it's really exciting to think about. And, you know, I've been a little spoiled. I work from home, so I've already experienced that. And then a lot of new people entering that. I've kind of had to be a Sherpa a little bit, like, hey, this is what that looks like. And welcome to being productive, right? Like you're going to stay on top of it, and having the right tools in place is where it matters.
Absolutely. All right, last question. Here we go.
All right.
How do your company's products or services fit into future work environments?
So I think I've touched upon this a little bit through my responses, but 8x8 is a platform company. We own our entire stack of technology. We aren't reliant on an API hook or a handshake agreement to bring you a particular feature set. So we have everything from traditional telephony, chat, including business SMS, meetings platform, as well as the ability to integrate into a meeting room if we ever get back to that time to have huddle spaces or meeting spaces, as well as a contact center, and then all of the other features you would expect, like eFax and call recording, analytics, all part of our platform. And we have been doubling down on a communications platform approach for about 4 years now. We've been in the unified communications space, though, for 18 years, and a company for over 30. So we have a lot of stability to our organization. But that last 4 years has really been a change in how do we better integrate into the world around us. And that's what I'm really, really talking about and really excited about for the future of work. Is not only is it the suite of tools that we're already able to provide, but how are we going to further integrate into other platforms, other tools that may be used in your productivity workflow. And that's going to be everything from the novel ideas that you run into with like Uber Eats and DoorDash type services, to more real-time immediate communication. I mean, we're all getting more accustomed to like smart home automation type activities. And those are things that we're starting to expand our mind on as well. That's like, how can we further integrate? How can we further increase productivity by streamlining workflows from your communications platform to the other tools you use, be them in your environment or digitally? And so I think 8x8 as an organization is really well positioned for that next step. And we've been sort of a seer, if you will, of those changes coming. So we've been adapting ahead of the curve a lot as well. And just being an engineering focused organization, I mean, we have 209 patents awarded today, another 100 pending, just to tell you a little bit about how engineering focused we are. And I always like to say, it's not just lip service. It's not Brian Bonebrake being a great orator. It's all proven by third-party analysts like your Gartners, Forrest and Sullivan, at Tally Group, so on and so forth, that come through and are saying the same things about the quality of our platform and consistency of our solution.
Yeah, no doubt 8x8 has a great story. And I want to highlight something that you've touched on as well. Like one platform all under one roof. That means your UCaaS, your phone system, and your contact center environment. You guys completely holistically own the whole solution end to end, which is quite a differentiator in the space because not a lot of companies do that. Very few, actually.
Yeah,
So
it was a big bet that we made. I shouldn't say even a bet. It was our strategy. 18 years ago when we rolled out a UCaaS platform, sure, it was a little bit more siloed. It was very, and I always make the joke, it was kind of like Windows 98. It was like well engineered, but it was pretty siloed off. And then that 4 years ago, we really doubled down on like, hey, we want to make this open. We have like 30 plus publicly available APIs for people to hook into us, as well as a general philosophy of being able to hook into other platforms to really increase that connectivity and that workflow process.
Awesome. Yeah. Frank?
Not a lot to add. I mean, I think we really kind of hit it. I mean, you could maybe talk a little bit about security, but before you do, I just want to like let everybody know that there are some really great live events going on today at the 8x8 booth. And I really would recommend that you stop by if you're interested in MS Teams and what that means to your organization. If you're interested in this single pane of glass, the UC/CC underneath one roof, as part of a strategy for paring down in the future of work. If you're looking at like how to address security across the board inside your organization, I would really recommend that you stop by. Brian, I know you're coming back a little bit later today to talk about a few other things with a special guest. And so we're excited to have you back on that. But maybe if you want to touch just briefly on security.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate that segue. I didn't get an opportunity to kind of feed that into my response, but it is my personal opinion, having come from both sides of the world, leveraging 8x8 as a supplier and now working for 8x8, that we're one of the most secure platforms out there, being HIPAA compliant, PCI compliant, FISMA, ISO 9001, 27001, and then we're even we're the only supplier directly approved on the NASPO board. So if you're in the SLED space, so state, local, education, and defense, we're already approved. So we are really a really strong platform in all of our technologies, I think is the other important thing. Our telephony, our chat, our contact center, our meeting space fall under all of those compliances, and we don't have to change anything about it. I know there's other solutions out there, they might be able to achieve some of the same compliance levels, but they have to turn on and off various functionality to make that happen. And then we combine all of that with a really fluid BAA process. So we're really willing to work with our clients to understand the lines of delineation there and make sure it's a good fit for them and us when talking about a secure platform. And then we also have some pretty cool stuff coming down the pipe as far as security goes as well. With we're actually in creating an end-to-end encryption solution, really being driven by a lot of our government clients. But it's essentially allowing for an encrypted tunnel over the public internet for those really secure meeting solutions that some of our users have expressed interest in. And so that's coming down the future. That's something we're working on, but that just kind of tells you where we're at mentally with security and our position on security.
Awesome.
Well, excellent stuff. And again, check out Brian. He'll be in the booth later today talking about the security as well. So thanks again, Brian.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right.
Cool. And again, guys, if you're watching this now, please go check out the Future of Work Pavilion booth. Go see all of our exhibitors there. Find out the agenda, what's on the docket for today, what's left for today. Frank, anything else I'm missing? There's so much good stuff going on today. I don't know what to highlight.
Yeah, if you're in the booth, if you're in our Future of Work booth and you're watching this stream, look right down below. You'll see a schedule of events going on. You can catch us on our stream during the day. You can jump off to some of our exhibitors, check out what they're talking about. There's a lot of rich information.
Yep, absolutely. And till then, we'll see you guys on the next one. We still got many more to go.
All right.
Be strong.
And we are back. Frank, you with me there?
I am. I'm connected in.
Awesome. All right, so we got an excellent talk right now that's super relevant. This is one that I'm glad we could pull together. We got Rapid Scale and 8x8, and we're talking about the beloved Microsoft Teams that's just like whoosh, straight hockey stick in adoption, right? So we're talking about that.
Yeah, this is an amazing conversation. Really looking forward to it. We've got Chris and from Zoom, and we've got Kyle from Rapid Scale and not Zoom. Pardon me, gosh darn. our morning is going on 8x8, and I think that the power of this conversation today, Kyle, we talked about it a little bit earlier, is about synergy. It's about harmony between companies inside of the ecosystem for communications and connectivity. And so we're seeing more of this now, right, as a response to our current environment. And as we look to architect the future of work, people are coming together in new ways. And today, I think what is really great about this conversation is both an overall awareness of the fact that these two work together, and then also the components, what they do, and how you and I can help clients move into Microsoft Teams adoption in a way that is seamless, supported, and really high performing. Let's go ahead and bring Chris and Kyle in.
Let's bring him in. Kyle Surratt, Chris Hamlet, 8x8 and Rapid Scale. Welcome to the party, guys.
Hey, team.
Thank you.
How's it going?
Good. Excellent. Excellent.
Productive conference so far?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Absolutely. Appreciate your support here. So let's kick it right off with let's start with Microsoft Teams and 8x8. So Chris Hamlet, let's kind of help us set the stage with your whole take on Microsoft Teams and 8x8.
Sure thing. And thanks, Kyle. So Teams is like you said, it's a hockey stick of adoption right now. Around 80 million users right now, and it looks like to be 100 million by the end of the year of Teams users globally. And 8x8 saw this as an opportunity to, instead of fighting Microsoft, because we have our own competing software for collaboration, we're like, well, why don't we just get in bed with Microsoft and see what we can do and make some magic here. So what we did is we evaluated a couple of different options. One of them was a chatbot, and one of them was a plugin, and both of those were terrible options, to be honest with you. It required extra training, it required extra deployment, and it was really a hassle to get for any organization to deploy. They should just go with Teams for that. And as you probably know, 8x8 has this enterprise-grade voice network where we can have security certifications, where we can deploy globally, where we can have calling plans for 47 countries. So we were like, well, how can we make this magic happen? So we developed a direct routing strategy where we connect cloud to cloud. I'm off camera, sorry. Cloud to cloud from Microsoft to 8x8. And we connect in the backend, so there's no extra deployment for the IT team. There's no client-side software. There's nothing really extra to do.
Wait. There's no client-side software.
None, except for the Teams. They already
scream that again. There's no client-side software. It's just Teams. Because everyone's like, yeah, we integrate with Teams. Yeah, we integrate with Teams.
You just have to download and install this on every computer. It's a pain and you know where. But with us, you install it cloud to cloud. Nobody has to do anything different, and the end users just click on a number and call. It doesn't really get any simpler than that. There's no training involved. You just call a number and it works. It's like magic. And so you get the best of both worlds: the enterprise-grade voice network and the ease of use that comes with Teams. So that was our strategy for that.
Yeah, Chris, I mean, what you're talking about is actually pretty huge. I've done a lot of study. I mean, Kyle and I work, and you can put your hands over your ears right now. We work with a lot of, different UC companies. Exactly. And, there's a lot of box checking in terms of people need to do this to fit in. And then how do people stand out? And that's why it's so important to inspect different technologies to really understand how they really do things. And what I've really learned in working with 8x8 right now around Microsoft Teams is there is a list of people that say they integrate with Microsoft Teams, but 8x8 actually has a connection, which is the way that they actually are connecting with the APIs and the service with Microsoft is unique. And that is creating a much higher carrier grade quality, through the network. And that's also just everything from the standpoint of quality, reliability, and also scope in terms of like global coverage. You touched on that already, but I mean, I just want to make sure that like, feel free to kind of, speak to that, because that is something that is unique. People will see other people out there integrating with Microsoft Teams.
And like the problem is like Teams voice is easy. You just add a package and it's there, but it only works in like 10 countries. You can only deploy it in like 10 countries.
Sorry. So adding Teams voice might be easy, right? But that's where it stops. I got an inbox overflowing of like, I can't port my number over.
Oh yeah.
And then we got to bring Kyle Surratt in because like now I got to contact Microsoft. Oh no. Right?
And then what are you going to do about support? Like, who are you going to call when you can't call anybody?
Exactly.
Because
right now in my inbox, like even today,
it's like you put in a ticket, you wait 4 or 5 days for them to even respond to your ticket, much less solve the issue. So 8x8, it like stands out on that ground. And then what are you going to do? Like, you don't just use Teams. What are you going to do like with Salesforce? Like, are you going to jump through hoops to try to integrate Salesforce into Teams? Or like 8x8 already integrates with Salesforce. And so naturally, it's going to integrate with Teams. So when that call comes into Teams, it'll pop up in Salesforce with all their caller information. It'll pop up in Zendesk, Zoho. All of the integrations that 8x8 have will just naturally work with Teams at that point. And then our contact center as well. 8x8's known for having our own contact center on our own platform that is integrated with our UCaaS solution. And so now you can integrate your contact center with your Teams client and not have to download extra soft phones or anything. It's just an endpoint for 8x8 for all of the services that we have.
Oh, excellent. I'm so glad you touched on that because that's like the missing link that like, oh, we'll just switch to Teams. But then, I forgot. We just broke the Salesforce connection. We just broke everything else, right? Mm-hmm. Because good luck relying on Microsoft to build those APIs successfully, right? I'm sure they're there, but like successful connection, right? It's one thing to have an API. There's at-rest API. There's open API. A lot of people don't even understand APIs in general, period. So turning this over to Kyle Surratt. So RapidScale, right? Cloud management company, manage Office 365. So Chris, a lot of times you guys are getting into situations where you're doing this Teams now, right? You're doing Teams and they're like, okay, cool. Well, can you help me with I have a licensing issue now. Like, oh, well, I mean, that's kind of where you're like, well, I can't, my hands are tied. I can't get into your Teams environment. I can't get into your Microsoft licensing. So having a management company like Kyle Surratt that can like team with an 8x8, like boom, now we got a match made in heaven. Now we have harmony. So Kyle, why don't you take us away a little bit and kind of on that story?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I appreciate it. And I'm really excited and love this conversation because this is exactly, I think in this world we're living in today, this is exactly the thing that people are struggling with. In fact, when everybody was kind of sent home back in March or whenever it was, our initial kind of thing to bring to the market as a kind of a promo or a special was around Teams, because Teams is the thing that I think can immediately get people efficient working from home, right? And then you uncover, and I work here and I'm in it every day, but I'm still just getting integrated into how everything works within Microsoft Office 365 or now Microsoft 365 and Teams being a big part of that. And that ties into your OneNote and your OneDrive and your SharePoint and everything else. It really just offers so much in terms of collaboration, as well as even just business continuity and security and mobility as your workers are accessing all of the things that they need to do their job. And so internal communication and everything that it brings to the table is huge. And we've talked about, or you guys have mentioned today, the ease of things, but Microsoft, while it makes these great products that all integrate together, we see a lot of people struggling with just the day-to-day management. So how do they migrate their data over to Microsoft 365, and then how do they manage it ongoing? And that's, again, as to just reiterate what you guys have said, that support at Microsoft is kind of a black hole at times. And so that's really where we come in to provide that support, starting at implementation and migration into the ongoing day-to-day support, including we extend that support all the way down to the end users. So if you're a manufacturing facility or organization, and you've got folks that are on a manufacturing floor and they're using things that having issues, they can call directly into our teams to get the support. So it's a great it's a great tool. We provide the support behind it, and I'm really excited about the integration that 8x8 has, because it's I think Frank, you and Kyle are the kind of the magic makers of bringing all these technologies together for an organization to ultimately provide the business outcome that they're looking for. And that's where we're super friendly with 8x8 and the team there, because our services complement so well and really can provide that outcome that ultimately customers are looking for.
That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, and I'll let Frank get his 2 cents, because I think I cut him off here a little bit. But I think the future of work really is gonna thrive with harmony and being able to stay in your lane providers that maybe would never correlate. They would never connect those dots. They would never cross paths unless there's an outside force bringing us all together. So I think that's really where the magic is going to happen. Future work requires more of us. It requires more of us in the conversation, more of us at the solution, more of us driving the outcome. And Frank, I'll let you kind of get me off the rant here and
Well, first of all, I think you just had an emotional and visceral response to the whole support line item, Kyle. So I just want you to know you're in a safe place right now.
Go with it. Yeah,
it's okay. It's all right. But I think that ultimately that is a key aspect to it. I mean, and it is kind of the kismet of the fact that maybe Kyle stays up at night and Chris stays up during the day, and they never see each other, and we're there to pull them together. The thing is that there is this incredible synergy around the quality of the voice that Microsoft does not have, and the scale of it, but the support on top of it.
Yeah.
That's mammoth. And then for Kyle, it's the licensing. You've got the licensing of that O365 and Teams stack, plus layered in support. And you talk about harmony. I think we can throw another word on top of that. We can throw friction. And we're reducing friction inside of the environment. So if you're a CIO, an IT leader, you have X amount of staff, you have X amount of partners. You need to be able to, for your own people, direct them to the highest and best use of their time, because challengers are coming at an untold rate. So the fact that Kyle and Chris and us working together with them to build the alchemy of this solution takes so much heat out of the environment, adds quality. So obviously with the quality, we should have less support requirements, but we know that, Microsoft is a beast in terms of its size, its footprint, its complexity, and everything else, and its power, right? I mean, it's why people have it. So I think we can leverage that so much more powerfully in this type of construct. Question for you guys. This is obviously future of work. As your organizations see this right here, how do you see Microsoft Teams in the future of work?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Sorry, I went first last time. I was giving Kyle the chance to go first this time, but it's good. So Microsoft isn't going away. And so for us, the whole future was to embrace Microsoft and see what we could add to it. And by adding a really good voice network, brings that to the table. The future is going to be integrating, or once once Microsoft opens up like more APIs, hopefully they will, for us to be able to further integrate with things like their chat solution, with their meetings, and maybe because 8x8 has really good meetings as well, and maybe supplant some of that. Where Microsoft has okay, and they're doing better. Like, I'm not anti-Microsoft. We're working with them, so we got to be pro Microsoft. But the future is really like how to take that the next step forward. Because, like I said, people aren't using Microsoft and only Microsoft Teams. They're using all of their business suite products, and so the future has to be integrating all of those solutions into a easy to use environment for the regular user. So for the person in marketing who just wants to open up the app and make a call, we just got to make it easier. And they want that data there, or the contact center agent who makes a call. We just have to make that easier. And Microsoft has allowed us to connect and do that now. And I can only hope that we're going to move forward in that with the other technologies that they're doing.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think Microsoft, people have their complaints, or people sometimes love to be Microsoft haters, but the reality is it's a behemoth. It's not going away. They're just, it's deeper, and it's more deeply integrated into everything that enterprise is doing today. Everything, starting with your email, which is mission critical today, and Microsoft owns most people's email. And so you extend that out to all of the other pieces that integrate with it, Teams being a big part of it. It's here to stay. And I think the more we can work together and make that easy for customers to use, the better for everybody, right? And so the licensing and the support and the call pieces functionality that 8x8 brings to the table, and everything else, just making it easy to use and easy to integrate, because it's not going away. I think we're going to see that hockey stick continue to go in the direction it's going, and I don't see a disruptor coming down the pipe anytime soon.
Yeah, absolutely, Kyle. People love Microsoft. They hate Microsoft. They love to hate Microsoft. Right?
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, they've changed names on their licenses how many times now, right? So now it's Microsoft 365 instead of MS Office. So like, it's just it's created like tons of confusion, and I think that's where it's just one of those tasks that a CIO and a CIO's team, they don't need to be doing that. I mean, they don't need to anymore with companies like RapidScale that can help manage that, right? So I mean, what are some trends that you're seeing there, or just some insights that you might have with respect to how companies are interacting with RapidScale, and how you're able to help?
Yeah, a big part of it is the efficiencies. I think if you look back a few years ago, Microsoft was selling most organizations EAs, enterprise agreements, that had kind of everything, and that's how they got Azure going, right? They would bundle in some Azure licensing with all this other Microsoft licensing organizations were buying. At the end of the day, organizations bought a huge EA with a bunch of stuff included that they were never using. And so, several years ago, Microsoft shifted gears and really wanted to increase adoption. They started incenting their employees and salespeople and everything to increase adoption of the products. And so I think that's been a huge benefit for Microsoft. I also think in the marketplace, it's created a lot of confusion, because now you have organizations that are trying to, roll out Teams across the organization, and it's hard they need a partner to help do that. So that's where a lot of, the Microsoft licensing is the commodity that we bring to the table, and we allow flexibility there as organizations need to move from one type of license to another, and we allow them to do that on a monthly basis. So that's great, but that license is really the commodity. The services you put around it, including, we include a Nulia training platform with Office 365 license. So an organization buys from us, gets Nulia training, which Nulia is a video-based training platform that they can access to say, hey, I want to roll Teams out across my organization, but I need to enable my workers to know how to use Teams. And so then they can employ that training, the Nulia training platform to do that. And that's something that we just bundle in. So I think really, you've got this commodity of the license and the things you put around it, the support, the people, flexibility as well as the training and enablement. It's a big part of what's going to allow organizations to continue to grow with Microsoft and Teams in particular. And I think part of that, I guess, a long-winded way of saying that, I think Microsoft is getting friendlier with how to use their products rather than just forcing people into a bunch of licensing they don't use. They're trying to enable that adoption and usage. And that's where, I think that's what we're all here to do and to help folks do, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, when it comes to the future of work, I think one of the things that's common between your two companies as well is the fact that you both have a very high emphasis on security and as a practice inside of your businesses, so that as we sit down to look at Microsoft Teams and we're looking at security, whether it be how your back-end systems are managed in terms of compliance, or in terms of like how you're securing people, Kyle, to the endpoints of where people are inside the organization, that we can follow that entire process through and dovetail with whatever that enterprise's security protocols or requirements are.
Yeah, absolutely. Security is a huge thing. We've got to be talking about it on, every conversation we're having with any of the users. And for us, a lot of that starts with how do you secure email, and how do you, bring in something like a Mimecast to secure email. That's a huge part of it. To extend beyond that, how do you secure the other aspects of Teams and then the other entry points in a network of an organization. To just create the compliance and the security they need. Because we're all living in a world today where it's not if a breach is going to happen, it's just when a breach is going to happen and how do we respond to it. So it's a big part of every conversation we're having.
Absolutely, and I think with both of you guys here, Microsoft they're not known for security. Like their security goes so far. Like, not to continue to make jabs at them, right? But they're not known for security. It goes so far, and then that's where it stops. So, and I would assume the same is true of the Microsoft Teams voice because of what we already know about Microsoft Teams. Microsoft licenses the Office suite, the platform. Like the security stops right there, right? So, maybe you could talk about this a little bit too, Chris. Like the encryption of the voice traffic over 8x8 versus maybe on Microsoft. And then kind of tie that into you, Kyle, to like how you take that email security to that next step. Because we all know that email security, like obviously that's the gateway into pretty much every malware infestation or whatever else in your organization. That's usually where it starts. So the phishing attacks and whatnot. So let's start with you, Chris, about the encryption over voice over IP.
So thank you. For here at 8x8, we say that everything starts with security. If you don't have security, all those other features that we offer don't matter, because you're not going to buy a solution that's insecure. And so every seat level, every seat type that we have is secure from end to end and at motion, in rest. So you're going to be getting a solution that we feel so secure about that we're going to sign off on those certifications that you need for this. And
that extends to a BAA then, is what you're looking at. Yep,
so
cool.
we will sign up. We have some pre-produced BAAs that we have ready to go that are going to sign off on saying all the 8x8 stuff that we're going to sell you is secure. And that extends all the way out to the Microsoft. Like it stops, like there's 8x8 and then Microsoft, and that's where Kyle's team is going to come in. They're going to secure the Microsoft side of everything so that email is secure and everything. So we'll take care of the voice side and make sure that everything is like checking every box and making sure that we are not missing any corners. And 8x8 has never had a breach yet. That's not an advertisement if there are any Black Hat people out there listening. But that, like, we started with security, so that makes us a little different. Some of the other players in our field are playing catch up, saying, "Oh yeah, you want your voice to be secure." And they won't sign off on BAAs. And if they won't sign off on it, then that raises a question: is it really as secure as they say?
Yeah, absolutely. And then quick interjection before you go, Kyle. So Mimecast is actually here at the conference today, so go check out their booth as well. And it's a really great product. And having some hands-on experience with it myself, it it is very extensive. Like it is a beast of an application in a lot of good ways. But what that usually ends up happening is you would need a Mimecast engineer at your company on your staff because like it is complex. So Kyle, let's talk about the Mimecast partnership you guys have, the kind of how you guys layer that management into it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mimecast is kind of the default thing that I add to any conversation with email or Microsoft 365, simply because that is such a huge entry point to malicious activity. And to your point, Kyle, it's a great platform. We feel like it's industry leading, and then we are their largest cloud solutions provider, meaning that we have the Mimecast engineers on staff that sit next to and on the same team with our Microsoft engineers. So it's a very cohesive unit within RapidScale, and it's because there are so many pieces to it. Once you get into are you protecting HIPAA information, just standard PII? Are you just looking to encrypt outbound emails, internal emails within the organization? There's so many levers you can pull to create the security stance that you're looking for, and so that's where we come in to help just provide the end-to-end experience for the organization. And I think with both of these solutions, Microsoft and Mimecast, both great organizations, make great products. We partner with them because we feel like they're best in the industry, but it helps to have that kind of outside support eyes looking in, right? I mean, it's to have another organization that's doing everything from implementing best practices to ongoing support that really helps. And so that's where we come in to provide that overarching support. But Mimecast is such a huge part of what we do, and just implementing it, making sure it's running appropriately for organizations. Security is top of mind for everybody. As Chris said, you've got to be able to provide a secure solution. Otherwise, what are you doing?
Absolutely. And real quick, Frank, I don't think we did a good enough job setting you up with RapidScale here. But just for everyone watching, I mean, RapidScale is a national, a global MSP, essentially managed service provider and private cloud adopter, private cloud driver. So, the advantages of using a national player like RapidScale, who's backed by Cox Communications, versus your local MSP down the street, right? Maybe you could talk to that a few, and then I'll give it back to Frank.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're global, 6 data centers, 4 in the US and 2 internationally. And so we've got our own cloud platform that we host infrastructure on and do a lot of Citrix and VMware for our customers. But at the end of the day, it's about providing the business solution that somebody's looking for and making that all tie together. And so, everything from the email security and implementation to the integration with your virtual desktops to the application delivery that's sitting in a server somewhere, really kind of tying all that together and using our resources to do that. And then, as you mentioned, acquired a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago now, by Cox Enterprises, has been a great thing for us because of the additional resources we've gotten, the additional team members, and Frank laughs. I call them the smart guys. It's always the additional smart guys we've been able to add to the team from a product and engineering standpoint. It's really helped us tie all this together even more than we were before.
Excellent. Close us out, Frank.
Hey, so Kyle Burt, you jumped in at the right time with the right question. So I want to build on top of that because it's perfect. So we're talking about really all this core expertise. This is not a sales conversation, but I think it's really good to set the expectation for where can we move forward from here? If you're a CIO coming in, I think you're recognizing that the day of the RFP is gone. It doesn't make sense anymore. That's just boiling the ocean. It's a lot of time. You need to align with people that you trust and build relationships and work there. The one thing that I can say about, RapidScale, that I can say about 8x8, and Kyle, I'd love to hear your opinion on this too, is that the way that they partner with us upfront in surfacing requirements with the client, the way that engineers come to the table soon, not later. We focus on the job to be done, not the order. We focus on what we're trying to accomplish, and it creates such a really positive experience. I feel like we get to a solution faster. I feel that it's more clear in terms of what the implementation looks like, and what the outcomes are that we're expecting. And so, as Kyle Surratt talks about, his engineers and all the smart guys, they've got a ton. The same thing is true with 8x8. And again, when you reach out to talk about investigating what can we do to bring on Microsoft Teams in a really smart and strategic fashion, the first step that you're going to get is just leaning in to understand you, and bringing intelligence to the table to just sort out and surface the details. So anyhow, that's what I want to make. Kyle?
Yeah, I will 100% echo that back, and because it's just the truth. I've had both these guys on different engagements, and we get right into the meeting, and like it's right into like, okay, this is the outcome we're going for. And I've had other partners to the meeting, I won't name them, but they show up and this is our stock price. Look at our stock price. Here's the accolades. This is us. And IT leaders at this conference, they've all been through these meetings, so they're hopefully they're out there chuckling and laughing with us because they've been through that. And it's not to say that it's the wrong or right way to do it, but it feels better. It's just a better
way
experience. And there's a better way to do it when you bring someone in that you can tell they care about the outcome. Like you can tell right away. So, and you feel that. So I think there's going to be, we definitely need more of that in the future of work.
Agreed 100%.
Yep.
Okay. So coming up here, we just, we have, more things in play in terms of, various different items on our agenda today. So just stay in tune to like what we have in terms of our schedule. I'm sure Kyle will look at that at the very end. Yeah. Chris and Kyle, did you have anything that you want to say in closing you didn't hit that you want to share with everyone?
Just with 8x8, if you want the ease of use of Microsoft calling plans, but you want an enterprise grade voice network, you really got to go with somebody like 8x8 for that. If you want to call anybody for help, then you're going to need somebody like 8x8 and then Kyle as well, because where we're really lacking is the ability to call anybody for help. So I appreciate the time that you guys gave us.
Well said. Kyle?
Absolutely. No, I couldn't, like I said at the beginning, I couldn't be more excited about this conversation, and it's all about the business outcome that an organization is looking for. And when we can tie those things together, we come in at the, Microsoft licensing level, but then the support and the integration, where somebody has to, an organization doesn't have to worry about, do I call 8x8 or do I call RapidScale? Who do I call to manage this? And, when they can just, call one team and know that we're all working together to solve the issue, it makes things so much more streamlined for the organization. And so excited about this conversation, excited to talk with anybody that has questions after this, and just really figure out how we can plug in together to help.
Absolutely. Well, appreciate your time, both of you guys, gentlemen. Please, guys, go check out their booths today. I know 8x8 has a lot of events going on today. Kyle Surratt's in the booth today as well. So stop by, say hello, and you guys catch up with them later. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Frank. And then there was two.
There were two.
So as we're wrapping up going into the 11 o'clock spot, look at the calendar here, the DirecTV menu. We got, I should probably stop saying that. I used to work for them. Giving them free shout outs here. So 11 o'clock, we got the spotlight interview with RapidScale Kyle Surratt that's coming up right next. Then we have a quick break for about an hour where we just got some words from our partners, some videos that we've put together that we feel are valuable enough to share. And then coming up, the headline event that we are excited about. Frank, I'll let you do the honors.
Yes. Justin Foster, co-founder at Root and River, nationally acclaimed writer, speaker. He's a thought leader, and he's really taking a different approach. We're going to cut into this technology from a culture and brand perspective in a way that we probably haven't envisioned it before, but we should have. So it's a good time to be woke to this subject.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I'll leave you guys with just a quick image sneak peek of that event, followed by Kyle Surratt, RapidScale, our spotlight interview with him. We'll see you guys soon.
Perfect.
That intro never gets old. I like it. I like the song.
I get pumped up in the background. I'm kind of doing a little bit of this kind of action going on there.
It is a little bit much. But hey, guys, we are back again. I hope you guys are enjoying the conference. Somehow I managed to change shirts a couple times today. I don't know how that's happened. Frank, I think you have the same shirt on the whole day. Like, it's awesome. I don't know.
I actually have just a whole rack of them right back behind me here. So it's just.
Oh, that's great. That's great. So who do we have up next, Frank?
Yeah. So, hey, everyone, we have the senior cloud strategist for RapidScale joining us today. And that man is Kyle Surratt. He is all about the future of work, and he's on with us now. Let's have a conversation.
Let's bring him in.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome,
hey guys.
Kyle.
Hey, thanks for having me. The intro pumped me up as well, so fired up to be
Right.
here. And
It's
awesome.
Up to it. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Kyle. So we're gonna ask you a series of questions, and we're gonna have a conversation about it. So ready? First
Cool.
question. Let's do it. What changes have you observed in the workplace over the last 4 months?
When this pandemic hit, I know I was on spring break with my girls in New Mexico in the mountains, and things are coming down the pipe with regards to school closing down and canceling March Madness and all these kind of things. I think in terms of when you put that in the context of work and organizations, the thing that I noticed was that initially people kind of went the crisis repair mode, maybe for where it's, hey, how do we mobilize our workforce to be able to work from wherever it is? And that was happening kind of across the board with schools and businesses and everything. How do we maintain efficiencies and productivity when people can't come into the office? And so, I think there was an initial kind of crisis mode of how do we kind of stop the bleeding and address that. And then we've kind of been able to walk into, how do we strategize for the future when things like this happen in the future, things outside of our control, what piece we put in place to help prepare or create readiness for these types of situations. And for us, for our customers, a lot of that is just how do we enable access to the things that an employee needs to do their job, the data, the applications, et cetera, from regardless of where they're at, regardless of whether they're sitting in an office or home office, something more traditional, or if they, happen to be somewhere in the mountains or on the beach, how do they continue to maintain productivity regardless of the things that, the curveballs are thrown at us, the whether it's pandemic or whatever it may be, how do we continue working? So I think those are some of the things that businesses have wrestled with, and some of the areas we've helped them hopefully address those needs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I like what you said. I mean, it was true. I don't like it, but we were all in crisis mode, right? So businesses too, like businesses were in crisis mode as well. And just like, what do we do, right? And just, and how we got to here, and how we're going to get to the next chapter here. So Frank, what do you have to add to that?
Well, yeah, only just from experience working with RapidScale, just, the last 4 months, it's amazing how like uniquely positioned you are. You are almost kind of in a work from home kind of scenario already in terms of your construct of your offering. And I'd be really interested to kind of find out, like, as you were having conversations during that period, how did that evolve over like 120 days, from initial response to people seeing the financial bubble to now people looking at, where do we go from here?
Yeah, no, it's a great point. I think, I work from home all the time. So nothing drastic changed for me and for, folks in my situation. I think that, initially it was that kind of crisis mode, I think. And, I think what people realize is that you've got to have these things put in place in advance. And I say that meaning that these are a lot of the concepts that I'm talking about day in and day out in the areas that we're trying to help customers. I had multiple prospects that, came back to me and said, man, I really wish we had done this, 6 months ago or 4 months ago, because, I think day one, I probably got, 5 emails about, hey, I've got to get 200 employees mobilized, work from home, virtual desktop as a service set up by next week. How do we do that? And it's kind of like, man, this is a strategy we've got to have in place. These deployments are complex, and they take, anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks generally to deploy. So outside of a few expedites and things like that, our hands were kind of tied in getting something up next week. But we were able to help with some Office 365 and, getting some collaboration tools put in place to address the immediate need, and then kind of continue the conversation on the longer term strategy of what comes next.
What was the most unexpected event besides the event that happened during this time, like with respect to like getting people turned up quickly, maybe like a good story?
Yeah. So I think, so we did have what's that?
Dogs love it too. They love that question.
Dogs love it too. Hey, that's another great, if I could create an application or a delivery tool to drown out dogs, kids, and then like my neighbor's lawn mowing service, then we'd be all set. But that is the future of work, I think, dealing with those things. But I think, Kyle, to address your thought or question there, we did have some quick expedites that we were able to, I think for us, a great example is customers that we had already on a Citrix platform, for example, that maybe had 25% of their workforce on Citrix to be able to work remotely. And then the pandemic hit, and they needed to go from 200 users, or call it whatever percentage of their workforce, up to 2,000 users. So they had to get their entire workforce ready to work remote. That was a great use case where all of a sudden, we're able to just scale that environment out. They're already on the platform. We just had to add new users, and so it made it very easy to do that. Scale it rapidly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So those are the use cases where it's like, this is actually like all the things we're talking about daily as we're trying to sell these platforms and help our customers. We're actually working, and you kind of saw them benefit the customers. We had, a lot of customers reach out that, that we were able to kind of, not me, our support teams, the smart people were able to kind of save the day and really make sure that they could adjust on the fly.
Love that. So you ready for the next question?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
There we go. Let's do it. When you think of the phrase "the future of work," what comes to mind?
very simplistically, I think we're seeing a shift away from a traditional office space. I've talked to numerous prospects, contacts, friends that are seeing the fact that they may not go back to a traditional office ever. I think that the most recent stat I saw was a poll of CFOs that indicated that they think that 40%, up to 40% of their workforce will be remote moving forward. So we get past this pandemic, we get things, kind of back to what we call normal. A large percentage of those people won't ever return to a traditional office. And so, you kind of back that, zoom out and think about the impacts that has to commercial real estate and office space and all the things that we traditionally think of when we're thinking of an enterprise workspace. That's all kind of shifting. And I think it's really just a shift towards productivity, regardless of where you're at, regardless of what device you have. But how do I enable my employees to do their job wherever they're at? And I think a lot of business leaders have seen that this new model, this work from home model, doesn't mean that they have to sacrifice productivity. I think there was a belief prior that they needed people in an office in their seats where they could see them to ensure that they're doing their job. And I think a lot of people have been open to the fact that folks, A, can be productive from their home, and B, those employees kind of enjoy that. They enjoy the flexibility to be able to do the things that they want to do. Frank, I know you and I have talked numerous times about kind of the greater work-life balance you can strike when you don't have to spend an hour commuting every day. But you can still get your work done and be effective as an employee without some of those things that were traditionally thought of as requirements.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think are some of the industries that are benefiting the most right now from like Rapid Scale?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, we're seeing our fastest growing industries are kind of traditionally our healthcare, financial institutions, retail institutions. Those are kind of top of mind in an area of where I think that organizations are seeing a great benefit. I mean, I think we'll take retail as an example of an environment where employees, stores used to have people come into their stores to buy things, and online was picking up, but now online is shot through. Online shopping has shot through the roof, and so now how do those businesses function with maybe less emphasis on the retail space with brick and mortar and more emphasis on how do they serve those customers with their call center, customer support, and all those things remotely, with home-based employees. I think those businesses that traditionally relied on a physical space, I think, are benefiting greatly from this new model and some of the platforms that we can help put in place.
Yeah, excellent. Frank, anything to add?
Yeah, so one of the things that Kyle and I have been working on, and I'm talking about Kyle Surratt, is like putting into place at Rapid Scale some of our Recovery X program. How people move from the position they're in to a state of reform and re-architect in the future to become more elastic and more resistant to change and more productive. And some of the things that you were talking about, Kyle, were really kind of impactful there on this subject, because you're really kind of talking about like how, what that future of that office actually looks like and how people are working together. And then in your first question, you really talked about getting ahead of the process and getting ahead of the subject. And I think that this is the one thing that, and again, something we've been talking about is like the need, even if you're not going to act on it right now, if you say like, well, this is not a Q3 initiative, or this is not a Q, you still need to get ahead of this. You still need to have the construct and the architecture in place and start to pull this together so that you can achieve this new positioning. So I love the way, if you were to say like right now, there are 3 recommendations You say like, hey, listen, I think everybody should start this right now. What would be those 3 things you would say? Hey, listen, you need to get off the schneid and get moving.
Yeah. I think it's a great question. I think the 3 that pop to the top of my mind initially are customers need to get on I think O365 or there's a variety of platforms similar to that, but we provide a lot of support and we've seen a lot of growth in our O365 practice. And if you're leveraging all the tools within that, from OneDrive to Teams to the email to everything that goes with it, you can really kind of seamlessly. I mean, that's a great kind of work from home, initial toe in the water, if you will. You've got access to everything. It's all backed up. We provide backups to that data, and you can really kind of scale that and work regardless. You can be on vacation and still access your documents, et cetera. So I think that's kind of the initial thing. And then, number 2, I would say, is access to the applications. So a lot of businesses still have legacy applications, may not be in a SaaS-based delivery model format yet. And so they've got to still have those applications. Additionally, they've had to VPN into a server, log into a server, whatever the case may be. But how do they access those? And so that's where kind of DaaS, desktop as a service, comes into play, give them that full functionality, regardless of location or device that they're on. And then, the other thing that I think has to be a consideration for all of these conversations is the security you wrap around it. I mean, I think the other piece that, there's plenty of stats with, the growth of Teams and the growth of Zoom and all the things that have grown during this time. The other thing that's grown drastically is malicious on network, and some of that through email, some of that through direct network action. But bad guys are bad guys, and scammers are always going to try to take advantage of anything, whether it's a pandemic or whatever's going on in our society and economy, et cetera. And the security stance, I think, is a big thing that has to be taken into consideration, regardless of what platform.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And final question. Here we go. How do your company's products or services fit into future work environments?
I've mentioned a lot of things here that play directly into that, but I think top of mind is we want to provide access to mission critical applications and data, regardless of location, regardless of device that you're working on, et cetera. So really streamlining that the employees' access to those tools, allow them to do their job and to do so securely. The thing I'll add, and where we really set ourselves apart, I believe, is the support that we put around those things. So we're finding what we feel like are industry-leading technology platforms. So Citrix, VMware, Zerto, VeloCloud, et cetera. We're finding those industry-leading platforms, and then applying our support, our people, our services on top of those things. And so one of the big common denominators for all of our clients, for the most part, is an IT team that's stretched thin. We're seeing a vacuum in the IT workforce today, where a lot of folks are being pulled to service providers, cloud providers, et cetera. And so it makes it very hard for an organization to find really highly qualified IT staff who help run their business. And that's where they can lean on us to provide an extension of their IT team to help run their application, regardless of the variety of platforms those may be on. So desktop as a service, as an example, we've got most Citrix engineers and Microsoft engineers and others that can help support these platforms all the way down to the end user, so that the business owner, the business stakeholders can focus on their next strategic move, or their next business initiative, next product, whatever it may be. Let us take care of the IT side of the house while they focus on their business. That's really where we try to focus, where we set ourselves apart, and ultimately, as we've seen this spring, we can help customers really position themselves pretty well for situations like we've seen, and we're kind of handling that back end stuff where they can focus on their business.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys have the full suite of covering covering from the Office 365 to the backup and then some. What would you say is the you know, before you move to like a DaaS environment, right? Like a desktop as a service, like that's kind of like almost like the pinnacle. Like your network has to be
Yeah.
pretty solid, right? So, what's kind of like the journey of like getting your feet wet? You said 365, right? So let's go from beyond there. So from 365 to going full DaaS, like what's that journey like for that customer?
Yeah, so I think to your point, and that's where I love working with guys like yourselves, where we create a really solid team, right? So you guys come in and do a great assessment of an organization, what it look like, everything from phones to network, the bandwidth, everything that's in place today, and then what does that future state look like? And then we team really well, so I can come in and kind of talk about what the future state of that compute and desktop, et cetera, looks like, and so we can really help map that out for an organization and do our part really well, while you guys kind of orchestrate the other part. We work very closely with all your other partners that handle different pieces of it. We can integrate very well. But I think to your question, Kyle, that starting with Office 365 and getting a secure, solid transition there with the migration and everything else, and then focusing on maybe the infrastructure, what applications or files need to be hosted still on infrastructure, and how do we enable that to be cloud ready and move to a cloud-based environment. And then finally, like you said, the pinnacle, how do we access that? What is the vehicle we use to get to that application? Citrix, is that Horizon, VMware Horizon, what is that vehicle that allows us to securely get access to it? So we can help map that out and figure out what that journey looks like for us.
Yeah, Frank, anything?
Yeah, just really a comment, and it just kind of builds upon what you were both talking about. And the fact is that, if I'm a CIO, I'm a VP of IT, just an IT leader. I've been to enough sales meetings that they're almost repellent. And what I really like about working with RapidScale is that we kind of focus on the job to be done. And what you're talking about, Kyle, bringing in the engineers, you call them the smart guys, bringing in all the engineers, and the architects, and putting everything aside and saying, like, what's the best way to architect this to get the right outcomes? I appreciate that probably more than anything, because that's one of the things that, like, for Kyle, Bert, and I, one of our promises to clients is that we're going to bring the best to the table, and we're going to have meaningful conversations, and we're going to focus on the job at hand. And you help us do that. And so, there are other people out there that do similar things that you do, but I think it's also really important to mention, like, how you do the job is just as important as the job that you're doing. And I just want to let you know, I appreciate you for that. And for other people out there, when you do reach out, you will get that experience.
No, I
I'm Ahmed Hassan, and I've been involved in construction most of my life, typically on the supervising side, but I've never been involved with micro trenching. Today, I'll be embedded with a crew and learn all there is to know about this innovative process.
But I can't pop these until 9 o'clock.
Supposedly, trenching, conduit installation, and backfill is all going to get completed in one day. I'm excited to check out the process for myself and see how it really works. You must be Chris, huh?
Hi, man.
Pleasure, Chris.
Nice to meet you.
Jake, nice to find you.
Nice to meet you in person.
So, none of us are new to construction, but you guys specialize in this whole thing called micro trenching.
Well, we welcome
Today I
you.
get to do that.
Today you get to do that.
So, Jake, we're putting in micro trenching and we're using it for fiber optics.
Yeah, typically it's used for fiber optics.
Okay.
Everyone looks at wireless as, you know, it don't need wires. It actually needs fiber to backhaul the services of that wireless technology.
So this is all about technology and improving the services in this local community.
Correct.
Now we all look like we're on the same team.
Yes, sir.
Let's go out here and look at what you guys got going on.
All right.
It looks like the crew is set up waiting on you. So what do we got going on here,
Yeah,
Chris?
we have our trenchers set up and we have the blade, which we've done our plunge cut to test the depth.
Okay.
And we're going to get ready to cut this morning, and we're going to take about a 600-foot run down the street here. And the day actually started on a prior day where we came through and we GPR'd the entire street, which is a ground penetrating radar to identify the utilities that are in the street. I've identified the locations where we think we're going to have a crossing problem.
Yeah.
And we do the process called potholing.
Got it.
So we have no interaction with any of the other utilities.
So no steel plates covering the street, road closures, none of that's involved.
That's the whole reason for doing the trench the way we do it. We don't have the typical trench that's closed the road, and at the end of the day, everything's reinstated and back open to the traveling public.
This is pretty fabulous. Jimmy, you're ready, huh? All right.
All right.
I think we should stop talking. Let's get
Let's
on
go.
with the process, huh?
Our typical depth that we're going to go today is 16 inches deep, and we're going to go 2 inches wide to put 3 1/4 conduit in.
That's it.
That's
all
it.
that's necessary.
And we go right down the street. You're able to drive across it with cars, bikes, and pedestrians
entire
with no
time.
problem the entire time. Emergency vehicles are always able to get across.
Nice. And what's really great, traffic has kept right on flowing. I've really never seen a construction process this many feet go that fast. It's like a rapid parade.
Push. There you go.
There it is. The conduit for the fiber goes into the trench. Fiber will bring enterprise-level networking services to the area and feed a new small cell network. It'll also prepare the community for 5G and smart city technology. This is the way of the future.
It's the way of the future.
And it looks like you can put thousands of these strands in the ground.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can put, you know, a couple hundred strands of fiber up to over 1,000 now. Strands of fiber in a cable about this size. It carries video, voice, data. It's unlimited what it can carry.
That's good. You don't want to touch this stuff. It's very sticky.
It's like extremely strong super glue. There's one more product that has to go over the top. We're out of here. And these lanes are going to be opened up in what, the next 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, we're getting ready to pick up the lanes and
This
get
is
off
awesome.
the road, and we had a successful day.
Yep. And the municipality's got all the data they need for
Absolutely.
the future.
And then some. It's pretty impressive. It's like we were never even here. I mean, that's the thing about micro trenching. Whether you're a city, county, or local municipality, to do this type of work on this larger scale and keep the flow of traffic moving, that's really the added benefit. We'll see you in your city soon.
Ah, another typical day at a typical business. It has employees working on desktops and mobile devices, using all kinds of business and personal applications. And let's not forget the people working from home or wherever. And a lot of this business is still powered by an on-prem network of servers and databases, supported by an IT manager who is typically very, very stressed. Why all the worry? Well, it's his job to keep a whole bunch of business-critical things alive and well, with limited time, resources, or budget. And things only grow in volume and complexity with each new hire. So how does RapidScale help remove all the mess and stress? In a word, easily. First of all, let's take all of those servers, databases, and applications and move them right to the cloud. Now, let's help keep the bad guys out with robust multi-layered security. And even if something or someone pops up and threatens to gum up the works, Advanced Disaster Recovery helps keep things up and running. So now we have this secure, almost unstoppable ecosystem. We just need to connect everyone, everywhere, to it. You guessed it, we've got you covered there too. RapidScale and Cox Business excel in application delivery, ensuring data and communications reliably work and move at lightning speed. And get this, the entire shebang is easily visible and controlled through a single pane of glass portal. And our experts help you co-manage or even manage your entire system for you. And we stand by you with 24/7 support if you ever need anything. Managed cloud services from RapidScale. Securely collaborate from virtually anywhere, anytime, and on any device.
The digital revolution has changed everything. Your customers know it, and your competitors know it. This new reality has turned the customer experience into the new battleground, and the contact center is at the center of it all. The question is, how do you stay ahead of a revolution that never stops moving? You partner with a cloud technology leader with the agility to help you move even faster. At InContact, everything we do is about making it easy for contact centers to transform one-on-one experiences. Transformation means your customers spending less time solving problems and more time doing what they love. It means turning average agents into customer experience rock stars. And when it's all said and done, transformation is about achieving your goals and driving revenue while lowering costs, with a customer experience that keeps people coming back for more. Achieving these business goals all comes down to improving customer experiences by winning each and every one-on-one interaction. Through a unique combination of our technology, people, and partners, we make that all possible. It's an approach that's put us in front with more than 6 billion interactions in over 100 countries worldwide. It's the reason why hundreds of leading brands trust us to transform the way they achieve their customer experience goals. And it's why the world's top analysts consistently recognize us as a market leader. Because at InContact, we make transformation easy.
Hi, my name is Noah Chandler, and I'm the head of customer success at SADA. And on today's episode of Sweet Bits, I'm going to be talking to you about how to filter rows by color. So sometimes it's the smaller updates that actually have a big impact to your end users. And for you spreadsheet lovers, being able to sort and filter by color is for you. Let me show you how this is done. So to filter and sort by color, it's actually fairly straightforward. Here I have a spreadsheet called Apple Stats. And let's say I only want to look at the rows that are highlighted in yellow. I can go filter by color, filter by fill color, and then I select yellow, and voila, we've isolated only the rows that are yellow. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of Sweet Bits. To make sure that you don't miss out on future updates, please click the subscribe button.
Rogers, Chief Experience Officer at Arroyo 360. Coming from the Big Three world and then spending years as a business transformation professional, I've helped countless companies adapt and overcome really the most pressing challenges. So here we are. The world has obviously changed. And if you want to deliver a great customer experience or simply keep your business going at all, you're really now hard pressed to digitally transform and do it fast. But where do you even begin? There's so many solutions on the market, really lack of experts on your side, and such a small room for error. At Arroyo 360, we have the market insights and access to the resources you need so you can change the experience and change the outcome. Our mission is to help companies increase sales velocity, drive revenue retention, and serve their customers better. To achieve this, we re-engineer how and where people work using modern cloud communication technologies and our advanced tactics. So how does this look like exactly? Imagine your customers being able to contact you and engage from any location, on any device, on any channel, using websites and mobile apps, and your staff trained and technically enabled to serve them securely and efficiently from anywhere in the world, be it in another country or a home office. Arroyo 360 is here to support you completely in the process of transitioning to this sustainable, fully elastic, and secure economic model. In the process, we curate the right software vendors that meet your needs. Our experts solution the most optimal implementation strategy. And finally, we get the best contracts and terms with each vendor. The solutioning process comes at no cost to you. At Arroyo 360, we understand that this is really a challenging time to embracing a reform. But in response, we've crafted a laser-focused recovery framework aimed towards reducing your expenses through better contract terms with your right software vendors, improved process optimization, and targeted growth initiatives that really emphasize communication and engagement. Let us come alongside and help you navigate change. All of this starts with a conversation. Contact an Arroyo 360 advisor today, and as the Chief Experience Officer, I will be actively engaged in your mission.
Can you hear me? Great. And
can you see me? I have video set up too. I set it up myself. I call it conference videoing. Oh, notes, yes.
I will share them with you now.
Hey, did you get the notes? No.
The world moves forward at an exponential pace. We are impartial arbiters of knowledge. We are the navigators of disruption. We link our known to your unknown. We anticipate what it will take to thrive. Protecting your potential for growth in an exponential world. We are the trusted advisor.
Rogers, Chief Experience Officer at Arroyo 360. Coming from the big three world and then spending years as a business transformation professional, I've helped countless companies adapt and overcome really the most pressing challenges. So here we are. The world has obviously changed. And if you want to deliver a great customer experience or simply keep your business going at all, you're really now hard pressed to digitally transform and do it fast. But where do you even begin? There are so many solutions on the market, really lack of experts on your side, and such a small room for error. At Arroyo 360, we have the market insights and access to the resources you need so you can change the experience and change the outcome. Our mission is to help companies increase sales velocity, drive revenue retention, and serve their customers better. To achieve this, we re-engineer how and where people work using modern cloud communication technologies and our advanced tactics. So how does this look like exactly? Imagine your customers being able to contact you and engage from any location, on any device, on any channel, using websites and mobile apps. And your staff, trained and technically enabled to serve them securely and efficiently from anywhere in the world, be it in another country or a home office. Arroyo 360 is here to support you completely in the process of transitioning to this sustainable, fully elastic, and secure economic model. In the process, we curate the right software vendors that meet your needs. Our experts solution the most optimal implementation strategy. And finally, we get the best contracts and terms with each vendor. The solutioning process comes at no cost to you. At Arroyo 360, we understand that this is really a challenging time to embracing a reform. But in response, we've crafted a laser-focused recovery framework aimed towards reducing your expenses through better contract terms with your right software vendors, improved process optimization, and targeted growth initiatives that really emphasize communication and engagement. Let us come alongside and help you navigate change. All of this starts with a conversation. Contact an Arroyo 360 advisor today, and as the Chief Experience Officer, I will be actively engaged in your mission.
Hello, and welcome to SADA Live. I'm Simon Margolis, Director of Cloud Platform at SADA Systems, and this week we're going to talk about migrating to the cloud. There are two great options for migration, lift and shift and phased migration. We strongly recommend a phased migration plan, which allows for the greatest adoption into Google Cloud Services. By taking a more methodical approach, our customers are able to step into the cloud with no downtime and take advantage of Google's serverless offerings at their own pace. By moving critical data into GCP, our customers are able to take advantage of Google's innovative cloud platform, allowing for less headaches, cost reductions, and greater business insights. Migration is just the first step. For more information on how to get the most value out of your cloud strategy, check out our website, contact the SADA team, and keep watching SADA Live.
Zoom Phone brings traditional desk phone capabilities directly into the application you're already using for meetings and chat. If I click on the phone icon, I see call history, both calls coming in as well as calls going out for that user, as well as being able to call them back. I can filter by missed calls as well as calls that were recorded. In addition, I can play those messages right from the recording as well as call that individual back. From voicemail, I can view the message that came in and was left in my inbox, as well as the transcription of that message as well. Calling that individual back and playing the voicemail as well as deleting the voicemail is an option right in the application. In addition to seeing my own voicemail, I can also be shared other individuals or shared line voicemails as well. I can click on that and view that message as well as the transcription. Lines allows you to not only see your own line, but any shared lines that have been assigned to you as a delegate. We can see that Donald Duck here is available and on a mobile device. And when he gives us a call, we can answer that call, see both individual lines actually lit up as available calls running actively, and I can view what activity I can do inside that call. I can mute, access the keypad, I can change my audio source. I can add an additional user to the call. I can hold that call, transfer that call to an individual, record the call, escalate that call to a meeting and have more of a collaborative experience with video and content, and minimize the call and view the rest of my screen. In addition, I have the ability to be able to search for a particular individual. So if I want to type in their name, I will be able to see them here. Anybody in my directory will show up, and I can just simply click to call them. I can also change my outbound caller ID based on the number I'm calling from. In this case, it can be my direct number, it could be my main company number, or it can be one of the lines that I've been granted as a delegate for, or in general, hide the caller ID altogether.
Another typical day at a typical business. It has employees working on desktops and mobile devices, using all kinds of business and personal applications. And let's not forget the people working from home or wherever. And a lot of this business is still powered by an on-prem network of servers and databases, supported by an IT manager who is typically very, very stressed. Why all the worry? Well, it's his job to keep a whole bunch of business critical things alive and well, with limited time, resources, or budget. And things only grow in volume and complexity with each new hire. So how does RapidScale help remove all the mess and stress? In a word, easily. First of all, let's take all of those servers, databases, and applications and move them right to the cloud. Now, let's help keep the bad guys out with robust multi-layered security. And even if something or someone pops up and threatens to gum up the works, Advanced Disaster Recovery helps keep things up and running. So now we have this secure, almost unstoppable ecosystem. We just need to connect everyone, everywhere, to it. You guessed it, we've got you covered there too. RapidScale and Cox Business excel in application delivery, ensuring data and communications reliably work and move at lightning speed. And get this, the entire shebang is easily visible and controlled through a single pane of glass portal. And our experts help you co-manage or even manage your entire system for you. And we stand by you with 24/7 support if you ever need anything. Managed cloud services from RapidScale. Securely collaborate from virtually anywhere, anytime, and on any device.
The digital revolution has changed everything. Your customers know it, and your competitors know it. This new reality has turned the customer experience into the new battleground, and the contact center is at the center of it all. The question is, how do you stay ahead of a revolution that never stops moving? You partner with a cloud technology leader with the agility to help you move even faster. At InContact, everything we do is about making it easy for contact centers to transform one-on-one experiences. Transformation means your customers spending less time solving problems and more time doing what they love. It means turning average agents into customer experience rock stars. And when it's all said and done, transformation is about achieving your goals and driving revenue while lowering costs, with a customer experience that keeps people coming back for more. Achieving these business goals all comes down to improving customer experiences by winning each and every one-on-one interaction. Through a unique combination of our technology, people, and partners, we make that all possible. It's an approach that's put us in front with more than 6 billion interactions in over 100 countries worldwide. It's the reason why hundreds of leading brands trust us to transform the way they achieve their customer experience goals. And it's why the world's top analysts consistently recognize us as a market leader. Because at InContact, we make transformation easy.
We support the power company that turns the lights on in my house. It's our network that supports aviation. It's the same network that supports the hospitals.
It's always putting the customer first, understanding who they are.
Whether it's something that exists today or something that's on the horizon, we're building the network that creates the path for limitless possibilities in business.
Welcome to 8x8 Unplugged, where we connect you to the rock and roll universe with our award-winning 8x8 meetings platform. I'm your host, John Delosier. I'm joined by renowned photographer, drummer, and award-winning author Rob Shanahan, who'll take your questions and lay down the rhythms for this rock and roll journey. Let's go. Hi, everyone, and welcome to 8x8 Unplugged, where we bring rock and roll right to your desktop via our award-winning platform here at 8x8. It's reliable, it's secure, and it's now everywhere. And by the way, as always, I'm joined by author, drummer, and photographer of the rock stars, my man, Rob Shanahan.
John, always great to talk rock and roll with you, man. My brother from another mother, and your platform, 8x8 Meetings, is exactly what the world needs right now, bringing everyone together. I couldn't be more excited to kick off this show, 8x8 Unplugged, with my good pal, Phil X.
Phil X. Welcome, man. Thank you so much. Yes. The X-Man is here. I love it. I love it.
Good to be here. You know, we started working together back in January 2012.
It was for Yamaha.
Yes. You walked into my studio with like 3 guitar cases. You came to my studio in Venice.
Yeah.
And we met for the first time, and immediately I knew you were a brother from another mother, like my pal John here. And we started talking Van Halen and Deep Purple, and oh my God, it was so great. And
I remember that specifically, and I remember walking outside going, "Is this your car?"
The Nomad.
I go, "You got a 50-something station wagon," and he's like, "What? Put the drums in the back." I'm like, "I love this guy."
I can't stop looking at your guitars. I'm sure you've heard that before.
Yeah, right. See, that's why I just moved over. Hey, is that a white Explorer?
Oh, look at that.
Yes, it is.
Hey, what's that?
What?
What?
I love it.
What?
I love it. Hey, Phil, first question for you. What are you doing these days during this freaking COVID thing? Are you staying busy? Are you laying down some music? Like, what's going on at home?
I am. I'm working on. Actually, it's funny. I went through you go through phases. My first phase was put the kids to sleep and just practice guitar, which is funny because when you land a mega gig, you think you can rest on your laurels. But I've always I grew up playing, challenging myself, and always finding new ways to express my heart. So, but where it paid off is like I put this video up of me jamming to like the Deep Purple master track of Highway Star. When I listen to the keyboard solo that I do instead of the keyboard solo, I'm like, dude, you were practicing like a mofo. It was the most articulate and clean. I call it quarantine clean. I'm also working on a bunch of stuff. I actually just launched an app. It's the Phil X app.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, tell us about that.
So that's kind of cool. That's a new thing, and I try to I'm a content guy, but I'm trying to do exclusive content just for the app, and especially for subscribers. In fact, today I just launched a 20% off all Phil X merch on the app.
Excellent.
So there's all kinds of stuff like that. I'm also working on 100 Phil X Instalicks PDF booklet.
Wow.
So it's like notated and tablature and a link to a video of me playing it slow and fast. And and it's funny, I have a friend who's like a YouTube master / genius / guru. His name is Rick Beato. Everybody knows Rick because he puts up some of the best content that's on YouTube. And he's like, you got really great licks. You should do a Phil X lick book. And I'm like, how do I do that?
That's so great, especially for guitar hacks like me, right? So I can actually get on there and get the lick book out and wait, this is how Phil did it. This is how I'm going to do it.
Click.
I like it.
Growing up, like for us to learn music, playing the record over and over and over, just shredding away. Obviously, you spent hours and hours and hours doing that. Talk about how beneficial it is to kids now with YouTube and apps and all the electronic devices that we can learn instruments from.
Right. And what we did, which it was before YouTube and even before tablature, and just, it's amazing ear training because I was in cover bands, I started playing in clubs when I was 17 or 18 because you could in Canada for some crazy reason. And so you did 3 45-minute sets a night, and so you needed a lot of material.
Oh yeah.
You change it up because a Friday night and Saturday night in a small town, the same people are showing up. So if you do, you got to change it up. So, but everything we learned was by ear, and so my ear is pretty awesome, if I do say so myself. Because when I started doing sessions here in '99, in LA, I don't read. So I was going in and people would play something and I just started like, how do you pick up so fast? And I'm like, dude, I learned Eruption from vinyl when I was 13. This is nothing.
Alda Nova, Triumph, you came to this country from Canada. You mentioned that earlier. You grew up in Ontario, right?
I'm an export, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. And then I'm really curious about this. You have an incredible reputation as an amazing session guitar player. A lot of people want you to play with them. They want to hear you on their records, those kinds of things. I guess the question is can you keep up with their type of music, whether it's Tommy Lee and Methods of Mayhem or Kelly Clarkson or Alice Cooper, whoever it is? Do you do all that from ear as well when they ask you to come in?
I think your job in that session world is basically becoming a chameleon. So you have to, wear different hats and definitely approach different styles and make it sound genuine. Being in a cover band when I was a kid, we would go from Bryan Adams to Yngwie Malmsteen. And then later on, when we had a girl singer, because they always wanted a girl singer when we went to Montreal, we learned I Will Survive. And we learned Marvin Gaye stuff. So
Right.
Being able to do that when I was younger, translating that into the session world became pretty seamless. But the thing is I always approach sessions as a songwriter. I know my job is not only to come up with cool guitar parts, but it's also to support the vocal, which the vocal is always king. Whether it's Alice Cooper or Kelly Clarkson, the vocal is king. So it's supporting that and also making the chorus peak. Like, okay, here we are playing the verse, and this is the pre-chorus, and this is our journey to the chorus. And then when the chorus kicks in, you want it to slam. So, and it's usually, you know, guitar overdubs that are doing that. So as a songwriter, I would approach it as, what would I do if this was my song? What can I do to help that chorus? I think one thing is being able to do your job is as a pro and as you know, no ego and just walk in and deliver. I think delivery is more important than anything because, you know, when that's how your name starts going around. Because it was Rob Zombie who heard me playing on Tommy Lee's record, Methods of Mayhem in '99. And then Rob was like, hey, would you play on my next record? And then I'm like, of course. And then 2 weeks later, Rob was like, hey, did Alice call you? And I'm like, Alice who? He goes, Alice Cooper, I gave him your number last week. I'm like, what? So, I mean, it's like when you're a good chef.
When you go in for a session, obviously the songwriter has an idea of what they want. So you go in, first couple takes, you give them what they want. And then do you ever go back and say, hey, I think we got it in the can, but let's try this. Listen to this. Do you put your little Phil X spin on everything?
I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
That's exactly what, because I feel like everybody, you know, at first, when I do a first session with any producer, you go, okay, just want big guitars in the chorus and then some kind of chorusy arpeggiated thing to have it, you know, move along, and then I'll see you in like 5 hours, and then you do that, but then, you know, if you're doing a whole record, you know, that arpeggio thing starts sounding like a car commercial at some point, right? And I'm like, I don't want this to be a car commercial. Let's come up with something. Hey, can I try something else? And everybody's like, what do you mean? I'm like, let me try a couple of things. And then I play something, and then they go, wow, that's amazing. And then when the producer comes in and hears it and he likes it, then the next go in for the next project, they'll walk in and then they go, oh, it's you. Oh, just do your thing. See you later.
That's where the beauty happens, in my opinion, when you just let you do what you do. That's it.
And then, like, we did a lot of that on the first Daughtry record because it was more than 10 songs and everything came in like a demo or an acoustic and a voice. And we really had to create a vibe for that whole record because they didn't even have a band yet. But after that record came out and it had such a sound, then producers were like, hey, let's get that guy that did the Daughtry record. Hey, who did the Daughtry record? Phil X. Is that even a name? Right? So that became a calling card.
Was there a session that stuck out for you? Was there? I know you do. It's business for you. I understand that, but you're an artist at your core. Is there one that sticks out, or is it all kind of you get in, you do your thing, and get out?
Chris Cornell, because I was a huge fan. So getting to record with him was like, I mean, it becomes a surreal situation, but you're also like doing the job. So, but in that particular situation, it was like, hey, we're doing a track, and are you available on Friday? I'm like, yeah, of course. And what is it? And then it's Chris Cornell. I'm like, what? You like, I automatically like freak out. And then you show up at the session, and he's not there, and it's just you and a drummer. So you and the drummer are doing multi-takes of this one song. And I believe it was, he did a whole record with Timbaland, but the record company was like, can we do a rock version of the single? And he's like, yeah, of course. And they got Howard Benson to produce that. So Howard called me. So I did all the guitars. And then again, the day that I did guitars, Chris wasn't there. But then they call and go, hey, are you available tomorrow night? I'm like, you know, what is it? He goes, well, you got to do that guitar solo on the Cornell track, and Chris wants to be here for that. I'm like, my calendar with the eraser already.
Oh yeah.
So I go in and he's on the couch, and now he's already sung the track. So I'm playing guitar and his voice is coming through the speakers. So that alone is like, holy shit, this isn't. And then he's on the couch and you're like, what the fuck? And then, you know, it's kind of like an incredible feeling. And then I'm like, how do you break the ice with Chris Cornell? Just how do you do it? So I feel like, okay, this just do your thing here. Just be Phil X. So, and then when I'm in the studio and if I'm going for a solo, I've heard it from a lot of people, engineers, producers. It's like I'm on stage. Like I'm not sitting, I'm standing, and I'm just going for it. And so that's what's happening. I try a different tuning for the solo, plug in a new amp, and I start doing this thing. But I'm getting into it, like I'm on stage. So then and Chris goes, well, that was really good, but I think you need a little more gain. And I'm like, yeah, but it looked good, didn't it? And he laughed, and I'm like, I broke the ice.
I know a lot of people are waiting for this part of the show, Rob. We've got lots of questions around this. So early on, you do this touring thing with Autonova, you with Triumph, you do the sessions, all the stuff. You've built an amazing career, and you're rolling, and then you get the call. You get the call to come play with Bon Jovi. How did that happen? Like the first time, and then we'll talk about the second time. When you got in there in the first, was it just like a We Need You?
Every time, it's a good story. But the first time it was, I didn't even really know John Shanks, but he had a studio at Henson at the time, and I was working at Henson, and I was working on a session with Kenny Aronoff and Chris Chaney on bass, and we were doing this project, and we were having lunch, and John knew everybody but me. So Shanks walks in, he goes, "Hey Kenny, hey Chris, hey guitar guy," you know. But then later on in the week, because we were there for a few weeks, later on in the week, he came into Studio D where we were, and he walked up to me and he goes, you are funny. And I'm like, what? And he goes, I couldn't stop watching your YouTube videos last night. But not only are you funny and you have this cool vibe, but it sounds like you can play and sing anything. So obviously he's a guitar collector, so he was talking about the old Fred and Americana demos. So, which, you know, pretty much a Phil X show, but he was just floored. So 2 weeks later, his Bon Jovi relationship popped up because he produced the last bunch of records for them, I think since Have a Nice Day. And he called me, he got my number, and he called me and he said, "Hey Phil, it's John Shanks. I think I have a gig for you." I'm like, "Oh, cool. What is it?" He goes, "Well, I can't really tell you over the phone, but if you could come by at my studio tomorrow, I'll tell you about it." And I'm like, "Okay." So I go by the studio. I walk in, and he goes, "Here's a contract. Here's a statement of confidentiality. You might be filling in for Richie Sambora and Bon Jovi."
Nice.
No audition, no nothing. That's John Bon Jovi and John Shanks, their relationship. John Bon Jovi asked Shanks, "I might need somebody. Who's the guy?" And Shanks, without a thought, just because he saw the videos, said, "You got to get this guy." And no nothing. It was on his word.
How about that? Rob and I, we talk about this all the time. One of my favorite movies, you might laugh at this one, is the movie Rockstar with Mark Wahlberg. I love it. I love that movie.
Even though it's not that good of a movie, but it's fun to watch.
It totally is. Where he goes in the studio and they audition him. And okay, we've heard enough. Thank you. That's how I always wonder, is that how it's going to be for you guys? But that's amazing. It's a shame.
And some guys totally clean up, and I understand that aspect of it. For me, it was kind of like, it was a few months. John, there was a point where, hey, you have to learn a 2.5-hour show. And we might not be able to rehearse, think of showing up, doing kind of a lengthy sound check, and then performing in front of 20,000 people that night. And I'm like, And I'll tell you something that I don't say a lot because I've been asked this question a lot, but it's me. I had just left my first wife and we were going through a divorce, and I got the house, I don't know how, and the dogs. So it's me. They've sent me DVDs, Bon Jovi DVDs of shows, not unreleased material. So, you know, Tokyo Dome from last year, this, that. Something just happened to my microphone. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, you're good. We got you.
So I'm in the living room and I got the big screen with the DVD playing. I got a mic stand with the lyrics. I got my pocket Marshall and I'm playing a Bon Jovi show. Because not only did I want to learn the material, so I would learn the record and then I would learn the live stuff because there's always different arrangements, more in different keys. I want to watch John do his cue thing, so I'm there for that and the shots and all that stuff. So I'm doing the show and in front of my dogs, and then at one point I'm sitting there going, "Do I even want to do this? I don't know if I even want to do this," because I'm kind of frustrated at this point because it's one of those things. Like it was like, get ready, you might get the call, you might not get the call, right? You need to call you. So do I want to do all this work and not get the call? So I'm thinking about it. I don't want to do this. I throw the guitar down, the dogs run away. I sit on the couch and I turn on HBO. And what's on TV? The Bon Jovi documentary.
Oh, perfect.
So there's the sign. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'm doing it, you know? And then, so I got prepared. I got pretty close. I thought, you know what? Are they going to really call me and say we're flying into somewhere the next day? And I'm like, yeah, you should really get it tight. So, but I remember it was April 14th, 2011, when I got a New York unknown phone number. So I didn't answer it, and then I checked the message and it said, "Hey Phil, it's John Bon Jovi calling. I'm calling, so call me back." And that was it. And so I come in and I'm like, "Hey man," he goes, "Hey, what's happening? What's going on?" So I think we're in a predicament. I think I want to fly you to New York at the end of the month and have you rehearse with the band for a couple of days and put you on hold for May. And I'm like, okay. And we talk a little bit and, you know, shoot the shit and stuff. But he basically was like, if you come out and you can do a 2.5-hour show, then you'll be fine. I'm thinking to myself, man, I saw Bruno Mars. He plays for like an hour and a quarter. What's this 2.5-hour stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but that's what he does, and longer in Europe. But anyways, what happened was the day I flew to New York to rehearse with the guys, Richie went into rehab. So May on hold turned into You're Doing May. And our first show is in 3 days at the Jazz Fest in New Orleans in front of 50,000 people. So we rehearsed, and it's not like I've been in rehearsals where you rehearse for like 8 to 10 to 12 hours a day and you grind it out. This band doesn't do that. They rehearse for like a few hours and okay, see you tomorrow. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, see you tomorrow. But it was funny because I don't know if anybody else in the band knew what I was doing. Because I get into a van and Tico's like, hey, thanks for doing this. So we get to rehearsal, and I'm nailing everything. Everybody's like, "There's no way this guy."
You're like we lucked out,
right? So, and even Tico was like, "Who the hell is this guy?" You know, it was like one of those things. So I got on the jet with the band and flew to New Orleans, and then that was it, man.
Well, you've come a long way since that TV in the living room with your dogs. And I know you're now happily married, right?
Yes.
I know your lovely wife. You've talked about her all the time. We're fortunate, Mr. Shanahan, to be in that same genre. And then, Phil, do you have kids?
I do. I have my daughter's 4, my son is 6, and I have a 22-year-old bonus son.
Whoa.
First marriage.
I
So
love that.
when he was 14, so he kind of introduced me to the whole parenting thing. He was such a cool kid at 14 that I thought, amazing kid.
Yeah.
Mom.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have kids with her.
Yeah, I love it. Exactly. Why not?
I've learned so much from her, and I've kind of like steered the daddy ship. You know, everybody kind of, you learn as you go. So, but my kids, I feel like I'm so blessed. You know, I feel like people are like, what's being a dad like? Because I have a lot of musician friends that haven't really made it down that avenue. And I thought, you know, being a musician, you know, and say it was 2018, you know, I play in a mega band. I played 2 sold-out nights at Madison Square Garden last week. Being a dad is even better than that.
Amen.
Like the best thing ever.
Rob, we're coming to the end, and we're going to do our first snapshots with Shanahan. Where's your little? I want to see your little. Where is it?
Oh, this?
But you want to rapid fire a few questions at Phil?
So, Phil, I'm going to ask you 5 questions. There's no wrong answer. 5 quick questions in 30 seconds. The first thing that comes off the top of your head.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Favorite guitar player of all time?
Eddie Van Halen.
If you could have lunch with any person, living or dead, who would it be?
Oh man, I cut it off right at that good part. Who would you drink coffee with, living or dead? I love that question. We used to ask that question. I had a show called Coffee with Kyle's, and me and this other guy named Kyle, we used to ask that question on the show. Like, it was like quite a timely spot right now to for that to happen.
And yet
Right,
you cut it
great.
right off.
Welcome back.
It's good to be back.
Yeah, we cut it right off. I cut it right off. But hey. Yeah, here we were back. We had a slight hiccup with LinkedIn. So LinkedIn allows us to stream for 4 hours at a time. So we're on a new LinkedIn live link. But the live stream has not been interrupted. We are 4.5 hours in. We've been live on Facebook, YouTube, and inside of the Elevate IT conference as well, the Future of Work booth.
Yeah.
So Frank, how's the conference going so far?
I feel fresh.
Good?
Yeah, it feels good. It feels
Okay.
organic. The flow of it is just on point. So I'm enjoying it.
Cool. Well, I don't want to waste any more time for this future guest. So let's start the show. All right, we're back with another guest. This is the keynote presentation for the Future of Work Pavilion today. Frank, this is a good buddy of yours. This is a very relevant conversation that, you know, we're surrounded by all this new tech and all this new tech talk, and it's great. It's awesome. But this particular individual, he's coming in with the idea, okay, cool. We need more than just new tech, though. So let's go beyond new tech. And Frank, why don't you finish us off here?
Sure, absolutely. Let me intro Justin and add a little thought in there. So echoing what you're saying, you know, oftentimes we just think about technology as like being at the forefront of everything, but we know that people are behind everything. We've been talking about that today, right? You know, about the relationships in the conference and the fact that people engage and build connections. So that's what Justin is all about. So Justin Foster is joining us today. Easily one of my most favorite people on planet Earth. This guy he's a nationally acclaimed author and writer. That's not what makes him great. He's a real person. He's a provocateur. He's a person that listens and he engages deeply. And he knows about culture. He knows about brand in a way that could not be more, well, he's born for this moment. Let's meet Justin.
Let's bring him in. Justin Foster, welcome to the show. What's going on, man?
Kyle and Frank. Coffee with Kyle's. Good branding right there.
Was it? There we go. It was. It was good. The only problem is both Kyles have to be on point forever, and
That's true.
That's the hard part.
That is the hard part. Yeah.
So,
but Kyle and Frank has a ring to it as well. So
yeah, well,
Feels right.
If you put F and K together, like we're missing one syllable from being like a vowel language, right? So it's pretty cool. Like F and K, we just need one more syllable in there. Like, I stop you in your tracks. Pattern interruption. Wait, what? What
right.
is the show called?
But at the same time, we came that close to being shut down. So let's just keep it in the in the lane. Yeah.
We're so close, so close. But yeah, Justin, why don't you kind of set the stage a little bit with your background? I know Frank did a bang up job of that, but with where you're coming from, your perception and perspective on the future of work, culture and branding.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, gentlemen, for this. What a fun opportunity. It's awesome that you're doing this for your audience as well. The whole event and the pavilion and all the work that goes on behind the scenes that people don't see. So I just want to acknowledge that. I have a very road less traveled, and I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm almost 50, so I have to at least give you a few highlights to how I got here where we're talking today. One is I grew up on a cattle ranch in Eastern Oregon. I grew up on 60,000 acres. I grew up a cowboy. 70 years ago, 40% of the population grew up around agriculture. Now less than 2% grows up around agriculture. And so I always like to point out my roots because I'm proud of them, but also all the food you eat comes from a farmer or a rancher. And those are my people. The second thing is I started life early from an adulting standpoint. I got married when I was 18. I became a dad a few years later, and I just was off and running. And I was like one of those city coyotes that is just, eating pizza scraps and trying to find a culvert to sleep in. And I just grinded till I reached some level of where I wanted to be. And then the third factor that got me here is I've been self-employed doing brand strategy in some form since 2003. So I've seen kind of the end of the Mad Men era and the ascent of this new, more human approach to branding and marketing that is with the stuff that I talked about in 2003, 2004, where they're like, this is the future. Well, that's now. The stuff that we're talking about being, like I said, being more human, transparency as an action, not a reaction, to being a master storyteller, hosting conversations rather than buying advertising that interrupts conversations, all kinds of these principles that are very relevant and necessary today in individual brands as leaders and then in corporate brands as well.
Excellent. I hope to unpack more of that. We have 3 core questions. I've prepared some key cards to keep us on point around these 3 core questions, but we'd love to have just a fascinating conversation around this. So anything else to add before we jump into the first question, Frank?
Nope. Let's do it.
I don't want it to be too structured, but I love the controlled chaos, right? So here we go. Yeah. Here's the first one. So how does having a virtual workforce affect brand?
Yeah. So well, let me put it this way. Your brand is how other people experience what you believe. Now, experience what you believe, and a corporate culture is the interaction between the humans. So your culture is your brand. And so a leader's job, whether they're a CTO, CSO, whatever the title is that they're doing in their work or role, your first responsibility is the culture. So if you've got a culture based off of trust, so basically I'll put it in binary terms. There's cultures based off of trust and cultures based off of distrust. When you free people to work from home, and they're free to do that, if you build a culture of trust, that the difference will become obvious in the customer experience or in the product or in the productivity side, the external customer experience and the internal customer experience. Like if you're on a support team, an IT support team inside of a large brand, that stuff is all was all decided well before the pandemic happened and we all started working virtually. That was decided by how you behaved as a leader and the culture you built. If it's now and you build a culture that was more distrust or hierarchical authoritarian, now you have to worry about, now all you're going to do is just sit and worry about what people are doing. which then starts to show up in the brand, because the reaction to almost every authoritarian approach is more control. And now the secret's out of the bag. It was like a friend of mine said the other day on social media. She said, "It turns out to be productive, I don't need an office or a bra." Like this like
or pants.
The secret, the secret is out though about what it really takes to perform. And then again, that always manifests like what's in a soil will show up in the fruit. What's in the soil of the culture will show up in the fruit of the brand. It's always been that way. It's just more amplified now.
I really love that. Frank, I see something brewing.
Well, it's, every time I talk to Justin, the wheels turn, and I think that's part of your cachet. When you think of technology at its core, it's meant to be a tool and a vehicle. And when we talk about communications and we talk about customer journeys, it's all architected for people to go through and hit a particular touch point and convert on that into a channel. And then now you get into a conversation. But that conversation now that you have that I like to call the space in between. We've done everything that we can to get people to that particular point where you're engaged. And now you're in the space in between. And we can even measure that too. That's great. But I think about if your people are not aligned with your culture, if they don't intrinsically understand your brand,
right?
How is that reflected in that engagement, whether it's a text engagement or a conversation? Do you see that in the future of work, people having to pay even more attention to that experience?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think I would put it this way. There's really not employees and customers or vendors. There's believers and non-believers, essentially, in the sense of, do they believe in the mission? Do they believe in what we're doing? If they do, it's a different kind of relationship. So I think that there's going to be a greater emphasis on core values and kind of the soul of the individual, not just their resume. The Boise State football in recruiting has a term called OKG, and they've been using it for years. It's like the last 5 coaches they've had over the last 25 years have used this term OKG, and OKG means our kind of guy. And it's not the 40 time. It's not how much you can lift. Those are important. It's, will they be a cultural fit? And so they call that an OKG. He's an OKG. He's our kind of guy. And I think there's our kind OKB here, our kind of believer. Is this the kind of person that we want because of what they bring to the brand and the organization beyond their technical skills? Who are they as a human being? I think the other thing that has shifted, and this is somewhat related to your question, but I'll jump it on here because I don't want to forget it, is nature kills pretense. We know that. Like, if you don't know what you're doing and you're in a survival situation, you're going to die. And so nature doesn't care about our plans, and nature doesn't really care about our systems. And so this pandemic has shown that whatever was being pretended, whatever was sort of overly performative, has been exposed. So that's going to be the new reality. You can't have this augmented reality that we got a great culture because you have Taco Tuesday and good, family league.
Why not Wednesday?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Nobody gives a crap about that. Ultimately, they just want to know how they fit in. So at the same time, and this goes into more like communication strategies, whether they be internal or external, all the formulas are broken. All of the stuff that all of the digital marketers came up with during a time where you were trying to compete through saturation, all that's over. Unless you're selling to dumb people, then that still works. But generally speaking, you're going to have to recalibrate your formulas again and again and again. The things that you think are going to work from a communication standpoint are probably going to need to be swapped out every 30 days and every 45 days, which goes into something that's essential then, is you need to know who you are as a brand, as an individual, and as an organization. You need to know that. You cannot operate your brand at a level of performance while also having an existential crisis about your identity. You have to know who you are personally, organizationally. Second, so you got to have good systems. So all that investment you made into your customer experience stuff and your your comm channels, your channel marketing, all the infrastructure, not the content going in, but the infrastructure, that stays the same. What's different is what you're putting into it. And what you're putting into it really needs to be stories and conversations, not commandments and requests for attention.
Justin, you hit on some really good points there. The one that I harped on the most was when you basically said that the internet is exposing us all. It's something that those of us who have been putting ourselves in the spotlight on purpose have come to realize for quite some time, and we've been kind of preaching it a little bit, like, hey, the internet's exposing us all. But like we're really witnessing that happen right now at scale, which is it's one of those things, like a lot of us saw that in the future, but we didn't know it was happening right now. So
Right.
And it's about like how prepared you are for that. Like you said, the preparedness, the how much in control of your brand, the Justin Foster brand,
The personal brand, yeah.
how much in the driver's seat of that brand are you in, right?
Right.
We have a lot of IT leaders at this conference, and their role is evolving drastically, right?
Yeah.
They're getting more and more involved in the business, rightfully so, like they should have been all along. And a lot of them have been fighting for that seat at the board, right? So to be like, hey, I'm not just tech support guy, like I'm actually the business. CIO is the business now. Technology
That's right.
is the business. So
Yes.
step aside, let me in.
Yes.
So that's what's been happening from the C-suite level. So as they're trying to like figure out their culture and their personal branding and all these things, like at the end of the day, they have the same struggles that we do. But like, what would you say directly to them?
Yeah, I love that question, and I love I start with this. It goes back to what I said. Your first job as a leader, doesn't matter what your metrics are. Your first job as a leader is to nurture the culture. This is why we need leaders, not managers. So you manage stuff, you lead people, and so the working on yourself is the first step. You going inward. So our mission at Root and River, the firm I own with my business partner Emily, our mission is to inspire leaders to go inward. And we say go inward because contemplativeness is a sign of intelligence. It's a sign of being humble enough to go, I might be wrong. And looking at those areas where going inward and looking at what's going on in your inner world, because what's going on in your inner world always shows up in your outer world. There was a Egyptian prophet named Hermes who roughly 1800 years ago said, as above, so below. And so that's kind of this ancient principle that's so true, that there's whatever's going on the inside is going to come out on the outside. So go inward. Go inward is stuff like basically taking care of your mental, physical, and emotional health. Buddha said everyone should spend 30 minutes a day in nature. Unless you're busy, then you should spend an hour. So that's part of that, like inner work. Meditation. I highly recommend Sam Harris's Waking Up app for really simple meditations. Journaling, a creative practice of some sort, a walking practice, things that are analog. That will ground you in who you are. The second thing to do is it's really important to see how other people perceive you. And so we do this thing when we're working with corporate leaders called a brand perception survey. And it's 5 questions that they send out to their peers, their team, and they're confidential or anonymous, and they're how their brand is perceived as a leader. And so one of the questions that we ask in there, I'll leave for your audience, is you ask the question, what am I missing about what am I not seeing about one of my weaknesses? So we have known weaknesses. I'm not good with math, but we have unknown weaknesses too, which when you do a brand perception survey, and the brand perception survey then starts to show you your blind spots. And I think if you do those 2 things to start with, you're often rolling and controlling, as you said, Kyle, the rare thing that you have control over in this crazy volatile world, which is your brand as a human, as a leader.
Wow. Side note, you just told a bunch of technology leaders to go analog. Just
Yep.
I loved it.
Yeah, just for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you can go back. But But yeah, there's something to be said. about-
Analog transformation.
Yes,
That
right.
doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Frank?
So,
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there, like you said earlier. But I think that I kind of like in my own experience in doing like some martial arts, like kendo. In kendo, that's samurai sword fighting, and I'm a shodan in that. And one of the things you learn very early is that to be able to move and respond quickly, you can't be tense.
Right.
You have to be actually in a state of relaxation before you engage. You can't be stiff and then relax and then move. You have to let go to move. If you use that metaphor for what we've just experienced, go into COVID, the first stage of it is just fire, drill, and response.
Mm-hmm.
And you think about, that as being like the initial pivot.
Mm-hmm.
Think of the areas of constraint in the organization that are uncoordinated. What if you have technology that's not ready and you have to pivot? What if your culture is not loose and fluid and responsive?
Yeah.
And it can't pivot. What if your brand is in such a way that it's not as mobile as well? And I'm not talking about like a mobile technology. It also is not as adaptive. You thought that you were in a good position because the world was in a fixed position.
Yeah.
But now things have changed. And I think that like knowing like how this has been baked into Root and River, you're not the only ones. Other people have those types of cultures as well. Maybe you can kind of share a little bit that process that you had in place, the culture that you had in place, and the brand that you had in place. My guess is day one with COVID, you didn't change much.
No, we didn't. Now we have the advantage of being a small firm. So I'm not blind to the fact that if you got, 20,000 employees, like,
absolutely,
that's global employees in particular. Well, a friend of mine who's the CMO of a software services company talked about like most of their scramble initially was to make sure that their people were okay. And I thought, well, that is such an indicator of what's important to them. It wasn't about retention of like, oh, we got to really, everybody's going to bail and we got to, it's like you heard about these senators and administration, people in the administration that when they heard about the pandemic started selling their stocks, which is all kinds of, add profanity after that as a lack of leadership. And so for us, though, back to that question is it didn't change. Our first reaction was, what can we do for our clients? So we immediately said, what can we do for our clients? Number two is, what can we do for the world that's got nothing to do with branding? People that need to hear about branding. So we hosted a webcast called How to Be Light. And it was a conversation that had a lot of attendees, a lot of people tuned in, a lot of people watched it, the recording. We didn't talk about brand at all. We talked about how to be light. And because that's in our nature, this blend that we have at Root and River of the spiritual and the practical, or the logical and the logical dimension and the, cosmic dimension, if you will. Where we started to pivot then is like, okay, it reminds me of something Gary Vee has said, which is don't fall in love with your business model. And we're like, okay, we don't normally, this is a great example here. We don't normally do stuff by the hour. We don't do an hourly rate. Now we do, because that's what people want. That's what people want. They need to be able to go, okay, I can't get on a retainer per month, but if I could buy an hour of your time and we love on them just as much as the client gives us the biggest retainer. As far as like in that moment, that hour we spend with them. That's new as well. We've made some decisions based off of this too. Like Emily and I were working on our second book. We have one book out called Rooting Up, Essays on Modern Branding, that's available on Amazon. But working on our second book, and we've decided, even though it was kind of painful to do this from like an ego standpoint, to set it aside, because we're writing about a world that won't exist, which is the transitionary world. Like, we're still in the midst of it. There's no post-pandemic. They might be pre-post-pandemic or something like that. Some sort of like the VUCA world is going to go on for a while. And so being again willing, and this is where humility comes in, the humility to go, man, we could do this, we could get it done, and it's probably going to be pretty good, but it's going to be, the world is going to look differently when we come out the other side of this, especially on the other side of, other issues besides the pandemic that we're having in our society in the United States, but also globally.
Right. Yeah, no, that's having that humility, that self-awareness, right? That I think that's what it boils down to, is like being able to develop that muscle of self-awareness, which it's so hard to do.
Yeah.
Everyone can say it's hard. Keeping us moving along. I know we have a hard stop soon. I want to jump into the next question real quick.
Okay.
Kind of answered, but want to get more of a direct answer. What role does a non-marketing leader have in brand?
Yeah. So our saying on this is everyone is in branding. And this is born of, my background is in sales. I'm the rare branding guy that came out of, sales. And the mantra I had was, in the companies I worked for whether I was just a regular sales guy or I worked my way up to VP of sales in a couple of different companies, is that everyone is in sales. Everyone is responsible. And there's a term that comes from my roots, that's a ranching or cowboy term, which is you ride for the brand. So every year there's new work. Back in the day with ranches, that you get a whole new batch of people that were going to help you with your cattle. And while they were working for you, they rode for the brand. So they defended you, they protected you. Everyone had each other's back. And so the point to all of that is you're in branding whether you know it or not, because how you treat people on a day-to-day basis is the brand. That is the brand. And so the other part of it is, this goes back to what Frank, you said about being loose or fluid, is that if you've encouraged kind of a flattened out org chart related to, like, especially communication flow, if you've allowed for some looseness and some mystery, where not everything has to be all in policy manuals and it's not rigid or static. If you've got this room, this tensile strength inside of your culture, what that will produce is more and better ideas. And an example of that is from a book a retired admiral wrote called "Turn That Ship Around." And he was an admiral that took over, I think, a destroyer or a frigate or something. And he had
this.
Is that it? Yeah. Oh, it's your ship. Thank you. Yeah. His other book is called "Turn Your Ship." That's it. That's the book.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. That wasn't staged, folks. That's just good karma, right?
Organic karma.
But the point there to this, and this goes to leadership and brand, and the brand is, when he took over that ship, they were the lowest performing ship in the Navy. By the time he was done, they were the highest performing ship, with only, I think, like 3 changes of crew members. And he said in the book, and I heard him speak too about it, he said 80% of the ideas about what to do to improve the ship came from the rank and file. And he set the tone. So, for example, he had the chief petty officer, the highest ranking NCO on the boat, sit with him in the officers' quarters for lunch and dinner. So breaking down those barriers. And I almost plead with leaders to do this, is get to know your humans. As Howard Schultz said, that Starbucks doesn't call their employees part-time employees. He said because they're full-time humans. Get to know them as humans. Get to know what's going on in their world. Go ahead and love them. It's okay. Love is a powerful thing. Love them. You still have to be firm. They still need to get crap done, yada, yada. But love them. And you can't do that. To get really metaphysical here, you cannot give to someone else that you have not given yourself. And if in this process you haven't used this time to go inward and look at yourself and deal with some emotional stuff or physical issues or these things, it's going to be really hard for you to go out and love on people inside of your organization in a way that is going to show up in the brand. It'll go the other way. It'll become apathy, or like the brand is in friend mode, platonic mode. And you need passion and power behind that. And that's only going to come from you as a leader.
Yeah. Frank? Yeah, just drop the mic there, man.
Well, I think that this.
Speechless. Go ahead, Frank.
I think, again, this just all underscores that, what we're engaged with, in the role of technology is not quite as simple on the surface. It never actually is simple. I mean, as much as technology has evolved, it's actually become more complex, even though we can do far more. Hence, what we're doing today.
Yeah.
But I think that in all of this, and maybe this is the correct outcome. This is the natural outcome. It's maybe the natural outcome of technology. It's the natural outcome of this experience that we're going through in terms of COVID, in terms of the other challenges that we have in our society as well, is nothing more than surfacing opportunity to get better. And it's whether or not you recognize that. You know, it's the Ryan Holiday stoic mindset that says the obstacle is the way. And that's really what we have, is the obstacle is the way. So what are you going to do about it? And I know that for you, Justin, some of the sessions that you have with clients are you cause people to really go inward, to address things that they're not addressing, but they really can't move forward until they do it. Right. So there's kind of a little dirty process to all of this, but I think right now we're all pretty dirty.
Yes.
And this is a good time to do it. And we're at a junction point where we can affect change and inspect. And I believe that, like, if you think in terms of how you go to the future of work, whether it's adopting a new technology, whether it's how you're going to implement that technology, you're going to have a different mindset around those two particular items if you're taking into account, what is my culture? What is my brand? What is my mission? What is the experience we're trying to cultivate? And be willing to let go of things. That's the hard thing. Like, we're hanging on to things like they actually have value today.
Yes.
They did maybe 6 months ago.
Right.
Maybe they seemed like they did, but right now it's pretty evident that they don't.
Yeah, when you break it down into kind of these buckets of I like the way you kind of lined it out, and we can put these in buckets. These are kind of things that are sort of attention buckets. The first one is what's called the ontological bucket, and that is the language that you use. So words are the currency of ideas, and if you start to use the same old words internally, it doesn't. The human brain in particular is highly adept at pattern recognition, and it goes. It's like Charlie Brown's teacher. Nobody knows. People aren't really listening. So now you got to do it again, and now you get mad and yada yada. So ontology or ontological approach is, what do things mean? What do you really want to say? And so we have this we did this with Verizon, this initiative with them we called it Being Human, which is using conversational language wherever possible instead of policy language or legal language. If there were things that needed to be done that way for boilerplate reasons or regulatory reasons, of course. But most stuff can be communicated with a tweak of ontology, what you call things. The second one is philosophy. What is the philosophy? What is your philosophy? And we sometimes call this your personal worldview. How do you see the world as a leader or leadership point of view? And then what is the philosophy of your individual teams? What's important to the individuals on your team? Ask them what's important to them, what feeds them, what gets them fired up. And then you have your collective philosophy. So when we're talking about culture, it's a word, I'm glad it's used now, but because of the overuse, what we're really talking about is, what is the philosophy that we embody? Which is, embodiment's one of my favorite words. Like, what philosophy are we embodying in our team? What philosophy am I embodying as a leader? The third goes to methodology. And I would just, maybe I think what you said about simple is just take a little tweak to that from my perspective, which is, it's never simplistic, but it's always simple. So meaning there's always one or two things you can do right now that don't require any sort of like immediate or massive overhaul. And so methodology is just your having that fluid mind and that open mind and that inquisitive mind to how you are operating in your team, in your work, in the stuff that you're being held accountable for, and thinking, okay, what's the simple thing I could do? What could I do right now? And then I can go to all that complex stuff, because there's a bunch of it that's complex, but you get a little traction by doing a couple simple things.
I have a question for you on top of that, Justin. So like, you use the term team, and use the term collective. And I've been kind of looking at, how people from a future of work perspective are remodeling their businesses. I'd be really interested to get your feedback on this. Is that in this particular time right now, do you think it's a smart move for organizations to look at how they build smaller, more cohesive, almost like tiger teams, to focus on things that feed up into the overall collective of the business, so that they don't feel disenfranchised? Like, it's almost like you have to have the thunder jacket on right now.
Yeah.
Like we need to have the family, so to speak. And so if you're on a team of 60 salespeople, or you have 80 IT people or whatever, it's smarter to say, look, there's probably a way that we can break this down a little bit. We're going to take these 6 people over here, or make them cross-functional. Is that kind of smart modeling for a company?
Well, I'm kind of on the outer edge of my, like, where I go from like sort of expertise to like theory. So here's my disclaimer, but there's a couple of fundamentals that come out of that. One is small is better. Small is always better. So if you can break it down into these smaller, more agile teams, you're going to have a higher output. And what small allows you to do is it allows you to basically break your time up into like kind of 2 chunks. One is production time, output, and the other one is creative time, which is input. So creativity time. And there's a bunch of creativity practices. If you have smaller teams, you can do that. You can have things like there's a great company here in Austin called Voltage Control, run by Douglas Ferguson, and he does facilitation. His teams do facilitation around not just getting things done, not through just production, but also through creativity. Well, it's hard to do that with 80 people. But if you've got teams of 8 doing the same things, and then there's a report out about the progress, you're going to get a better result than if you tried to have 80 people doing the same thing in the same room. Just like at a conference, having a breakout table or breakout room, as opposed to the general assembly type situation, you just get more done. You get more done now, but you give up. Your trade-off is you give up control. You're not going to be able to go monitor every single one of these teams and find out what they're doing. And that's where it comes to just basically trust. The other fundamental, yeah, exactly. Back to trust. The other fundamental, I think, that is
and security professionals here at the conference, they have a zero trust policy, right? They're fixing zero trust.
Yeah,
talking about.
I get that. Yeah,
I
get that. Yeah,
you need to fully trust your team.
You have to trust your team, and there, I've had a number of clients that are in this, this security space, info security space, and there's this sort of like mission critical aspect of your job, like a DNS or a hack or something, or some sort of outage. I saw Spotify was down on iOS earlier this morning, and I just thought, you can know there was some sort of mad scramble to be like, what happened? Yeah. That's the reality of your job. But what doesn't change is the fact that your first responsibility is still to attract and retain people that you can trust. And so whenever I have like a leader tell me, this person does this, they're terrible at this, I'm like, well, who hired them? I say it sort of innocently. Well, who hired them? Well, I did. Well, so you're the problem, not them. They're just doing what they do. And it doesn't mean it's always that way, but it goes to the Jocko Willink, Leif Babin, extreme ownership. Or one of our clients, Mike Rainey, says, a former combat engineer, says, every problem has an owner. So this idea of ownership around when there starts to be that breakdown, trust is all part of that. I would rather trade, because of trust, I would rather trade control for ownership. I'll take that trade every day.
Oh, wow. I think it was Gary Vee who said, like, if I go out in traffic today and I get rear-ended, I'm like, damn, that's my fault.
Yes.
It's like, yeah. I should have left 5 minutes earlier.
Yeah, or paid attention.
Like that was my fault that I got rear-ended, right? So
yeah, know that, like Frank, that as a motorcyclist, you're always in that posture of being very situationally aware.
Completely, yeah, you're awakened. This is fascinating conversation. Kyle, you sound like you had a comment.
Oh, well, yeah, you can finish. I just want to make sure we hit the last question before he has to go.
Bingo.
Cool, let's do it. How do you be a thought leader without calling yourself an expert, guru, subject matter expert? So this is my favorite question that you came up with here. So there's that challenge, there's that line that you walk, right?
Yes. And so it's three things, and this goes back to something that was written about 7,000 years ago. It was called the Tao Te Ching, and it was an ancient, kind of the oldest like scripture or like religious document out there. And the author referred to these things, and I wrote about this on LinkedIn. You can look at my last LinkedIn article about these crown jewels. And if you have these crown jewels, your brand will be just fine, and you're not going to come across as a Delta Bravo. You're not going to come across as a phony. That gnawing insecurity about imposter syndrome. The only people that have imposter syndrome are people that are imposters. Navy SEALs don't have imposter syndrome, and neonatal surgeons don't have imposter syndrome. Imposters have imposter syndrome. That's why it's there, because it's telling you you're not being real. But the three things that were in Tao Te Ching and still apply today as leadership traits, in my opinion, are humility is number one. Without humility, you're getting sucked into the darkness of arrogance, and you lose your sense of like you lose your bearings. The second one is compassion, caring about yourself and other people, genuinely caring about it. And the third one is moderation. And moderation is so essential with leadership now. And moderation isn't take the middle road. Moderation is finding the third way between two binary choices. And understanding that in every single situation, there's always a nuance. There's almost always a spectrum. Now in crisis mode, you got to reduce that down to, we got this situation and we got to take care of it. That's in crisis mode. The rest of the time, seeing the nuance, seeing the variance, that requires moderation. And it's kind of a loop. It's humility creates compassion, which creates moderation, which creates more humility, because you stay a student. You stay a student of leadership. You stay a student of learning about what's going on. And you never become an expert that you would call yourself that, because you're still learning. Or as Michelangelo's alleged last words were, I still have so much left to learn. If you bring that spirit and you combine those three things with some courage to just get out there and write and speak and get on video, all of it's scary, but if it's scary, it's probably the right thing to do. But if you come in with it with humility, compassion, and moderation, that will come across as sincerity. And other people will say, you're an expert, or he's a guru, or she's a thought leader. You don't have to self-gloss. You can go be you with those crown jewels, and your brand will be just fine.
Bravo. Well, that's it. I mean, that's the secret sauce right there.
It is.
I don't know that anyone could describe it more eloquently than that. That's awesome, Justin.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, listen, we've got, I think, 3 or 4 minutes left, I think, Justin, before you have to leave. Got so many things I could add and comment on, but I want to hear from you right now. Just if there were 3 things, and if you're looking out that lens right now at the CIOs here, they're grappling with change.
Yep.
They're pivoting. They're literally in the midst of the most disruption that they've ever experienced. What are the 3 things that you want to say to them that cap all the things around culture, brand, and their ability to navigate?
Yeah. So thank you for that. Thank you guys for hosting this again. It's been super fun. I can't believe the time went by that fast. So the first thing I would say is make sure you've upgraded your thinking. So a plug to a dear friend of mine, Bryce Hoffman, who has a brand called Red Team Thinking. And red teaming is a kind of the next thing after Agile, designed for dealing with VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, chaos. I would say anarchy. The A stands for something else. I can't remember. Somebody knows that's listening. So in that VUCA world stuff of you got to constantly be upgrading your thinking, because what you knew last week may be obsolete already because the speed of everything is happening right now. The second is do the temperature check with your people. Ask them how they're feeling. Don't ask them what they're thinking. How you doing? How are you feeling? What are you feeling? Use a little bit of inquiry. Be a little bit of more of a coach or a therapist and less of a boss. Not all the time, but do that temperature check. And then the third thing is expand your own creativity. So creativity as a kind of a source of energy. When you think about a lot of your jobs as CIOs, CTOs, as kind of linear. I mean, you got all the people, but it's linear. There's a task, there's a plan, and we're implementing. Leave room, make room for creative practices, whether that's, doodling or singing or, do something that's creative. Like, for example, my thing that I'm in amateur status with, but I love it, what it does for my business, is I've been doing songwriting. Well, that's terrifying. I don't know what I'm doing, but because I don't know what I'm doing, I bring humility and curiosity to it. And then the things where I do know, like I am fully confident that I can get on a webcast and we can have a kick-ass conversation. But part of that energy is because I'm not relying on being an expert first. I'm relying on being a creative person that has expertise. And so expand your creative practice, whatever that looks like. One of the little tips I recommend is what's called a doodle journal. You can look for it on Amazon, and it's a journal that you use, but it's got like drawing prompts, and no one's ever going to see the drawing. So it doesn't matter if you suck at drawing. What matters is that it gets that right brain cranking, and we have two hemispheres for a reason in our brain. We need that creative side in order to make room for the analytical side.
Justin Foster on the future of work. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you both.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Wow. We should. I don't think we hyped that one enough. It's kind of a little collecting myself off the floor right now.
This is our personal discernment right now around, this whole process.
Yeah.
It's really interesting, just to unpack, the synergy of what he's talking about. When we look at the future work and we're focused down on technology, there's so many things that it's not always so quite binary in terms of when we're thinking about technology that we can't be thinking about brand. That when we're thinking about the processes that we're going to put in place that are going to drive better conversion, that are going to amplify engagement, our thought should be, as providers, okay, what conversation are we have? Like, now that we've gotten everybody to the table, like we've got the intersection of people and content, people and process. We're at that intersection now. Now what?
I feel like we're making discoveries during this live stream of connecting the dots that we've been doing, and you guys are watching this happen in real time. And if you're watching the recording, you're viewing what happened, but it happened organically live on the air, which is, again, like no one could anticipate or expect that.
Yeah, these things or you don't know these things.
Mm-hmm. And you feel it or you don't feel it. Maybe you have no idea what I'm talking about. All right, but it's a thing, and it's okay, right? Different journeys for everyone right now, but it's like you feel it or you don't.
Yeah, when we're looking at the future of work, kind of the subtext of that is how are we going to be successful?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times when we talk about success, we have a tendency to not also talk about fulfillment. And when Justin's talking about, hey, you're not a part-time employee, you're a full-time human. Having that broad scope understanding of the fact, nothing really gets done without people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we've got to be focusing on that as much as the technology, but that even goes down to the root again on how are we going to implement this technology? Like earlier we had a conversation on Microsoft Teams, right? And we talked with 8x8 and we talked with Rapid Scale. We talked about, the licensing, we talked about the support and everything else. But ultimately, the whole thing is, how are we getting people to engage, and what happens inside of that? And I think as technologists, this is a little bit of a rally cry for us to lock arms with the marketing people, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the people in sales. This is a cross-functional problem to solve.
Yeah, it's going to take an army to move this into where it needs to be, right? It literally is. It's going to take the entire collective force. You can't have one without the other right now.
But I think it starts with that. It starts first with the vision of it, right? Like you can't really blame anybody for not addressing something if it doesn't even occur in the universe of their thought. But once we have the thought and once we have the awareness, it's kind of like on us to lean in, as much as it might be a little bit of a prickly pear to deal with some of the subjects, to take care of it, because they may wonder why, like, I didn't get quite the ROI that I thought. Well, that's because, we got everybody to the dance, but nobody danced, right? Like, what do we do to create an overall experience? We may not be writing the script or providing the outline for what needs to be said, but we may be working with them around speech analytics to say, I know we need to say these things or something like it. Did we say it? Did we just have an hour conversation and there was no next step coming out of it? We spent all this time to get people to this point. Maybe that's the opportunity where he's talking about, is that intention, action, discernment. And so as we're looking at how we set the tail for going through a customer journey, for people like you and I, Kyle, and for the CIOs, as we're working to bring solutions to the table, maybe that's a lesson for us, is to not say that's not my business, but to say, even if it's not something you're going to definitely address, you're going to say, hey, when we're here, I think you should be thinking about these things. Let's get this person involved, or let's have them be aware of this.
No, right. Yeah. So that it can be more of an inclusive, better solution, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, no, that was great. That was excellent. So as we pivot throughout the rest of the conference, hope everyone's enjoying the conference. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. A lot of great stuff going on in every corner of this conference. I just see conversations everywhere, and that's what this is about. Just everyone's coming together and having the conversation, right? So up next on the agenda, we're going to do a spotlight interview with Sada. Again, that's pre-recorded. We got a little gap time. And then after that, we're going to be jumping into, at 2:30, we're jumping into our next live session, which we're pretty excited to bring you. This one is solely sponsored by Arroyo 360 and Catch Cloud. So the two of us here. So we're going to have a conversation around Recovery X, framework for getting back to business. Frank, you want to give them some samples? You want to hold it all back?
I'm going to hold most of it back, but I will say this, that this is not a sales pitch. This is it's just a real conversation. It's going to be pretty serious because we're talking about really serious things. It's going to cut across business functions. It's going to talk about some things that are just straight up business. It doesn't have to do with technology. And then we're going to have components of technology. But if anybody is in a situation where they've been impacted and they believe that they need to be healthier, but that's not necessarily going back to normal, as what people call about it, but re-architecting a new path, I think this is a session to join.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will see you then, Frank, at 2:30. We'll be reconvened back at 2:30. Everyone else, enjoy the spotlight interview with Sada Systems. Sada Systems is a provider of Google Cloud Platform management, as well as G Suite. So really good stuff there. Go ahead.
Not a provider, the number one provider in the world.
Yeah.
Around Google Platform, GCP, the whole nine. So I really recommend people check out that booth because they have ways to help you go through digital transformation in a powerful way.
Thank you for correcting me on that. I'm still
shame on you.
I'm still picking at myself being melted into this chair from Justin talk. So my mind's kind of just like clay right now.
I've worked with Justin a lot, so I have built up a layer that prepares me for that.
Oh, good. Yeah. So I'm kind of worthless right now. So I need to take the next hour to go like figure this out. Cool. All right. See you then, Frank.
All right. Take care.
I was kind of spacing out there a little bit for a second. We're back again. Frank, this is the last one, isn't it?
This is it. I mean, this is the last one for the day, and it's going to be huge. Predicting right now.
Who do we have here?
Well, let me tell you, everyone, we've got Barrett Holcomb from SADA, and SADA is may not be a common name to you, but they are the world's #1 partner for Google, and that's a big thing. When it comes to like just overall digital transformation, certainly the topic of future of work, they're in the very middle of it. So let's talk to Barrett.
Come on, Barrett, come on stage. Barrett, welcome.
Thank you so much, Kyle and Frank.
Yeah, so Barrett, we got a few questions for you to kick this off. So you ready for the first question?
Yeah, let's start it off, bud.
Let's do it. What changes have you observed in the workplace over the last 4 months?
I would say that these last 4 months have been crazy on just about everybody. Different things that we can do to help all prosper together. Google is definitely leading the way in that, and we're very blessed with SADA to be their #1 partner. But especially, I would just notice the virtual learning and how difficult it may be for parents, things of all natures, and the different hiccups of the world and different video conferencing platforms. Google Essentials is something recent from Google. It's a promo going until September 30th, and then it's free. After that point, you could determine to deploy it or simply turn it off. But we're truly doing that serving and not selling mindset for all customers and partners.
Excellent. So Barrett, what excellent stuff that's going on with Google.
I was just going to say, in addition, we also have free infrastructure assessments that are going to assist with you guys as well as the end customer to really just dive in on the consumption and the data.
Absolutely. Frank, anything to add?
Well, I mean, when I think about SADA and Google, what they've been working on for the last several years, and then the pandemic, hitting, it's been interesting to kind of watch them as they've kind of like pivoted to make everything move faster than it was before. Like everybody has processes that say like, I want to bring on, I want to get involved with the Google Cloud platform, and I want to move my on-premise solutions into that environment. Everything has just been moved into a rapid pace. So I think it's pressed everybody just to get better at what we're doing. And Barrett, for you at SADA, I can't remember if we really ever talked about this, but have you been, like, you're all out of the offices now. Do you envision yourself going back? I mean, you've gone through that whole process of immediately getting out, dealing with what clients are dealing with, and now you're saying, how does this look for the rest of the year? Will you be going back into the offices this year?
There are a couple of events that we have tentative for our channel team over the next few months, but based on what Tony, our CEO, mentioned, right when all this began, no, we're not going back in the offices until 2021. So everybody is heavily affected by this. We're just trying to find the best ways to collaborate and work together. So it couldn't be more prevalent having this conversation.
Yeah, no, rightfully so. And next question, you ready? Here we go. When you think of the phrase, the future of work, what comes to mind?
The future of work, I think of cloud computing, I think of technology. I mean, it's crazy to think about what these children already know at young ages that I never knew until like college with technology. So when I think of the future of work, I do see it as hosted cloud third-party providers. Maybe it's Google or the other competitors in that space. But man, there's a lot of virtual learning, and there is a lot of storage that needs to be done. And these days, you don't have to have the money necessarily for the capital infrastructure.
Yeah, so absolutely, Barrett. You mentioned like storage, right? With respect to like Google Cloud Platform, right? You're seeing an influx of customers kind of gravitate towards that platform. AWS had the head start, and they're still kind of the 800-pound gorilla. Then you have Azure. So like, what's the draw to GCP right now?
You're absolutely right. I would say one of the biggest draws, Kyle, is aside from ease of use, collaboration, things of that nature, we do see, based on industry knowledge and analytics, about 10 to 25% more cost effective than AWS or Azure. So a lot of times it comes to play on a pricing perspective, but then also when you just add in the complementary services that SADA brings to the table, it can be a win-win.
Excellent, excellent. Frank?
Well, yeah, I mean, and when you hear like something like that, 15 or 20%, like it may not, well, that's a big deal, right? But like if you've ever seen Amazon Web Services invoices for cloud companies, it is it's shocking. They're huge numbers, and then you look at it and you say, is this per year or is this per month? And it's like, no, that's per month. So when you're looking at 15 to 20%, and people are getting into a scenario where they're saying, hey, listen, the future of our work right now is rebuilding a pipeline. The future of our work is managing our resources wisely and managing cash burn. If all things being equal, you can deliver in the GCP platform what you could do in the other major 2 platforms out there. That's 100% to the bottom line. And so that I think that's huge.
Yeah, and the goal of these platforms is to get you to spin up servers as quickly as possible in infrastructure, not to spin it down ever. That's not the goal, right? So talk about that, right? The management aspect of it, right? Their goal is to help you spin up as fast as possible and never ever make any changes. And then that's when you guys come in to help optimize that, right?
You're exactly right. And yes, SADA was actually founded in 2000 as solely a managed services company. We didn't become that premier partner until 2006 to ultimately launch what is today known as G Suite. But yes, we've always held that white glove handhold approach, whether it's pre-sales like statement of work all the way through to reselling and negotiation, acting as that buffer layer and helping define those concessions through Google and leveraging our partnership.
Absolutely. And so that tees us up for our very last question. Here we go. How do your company's products or services fit into future work environments?
So we've already touched on it a little bit. I mentioned Google Essentials briefly, but really everything throughout the entire scope, whether it's Google Cloud Platform consumption, G Suite, Google Search, Maps, we're number 1 across the board for a reason, and that primarily just comes down to our premier partnership. So we only have about 300 employees, but nobody sourced more pipeline for Google in 2019 than SADA. So that's pretty wild if you think about it. But our products are right here with the new wave of crazy pandemic that we're going through, virtual learning for children, you name it. And more often than not, when you were in school and when I was in school, we had a free Gmail account. So it's really just taking that an extra layer of these millennials coming into the workforce. But it doesn't matter anything under the Google umbrella. We're here to assist early and often.
Yeah, no, it's good to know that you have somebody helping you out with GCP, because I know, as a G Suite customer myself, like if you're going to try to contact Google, you have a better chance contacting Microsoft. It's like I feel like, right? So talk about that support a little bit more.
Yeah. So it's 24/7, 100% US-based support. That'd be coming from SADA's side. So everything from tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 escalations. It's all going to be handled out of our support desk out of LA, but 24/7 support. In addition to that, just our services approach. So for different projects, we assign a technical account manager or different things to make sure that the customer is fully optimizing their Google assets. And just so you know, this is maybe more partner related, but quarter over quarter, by just getting them over to SADA Paper. So maybe they were going through another reseller or through Google directly, but just switching them over to SADA as the bill of record, which doesn't cost anything. We've seen an 8% growth in consumption quarter over quarter. And then when we tie one of those technical account managers, it's roughly 40%. So it shows that people are fully taking the most out of the services that SADA provides, allowing us to help them and come into place and ultimately help them optimize their assets.
Yeah, absolutely. Frank, anything to add?
No, I was just going to say, I mean, I know that when you and I, Kyle, are like architecting a solution for a client, like, ultimately, at the end of the day, you look past the point of like, hey, now it's implemented, but you move into looking at like, what is going to be the experience for people downstream? And there's experience to the end user. There's experience to our customers, clients and customers. There's experience to IT staff inside of that business as well. And the key is to create as much of a frictionless process as possible. I think what I really like, like working with Barrett and the team over there, and I think you'd probably jump in on this, is that there are a lot of engineers that come to the table. There's a lot of refinement that we go through. And I do like the simplification around how billing works. It is demystified, and I love that. I also like that tier 1 support to the end user, which typically, whether you're looking at it from the standpoint of like a G Suite, you may say, well, that's relatively commodity level to all the knowledge-based workers. I don't want to have my IT staff, internal IT staff, drilling down on that. You've got a team immediately, right from the get, that can deal with that. If you need engineering support, you've got really essentially a DevOps team working there for you. It's so powerful, and I think that as there are so many things that we need to slice and dice, this really lifts the load. And I think that, Barrett, I think you were talking to that. You were hitting heavy on the services side, and it sounds like sometimes, well, we're obfuscating the product, but those products don't come to life without really great services.
You're absolutely right. Yes, we have an amazing solutions practice at SADA, whether it's statement of work, migration paths, just really ultimately helping it be easy on the customer. That's what we're trying to do. It's not just reselling the licensing and saying good luck. No, it's that handhold process all the way through, even to post sales, in regards to those tier escalations for customer service.
Yeah, and so a lot of IT professionals that are here today, a lot of IT teams, quite often they'll take the DIY approach. They'll be like, you know what, we got this. What we think, because you go to GCP or AWS or Azure, and like you could go on their website, like we can spin up these servers ourselves, and we got this, right? But then they find themselves like 3 months into the weeds of this, like we don't got this, right? So talk about the levels of support from being able to be like, hey, we can do it all for you, to hey, we can walk with you on it, right? Like talk about those different customers.
That's a great point. And yeah, Kyle, we come across this quite a bit. Some customers, they're like, hey, we need your help in every department. Some customers like, oh, we kind of got this here. Can we just get this licensing, so to speak? It really does. I can't stress this enough. Those free infrastructure assessments they were providing through Google, you'd be surprised, unless it's like some really large companies. A lot of companies don't know the data that they have. And really diving into that on the analytics side can really help just come up with a cost optimization standpoint, how we can restructure that. But ultimately, it would, to answer your question, it would come down to the customer. It depends on where they're at today, where we're helping them move forward to, and ultimately their knowledge with what they're doing internally, because we're here to help in every fashion. Some customers know more than others.
Excellent. Cool. Anything else, Frank?
No, I'm good.
Cool. Well, again, thank you so much, Barrett. Thank you for joining us today. Be sure to check out SADA's booth at the Future of Work Pavilion, and of course, go check out the Future of Work Pavilion. Go check out our booth. The full agenda there is there of what's going on today. Join us for happy hour later. It's going to be kind of wild. We got this build up section. I can't say anymore. Zip it up. Get a little excited.
Yeah, that's okay.
Close it out, Frank, before I spill the beans.
Hey, you said it all. We just really appreciate everybody attending today. This is our last delivery of the day, our last interview. Hopefully you've been enjoying the live stream. Like Kyle said, we're getting together to do kind of a wrap up at the end. Don't miss it. It's going to be great.
Don't miss it. Don't miss it.
Don't miss it. That's all I got to say. So let's wrap up. Let's get on to the next.
Hey, what's going on? It's a great day at Elevate IT. This is Frank and Kyle, Future of Work Pavilion. Thanks so much for stopping by. Frank, how you doing today?
Kyle, I am doing awesome today. This is going to be an incredible just experience for everybody joining.
I hope so too. Frank, who do we got first? Who's up first?
Todd Scarborough from Nice in Contact.
Want to give him a little intro?
Yeah, so Todd he's a customer-facing guy and really a strategic leader in terms of dealing with clients directly on, transitioning through this entire time period. So this could not be more of a relevant topic with a person who is directly working with clients. So I'm super excited to have him on.
Excellent. Let's bring him in. Todd, come on in. Hey, Todd, welcome.
Hey, guys.
Welcome to the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Hey, awesome. So, hey, Todd, we're going to ask you a few questions, and then we're going to talk about them, okay? First question. You ready? Here we go. Let's do it. What changes have you observed in the workplace over the last 4 months?
The main change has been that everyone has realized that we can do more than we thought possible before. From places that we didn't necessarily consider productive workplaces, we now see them as such, and so people have been able to accomplish a lot. We've realized that everyone's customer journey has changed at this point, and so that impacts every part of the business, because the customer journey extends all the way through from the front end all the way through the end of the customer life cycle or the refresh cycle. So that journey has changed all throughout, and so that impacts how the businesses, we as businesses, support those folks. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for now because there's a lot more to it, but that's at the high level. I'd say that's one of the main things we're seeing is the customer journey has changed for everyone.
Absolutely. Frank, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it has changed, and I think it's kind of followed that suit of, like, when COVID hit, there was a rush. There was a rush to respond, and that's what it was. It was completely reactive and understandable, but not 100% strategic. And then I think we kind of looked at in that last 4 months, Todd, I think you agree that there was this bubble that kind of hit where the economic realities of all of this just hit people. And so there was a shifting of decision-making inside the organization. Again, a lot of it just responsive because nobody had this in their prediction cycle. And now we're at the kind of like what's next piece. So, and like to your point, like around customer journey, like that's so spot on because that's where everybody looked at, like, well, how are we getting customers? Are we keeping customers? And the challenge was on.
Absolutely. I totally agree with everything you just said. From all throughout the customer journey, and you and I, all three of us on this call talk about it often. That there are multiple points in that journey, and every piece of it has changed now, and people need direction. They need a framework. They need folks that can come alongside to help them make the right decisions right now, because some of the biggest decisions in companies' histories will be made in the next few months, and already have been, right? As we accelerate into
Yeah, absolutely. And for the IT department that is traditionally a cost center, they've flipped around, accelerated digital transformation, and now they are a profit center because they're doing things that they're doing projects faster than they would have before because they have the full buy-in of everybody right now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, Kyle, that's a big point that you make because, I mean, when you think about that, you're talking about the IT function and inside of business, we have a tendency to kind of like silo these functions. Like IT goes off and works on IT, sales goes off and works on sales, customer support doing their thing, but really it's a three-handed job to get this done. And so collaboration and coming up with strategies that work across these teams is probably more important than ever before.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Todd, next question. Ready?
Ready.
When you think of the phrase, the future of work, what comes to mind?
It sounds kind of crazy to think about right now in the midst of what we're going through, but I think of freedom. I think of flexibility. I think of capability. I think of strength and power. Because that's really what the future is going to look like to the organizations that respond appropriately and already have been responding appropriately during this time. And even those that maybe responded erroneously, as some may have early on, but are now doing their best to recover. Those are the things that I think of for the future of work, is because that's what's going to be represented in the changes that these organizations are making, and the technology underlying that is what's going to enable those things that I think of. But yeah, that would be my initial response to that question.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Todd. Yeah, so couldn't agree with you more. Just the face of everything that's changed, right? And just the way that we work from now on is just, potentially through the screen, right?
Yeah, no question. Originally, my thought about that too was, maybe flying cars in silver suits, but I was way off.
I thought the fax machine was going to be popular again, but who knows?
That was coming back. So here's I think that, one of the things that, in all of this, the future work piece, because you just kind of dialed in around, freedom, flexibility, is really so true, Todd. And it really comes down to also, there's kind of one side of the coin which says, maybe this is an opportunity for us to get better, right? To optimize how we work. To your point, Kyle, like we don't have to be in the office every day. Going through screens is probably just fine. And it also speaks to, quality of life, but also for the business, it talks about resiliency, right? I mean, like I think the future of work is a more resilient workplace, more resistant to change, such as, a pandemic as a classic example, but there's other examples out there as well.
Absolutely.
So that you've got to have the ability to bounce back, the ability to scale the business according to customer demand, which is no longer going to follow the same trends and trajectories I think that we've seen historically. And that's what happens when customer journey shifts across an entire global economy. So yeah, Frank, absolutely. It's how are we going to respond to those things? And it's knowing the way that I love the way that both of y'all work, and the way that my organization works is let's break that into pieces. Let's address.
So let's jump right into the third question, since you're jumping the gun. Here we go. Ready?
I didn't even know what the question was. All right, let's do it.
How do your company's products or services fit into future work environments?
Perfect. All right. Thanks for giving me that one. I love to wax on this kind of stuff. So Nice in Contact is the leader in customer experience platforms. We've been in CCaaS, customer contact center as a service, in the cloud since our inception. And what we do is provide you a platform. Those leaders within the organization would provide you a platform that's going to improve the experience of your users as they work within the application stack that you've built for them to do the job for your customers, giving them a better experience across all kinds of different departments, no longer just in customer service and outbound sales, but across the organizations is what we're finding now. But we give you the ability to not only improve that employee experience, but then thereby improving that customer experience. And then also for the leadership team, we provide all the analytics and the visibility to the business, which ultimately gives you the knobs within the customer journey and customer experience to adjust according to the thresholds of the business, so to speak. So that's the initial response there. I'm sure you got lots to bring up there, but so we do a lot more than that, but we're the platform. And so we've got services and partners and an ecosystem that extends from that allows for that.
Thoughts on that, Frank?
Yeah. So first off, I mean, I just want to say, like, stepping out and saying, I'm a massive fan of the NICE inContact platform, and I think contact center as a service is maybe the worst name in our industry. Like, contact center just seems like it's something that's out of date. And it really is a bad name. But the thing is that it's really about, like, customer experience, to your point, and it's really about engagement. And so, like, when I think about, like, your platform in particular, just as a use case, is everything that's gone on with COVID. You know, people's need to retain clients and is at a zenith, but yet the service and support and customer care operations became outstripped almost immediately, right? Because other avenues were cut off. And I think about, like, your technology being truly on the channel with social listening and all these things. A lot of people, like, natively follow a path, and when they were not getting their customer service requirements fulfilled by going to a website or going to an app, they went to social, and they went into that company and they said, hey, you're not servicing me. And sometimes those channels are managed by marketing people, and marketing people are awesome people, but they're not customer service people. Oh. And so the thing is that, like, your social listening platforms directly grab that information, move that into a CRM, elevate it to a case, and bring people to the table. And it outlines people on the team that are assigned to doing this social listening and have the skills. I think it's like it's an amazing, like, right now, if you look at the future of work and where you're positioned, maybe we can talk about that. Like, how do you feel about how your company is positioned for the future of work?
Yeah, very uniquely positioned in the fact that we are, I guess we're going on 5 years of recognized by the analysts and all those sort of things, leadership in the market at the enterprise level. We've expanded that reach. We've taken our enterprise capabilities and pushed it down towards the mid-market and the SMB layer as well, making adjustments to our pricing and to our products to make ourselves more available to more in the market, taking our best practices from the enterprise successes and making those available to everyone. So we are uniquely positioned because of the so NICE bought inContact in 2016, and that's been one of many strategic acquisitions that NICE has made to bring together a true customer journey and customer experience platform that manages that customer experience from cradle to grave, for lack of a better term, but really does all the way through, and then also brings the power of data, more power around the data that already exists, that's being captured around the customer interactions. So NICE brings not just inContact to the table, but when you engage with NICE inContact, you get the full portfolio of NICE systems that you're just. And we've been bringing the technology together over those past 4 years, and the people together, and bringing the teams together. And now you're beginning to see more of the ability, making it easier to sell together. So our ability to bring the NICE team in when it makes sense, or other portfolio products into the mix to meet the needs of that customer, whether it be an SMB, mid-market, or enterprise customer. We've got the full platform, and so that's, I think, what makes us most unique is you can go on NICE inContact paper, on the NICE portfolio paper, to get the entire suite, omni-channel, all the way through.
But so what is it about NICE inContact though? Like, your approach is different. You have a different framework. I want to make sure you highlight that framework that you use. It's completely different than what other companies are doing out there. The CX journey, right? So talk about that, like what you're doing there.
Yeah, so our sales model is the customer-centric sales model. And so that focuses on identifying the challenges and pains in the organization and understanding the true costs that are associated with that. And so what we do is by layering our customer journey road mapping framework into that, we want to start with an understanding of where is your customer journey today and how has it changed? Because that's usually where the conversation starts. How has your journey changed since the world started changing at this rapid rate, right? And that opens up a lot of greater conversations. So we start there, and then we dig in with the individual team members. So we start with the leadership, and you tell us who your folks are and who's the roster of individuals, stakeholders within your organization that need to be engaged or that own a portion of that customer journey. We want to engage each of them individually and with their team members in a workshop type setting where we can dig in and dig deeper into their challenges. Ultimately, bringing back to the executive team, the leadership team, a customer journey vision casting document that gives you an ability to say, okay, here were the challenges that we diagnosed and that we understood from your team, as straight from their own mouths. And here are some high level, at least at the high level, just to start with. Here are some ways we know we can address that. And giving the leadership team the ability to start making those informed decisions, regardless of where you want to go from there. At least you've got that vision casting of what can be done. We don't need to come in and talk a whole lot about NICE inContact. Let's have that conversation around the customer journey and the customer experience first. The product's going to come into the picture as we move forward in the engagement, but we really want to seek first to understand what's going on within the organization before we try to diagnose or prescribe any solutions. But that's the process. And so from that workshop, we gather a tremendous amount of data and intelligence from your team, and from the people that are frontline. And the other folks involved in that would be the technical team. And then you've also got the business side and the management team. And so we want to have those conversations are somewhat similar, but because they all have some overlapping pieces, but ultimately they each have a little bit of different flavor as well, because there's different information to be covered that's most important to that segment. But it just allows the executive team, one of the hardest things to do when you're making these decisions is to get everybody to consensus. If you've got multiple influencers and stakeholders in the decision and in that kind of project, which typically in customer journey we do have multiple stakeholders. So we want to smooth out that decision-making process by gathering consensus or gathering information to allow for the consensus to occur quicker and easier, which you guys as our partners, as our frontline partners, are crucial in all of our processes and the way that we actually do that.
Excellent.
So I have a question for you, Todd. I mean, as a kind of looking at this from a position of a CIO, the people that are attending this Future of Work conference are the IT leadership inside of their businesses, and they are living in this period of radical disruption. And so when we're looking at a NICE inContact as a technology adoption, maybe you can talk a little bit about, because, and let me back up a little bit, ultimately the CIOs, like they have a lot of decisions to make. They need to make sure that the technologies they bring in are relatively frictionless, right? Everything is going to be a challenge. We don't want to oversimplify the process, but in opting for a NICE inContact technology, where does it put the organization in position with their entire enterprise stack?
Mm-hmm. Great question, Frank. The good news is, because of our open systems architecture, it puts you in a position of strength, as I mentioned earlier, because now whether we have the canned integrations, which we have, I believe at last count, and I'm not the guy to ask these exact numbers, but hundreds of APIs, right, that already exist that are just canned for most of the big box software you could buy off the shelf or that you're buying from your current distribution channel. And so that makes it really easy. And so names like Salesforce and Zendesk and Microsoft Dynamics and Microsoft Suite and the Microsoft Teams and all those sort of things, you can check the box. So and that's one thing you can look at with NICE inContact. So there are many ways you can check the box, because we've been there, done that a lot of ways and a lot of times. And with many transactions and many successes come many stories. But not to say that we are always the exact right fit, and not to say that we always are 100% perfect. That's where we leverage our ecosystem of partners to make sure that it's smooth. And so we engage, whether that's implementation partners, whether that's partners from a solution architecture standpoint, from a business architecture standpoint, customer partners that already play in that framework mindset, like you guys do, like we do, of focusing on the journey and how do these things plug in. Because ultimately I need to, in my organization, we need to be able to focus on our core, which is NICE inContact, and delivering the CX platform. It's called CX1, but delivering our CX platform is what we need to be able to focus on. And so by doing that, and drawing out the information that we need, it's usually the information that other folks need in the equation as well. So we want to be able to bring in the right partners, whether that's implementation partners to help with the discovery and the architecture, and then the ongoing adoption and optimization of to help drive the success of the project. Because if we sell a piece of software and there's a certain ROI that's discussed on the front end, but it never is realized on the back end, if we don't come back around to the end and say, okay, we promised you this ROI, but we never showed it to you, then we really haven't done our IT leaders or any business leaders the service, I think, in my opinion, that we set out to do in the first place.
Right.
That was the answer to a short question, but
Well, it sounds honestly like that it's also a journey being in relationship with y'all as well.
It is, and it's we as an organization have gone through it, just like every single organization. But even prior to everything that's happened so far, we've gone through our own changes and our own challenges, and we admit that, and we understand when we've had challenges. We also know that we're a completely different organization today than we were just in the past year and a half or 2 years. A lot has changed in a very good way. As I mentioned earlier about the integrations between the products that have come together have made things a lot easier. And then the internal integrations between the teams makes things a lot easier. And so we're getting there, and we want everyone to know that we are relevant to every market segment. We have a solution for you, and we have capabilities that can extend. Our goal is to partner with you and to strengthen you and your team, not only for today, but to provide that future proofing of your customer journey for the future. As you mentioned earlier, Frank, this is not the last time that we'll face a challenge of this. Hopefully we won't see something of the same sort on a global pandemic level, but if the companies that some companies and many of our customers were prepared for something like this, not fully prepared, but at least in regards to maintaining customer experience and customer journey, they were prepared for that piece. And we want to be able to do that for more people. And that future proofing is a big part of what we're doing. So when you guys said future of work, I'm like, yes, please sign us up. We're all about it. It perfectly resonates with who we are and what we represent to the market today already. So
excellent. Thank you, Todd. Thank you so much for your partnership in this. Guys, if you're watching this now, visit the NICE inContact booth anytime today. Todd will be here all day long. Chat with him, reach out to him, set up a video chat. We'll be here to answer your questions. Thanks so much, Todd. And then also, while you guys are here, please go visit the Future of Work Pavilion booth for more information about all of our sponsors today and about all the booths that you can visit. Catch Frank and Kyle on the next one coming up shortly.
Be strong.
That intro never gets old. I like it. I like the song.
I get in the background. I'm kind of doing a little bit of this kind of action going on there.
It's a little bit much. But hey, guys, we are back again. I hope you guys are enjoying the conference. Somehow I've managed to change shirts a couple times today. I don't know how that's happened. Frank, I think you have the same shirt on the whole day. Like, it's awesome. I don't know.
I actually have just a whole rack of them right back behind me here. So it's just.
Oh, that's great. That's great. So who do we have up next, Frank?
Yeah. So hey everyone, we have the senior cloud strategist for RapidScale joining us today, and that man is Kyle Surratt. He is all about the future of work, and he's on with us now. Let's have a conversation.
Let's bring him in. Hey, welcome,
hey guys.
Kyle.
Hey, thanks for having me. The intro pumped me up as well, so fired up to be
Right.
here, and
Yeah,
it's awesome.
Up to it. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kyle. So we're gonna ask you a series of questions, and we're gonna have a conversation about it. So ready? First
Cool.
question. Let's do it. What changes have you observed in the workplace over the last 4 months?
When this pandemic hit, I know I was on spring break with my girls in New Mexico in the mountains, and things are coming down the pipe with regards to school closing down and canceling March Madness and all these kind of things. I think in terms of when you put that in the context of work and organizations, the thing that I noticed was that initially people kind of went into the crisis repair mode, maybe for where it's, hey, how do we mobilize our workforce to be able to work from wherever it is? And that was happening kind of across the board with schools and businesses and everything. How do we maintain efficiencies and productivity when people can't come into the office? And so, I think there was an initial kind of crisis mode of how do we kind of stop the bleeding and address that. And then we've kind of been able to walk into, how do we strategize for the future when things like this happen in the future, things outside of our control. What piece we put in place to help prepare or create readiness for these types of situations. And for us, for our customers, a lot of that is just how do we enable access to the things that an employee needs to do their job, the data, the applications, et cetera, from regardless of where they're at, regardless of whether they're sitting in an office or home office, something more traditional, or if they, happen to be somewhere in the mountains or on the beach, how do they continue to maintain productivity regardless of the things that, the curveballs are thrown at us, the whether it's pandemic or whatever it may be, how do we continue working? So I think those are some of the things that businesses have wrestled with and some of the areas we've helped them hopefully address those needs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I like what you said. I mean, it was true. I don't like it, but we were all in crisis mode, right? So businesses too, like businesses were in crisis mode as well. And just like, what do we do, right? And just, and how we got to here and how we're going to get to the next chapter here. So Frank, what do you have to add to that?
Well, yeah, only just from experience working with RapidScale, just, the last 4 months, it's amazing how uniquely positioned you are. You are almost kind of in a work from home kind of scenario already in terms of your construct of your offering. And I'd be really interested to kind of find out, as you were having conversations during that period, how did that evolve over 120 days from initial response to people seeing the financial bubble to now people looking at, where do we go from here?
Yeah, no, it's a great point. I think, I work from home all the time. So nothing drastic changed for me and for, folks in my situation. I think that, initially it was that kind of crisis mode, I think. And, I think what people realize is that you've got to have these things put in place in advance. And I say that meaning that these are a lot of the concepts that I'm talking about day in and day out in the areas that we're trying to help customers. And, I had multiple prospects that, came back to me and said, man, I really wish we had done this, 6 months ago or 4 months ago, because, I think day one, I probably got, 5 emails about, hey, I've got to get 200 employees mobilized, work from home, virtual desktop as a service set up by next week. How do we do that? And it's kind of like, man, this is a strategy we've got to have in place. These deployments are complex and they take, anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks generally to deploy. So outside of a few expedites and things like that, our hands were kind of tied in getting something up next week. But we were able to help with some Office 365 and, getting some collaboration tools put in place to address the immediate need, and then kind of continue the conversation on the longer term strategy of what comes next.
What was the most unexpected event besides the event that happened during this time, with respect to getting people turned up quickly, maybe a good story?
Yeah. So I think Yeah, so we
Dogs
did have
love
a.
it too.
What's that?
Dogs love it too. They love that question.
Dogs love it too. Hey, that's another great. If I could create an application or a delivery tool to drown out dogs, kids, and then like my neighbor's lawn mowing service, then we'd be all set. But that is the future of work, I think, dealing with those things. But I think, Kyle, to address your thought or question there, we did have some quick expedites that we were able to. I think for us, a great example is customers that we had already on a Citrix platform, for example, that maybe had 25% of their workforce on Citrix to be able to work remotely, and then the pandemic hit and they needed to go from 200 users or call it whatever percentage of their workforce up to 2,000 users. So they had to get their entire workforce ready to work remote. That was a great use case where all of a sudden, we're able to just scale that environment out. They're already on the platform. We just had to add new users, and so it made it very easy to do that.
Scale. To rapidly
scale it rapidly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So those are the use cases where it's like, this is actually like all the things we're talking about daily as we're trying to sell these platforms and help our customers. We're actually working, and you kind of saw them benefit the customers. We had a lot of customers reach out that that we were able to kind of not me, our support teams, the smart people were able to kind of save the day and really make sure that they could adjust on the fly.
Love that. So you ready for the next question?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
There we go. Let's do it. When you think of the phrase "the future of work," what comes to mind?
Very simplistically, I think we're seeing a shift away from a traditional office space. I've talked to numerous prospects, contacts, friends that are seeing the fact that they may not go back to a traditional office ever. I think that the most recent stat I saw was a poll of CFOs that indicated that they think that 40%, up to 40% of their workforce will be remote moving forward. So we get past this pandemic, we get things kind of back to what we call normal. A large percentage of those people won't ever return to a traditional office. And so, you kind of back that, zoom out and think about the impacts that has to commercial real estate and office space and all the things that we traditionally think of when we're thinking of an enterprise workspace. That's all kind of shifting. And I think it's really just a shift towards productivity, regardless of where you're at, regardless of what device you have. But how do I enable my employees to do their job wherever they're at? And I think a lot of business leaders have seen that this new model, this work from home model, doesn't mean that they have to sacrifice productivity. I think there was a belief prior that they needed people in an office in their seats where they could see them to ensure that they were doing their job. And I think a lot of people have been open to the fact that folks it can be productive from their home, and B, those employees kind of enjoy that. They enjoy the flexibility to be able to do the things that they want to do. Frank, I know you and I have talked numerous times about kind of the greater work-life balance you can strike when you don't have to spend an hour commuting every day. But you can still get your work done and be effective as an employee without some of those things that were traditionally thought of as requirements.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think are some of the industries that are benefiting the most right now from like Rapid Scale?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, we're seeing our fastest growing industries are kind of traditionally are healthcare, financial institutions, retail institutions. Those are kind of top of mind in an area of where I think that organizations are seeing a great benefit. I mean, I think we'll take retail as an example of an environment where employees, stores used to have people come into their stores to buy things, and online was picking up, but now online is shot through. Online shopping has shot through the roof, and so now how do those businesses function with maybe less emphasis on the retail space with brick and mortar, and more emphasis on how do they serve those customers with their call center, customer support, and all those things remotely, in with home-based employees. I think those businesses that traditionally relied on a physical space, I think, are benefiting greatly from this new model and some of the platforms that we can help put in place.
Yeah, excellent. Frank, anything to add?
Yeah, so one of the things that Kyle and I have been working on, and I'm talking about Kyle Surratt, is like putting into place at rapid scale some of our Recovery X program. How people move from the position they're in to a state of reform and re-architect in the future to become more elastic and more resistant to change and more productive. And some of the things that you were talking about, Kyle, were really kind of impactful there on this subject, because you really kind of looks like and how people are working together. And then in your first question, you really talked about getting ahead of.
Be strong.
You ready, Frank? Recovery X time.
Kyle, we're in the backstretch.
Backstretch, we got it. So, guys, thanks for joining us for this segment, Recovery X. I'll let Frank kind of set the foundation, set the table for this. But we're back with us live. This is not a recording. You're with us live with Frank and Kyle. Jump in, ask comments, ask questions, and we will respond.
Awesome. Okay, so earlier, I think on our last broadcast, we talked a little bit about, that this session is definitely a serious session, right? There's a lot of things where people can fist pump and say we've got the newest and latest things coming out there, but the reality is that everybody's been impacted by COVID and the new economic climate. And the new economic climate seems like it's the economic climate, and we'll be kind of soaking in it for a while. Wouldn't you agree, Kyle?
I would agree, yeah. And so as we're setting the stage here, I'm going to play the intro, and then we're good.
Okay, let's do it.
So yeah, picking up right where we were, Frank. Yeah, I would agree wholeheartedly that we are in that state of we've moved beyond the crisis mode a little. Maybe some people are still in that, right? We've moved beyond that a little bit, and decisions have been made, and they were made. Some may have been made hastily because of the timing of it. And now we're at this point of like, okay, well, how do we take a deep breath and bring everything together? Like, bring it all together and focus on getting back to business. Focus on not laying off any more employees. Focus on bringing everything back together, from the culture, the marketing, the sales effort, to the technology side of it, right? So how does that all connect?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if you look at all the components of business are the same, right? I mean, nothing's changed. It's just really how we're going to assemble them. So if you think of it kind of like, when you go to start any type of initiative, you have to have a vision for what it looks like at the end. I like to tell people it's as if you had like a Mr. Potato Head and you had all the pieces out there and you had no vision for it at the end. And so somebody says, well, this is what I think you're talking about. And, you got a foot coming out of the head and, the nose is coming out where the ear is. It's really easy to have that kind of response, especially in terms of disruption. So we don't have to go back through the whole aspect of COVID and all the different components, but there are certain elements to the cycle. And what I want to do before I talk about that is kind of set the ground for what this discussion is about. So this is a framework that is both business focused. Obviously, there's business principles, there's business tactics and strategies, and there are technological strategies and tactics as well. It's a blend, and it's really all based upon the kind of outcomes or the areas that you need to address. So my personal background, I kind of started in the primordial swamp of Deloitte. And at Deloitte, and for some time period afterwards, I held a lot of like financial roles and CIO roles. And in that time period, I was focused mostly on like business transformation, bank workouts, company turnarounds, debt restructurings, company dissolutions, merger acquisitions, startups, financial operations, contract negotiations, all elements. So that kind of forms my thought process towards this, right? You know, when we think about recovery, like we're recovering from a new experience, but we're recovering from a position that many businesses have fallen to, right? Where sales have gone off, and obviously all the dynamics around that. Revenue goes down automatically. You've got fixed set of costs inside your business. You know, your margins go slim, receivables push out, your cash flow gets hit, working capital gets constrained. These are all the things that are happening behind the scenes, right? While everybody's working, while people are trying to make sales, while people are implementing a new software application, this is all happening. So in this kind of initial stage to kind of look at like how we respond to this, there's kind of like this again is all a very mature kind of view to it. And I'd have to say that there are some new things that come about because of the capability of technology, but a lot of these tactics are age old. And we just kind of like repackage them a little bit different so that we can execute. So the first stage is, you know, really there's kind of like a period of resolve and resilience, right? That comes from this rush to respond. And I'd have to say that for a lot of people, they did a great job, an amazing job. But in doing so, a lot of it was pretty tactical. There wasn't time to sit down and do an in-depth analysis of things. You know, you grab technologies that are off the shelf, you plug them together, you get people out. To Justin's point earlier, you know, for one company, it was all about the safety of their people. So it's heart, it's emotion, it's drive, it's horsepower to get all that done. The next kind of, you know, iterative point of it, I think, is the bubble. I think we're still in the bubble. And so when we talk about the bubble, I mean, like,
we're not talking about the NBA bubble, though.
Not the NBA bubble. That's a different bubble.
Yes.
Yeah, completely different bubble. And this one here is where, you know, your revenue is pushing out, both through cash flow as well as net new sales. Customers, if you're in a SaaS model, they may be actually backing off of usage of the product. So their measured rate billings go down. You may have a business that's completely constrained from being able to deliver. So cash flow is impacted, and reductions in force are normal. So we're seeing that. So this is part of our discussion. They're normal. They're really hard for people, but for the resilience of the business, they're absolutely necessary. So this is a tough part, right? This is the hard edge side of the heart and the mind working together here for people where the budgets were sitting with a CMO, the budget was sitting with a CIO, and now that's moved to the CFO because that's the last order of business. So with this,
that's at the point that we see mass layoffs, and that's at the point that we see a huge cutback in usage of other products and other needs that business has, right?
1,000%. Yeah. And it was interesting in the way you say that too, Kyle, is that, you know, like there are some people, like some of our clients, you know, within 3 weeks, they laid off a large amount of people.
Yep.
Some of them literally just a week ago, this week.
This morning, I saw one on LinkedIn this morning that we talked about earlier. I felt that when I saw the CEO message this morning. So
yeah, it's painful. So everybody's getting this, like when we talk about Recovery X, what does X stand for? It stands for the company. Every company is unique. They're capitalized in their own way. They're run in their own way. They have their own product structures, sit in their own industries, sit in their own geos. There's commonality across industry, but there's uniqueness. So the response to it is unique too, right? You just don't pull from item A and item B to solve the problem. So the mindset for a lot of people in the bubble is keep clients, right? The thought process of let's crush it, let's hit our numbers. Unless you're certain companies that are just uniquely by serendipity positioned for it and you're taking orders, that's great. But that's not the overwhelming majority. So you see, keep clients, freeze budgets, good is good enough. That's the bubble. Would you not agree? Would you say like a lot of people that you're talking to now, that's where they're sitting?
That's where they're sitting. That's where they're sitting. They're in that. It's almost like a circle, because you think you get past one of those stages, but then we're back there the next day or the next week.
Right. Yeah.
It feels like a hamster wheel. Like it literally does feel that way.
Nobody has a crystal ball. Mm-hmm. But the thing is that like when we talk about the future of work, that is kind of the third stage here. So we talked about the rush, that's, resilience, it's resolve. The next portion of it is really about recovery and kind of innovation. And to do that, you just don't do that in 1 month. You have to look out and you have to say, hey, these are the user story scenarios for our business. And you start to map out a path that's intelligent to getting there. And in some respects, Kyle, like there are certain things you can do that put yourself in a better position to acquire technologies. Not that that's your goal. Business's goal is not to acquire technologies, but,
right.
but where they can acquire technologies.
To get to an outcome.
That's right. That's it. That's 100% it. So this kind of sets the stage for it, right? You've got like this rush, this bubble, and the next. And a lot of people were thinking that, the bubble was we were going to come out of that and we were going to be into back to work, business as usual, rev up the engines.
Just last week, we thought that like it changes every day. Just last week, we thought, oh, this is it. It's the dawn, right? It's dawn. But no, it's not,
No. And I think we've got 2 or 3, like business waves, shock waves that will hit us between now and the end of the year. Mm-hmm. But I think what insulates us is actually the technology foundation that's in place in the United States for those people that can do business this way. So this influences us into the future of work, but we know that we have to kind of change, how we think. So there's a couple of things that, that we can do. And if you think about this in the context of like strategies and tactics, and people like, use goals and objectives. They're often misused all the time, right? A goal is aspirational. An objective is the quantification of that aspiration. It says, I reached my aspiration as evidenced by X. That's an objective. So a strategy, if you were like use a military strategy back in the Napoleonic days where the British were fighting against Napoleon in the Mediterranean, they said, hey, our strategy is to cut off supply chain. Their tactic was to blockade a port. Okay. So what we're doing business-wise is a similar thing. Like we have a series of strategies and tactics. So if you think about it, like, one of the first things we talked about was cash burn, right? You've got to stop the bleeding. IT plays a huge role in that.
Yeah, they do. They have a lot of the budget, right? Because IT runs the business. Like we said earlier, IT is the business, and that's been an evolutionary process of like people realizing that.
Yes,
it always has been. And
always has been. Yeah.
Now more so than ever.
Mm-hmm. And to the point of like earlier when, Justin was talking about like, how do cultures work and how to cause, the unification of like the alliance between a CIO and a CFO. I'll call that one out first. Like to me, that's like number one. The next one is like CIO and, really kind of the anything that has to do with sales and revenue. And this isn't in order of importance. The second and third are pretty much, or the last two I'm mentioning are tied for second. And then with HR in terms of around its people. And there's a whole host of different attributes, but ultimately that first one, cash burn, if you can help with that, that's huge. A lot of people think, well, gosh, what if you have a manufacturing company and they've got a tremendous amount of you would call it variable costs. Well, you'd be shocked at how many of those are actually fixed outside of the materials. There's a lot that's there. And so when those people have a deep impact on customers, where they cut is really huge. They don't have an opportunity to say, hey, we'll just all work from home, because that's not what their business is predicated upon.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, they have to be there, or there's no revenue.
There's no product. It's just like having a restaurant. So the first thing that we kind of look at is like on cash burn is like, can we lower the line of credit dependency? What can we do there? So when I think about our framework here, like in Kyle, I think in particularly, how we work with clients is this is kind of the obtuse manner in which we address communications and connectivity.
Right.
Right. We're not going in and saying like, how many seats do you have? How many seats do you need? Those are just inane questions.
It's like many years ago, like that was kind of like the way that you sold internet services, right? You would come in. I worked at AT&T, right? And that's what they taught me. They go in, talk about reducing the bill. Hey, you can lower the bill. Like that was always like, hey, we're going to come into your office next week and we're going to lower your bill. But then that changed drastically to like, no, we need to be solution selling. We need to be solution architects. We need to come in there and be like, hey, I understand your business. I think you could go here, here, and here. Right. So, but now it's like, we got to kind of revert back to that a little bit to be like, hey, we can save money here and here.
Right.
And here.
Well, that's
right
true.
now.
Yeah. Yes. And so like what's interesting about like that is that, solution selling is not a one weekend workshop.
Right. It's not.
You actually have to know what you're talking about, and you actually have to have the skills to listen and also discover. So the first thing is kind of like figuring out how we negotiate, the existing stack, and what we can do to minimize cash burn. And that is, it's an analysis, right? Because it's not just seats, right? Every contract is different, has levels of elasticity or doesn't have it, may not even be required, may be redundant, maybe could be consolidated with something else, pared down.
Yep. There are a lot of nuances with respect to contracts that providers put out there as well. So there's a lot of things like, gotcha. There's a lot of those that you got to look out for, and you got to know what to look for.
You do. There's no question. And there's a lot of opportunity in it. And there's a lot of that sitting within inside of these organizations. So, but the key is we've got to be able to like remove like the financing constraints on the business as much as we can. And so there's a whole set of tactics that we can employ around that. And they're business, and they're also, technology based. And of course, just to clarify, like for you and I, like we work a lot with like unified communications, contact center, customer experience platforms. These things are
managed security,
hyperscale environments, productivity solutions, business intelligence. A lot of these things have a tendency to cross over into the stack, right? Like, do you have Salesforce or Oracle or, like Zendesk, ServiceNow? Yeah, exactly. All the players out there. And even when you look at those, I mean, there's efficiencies there. And that goes into a whole nother set of optimizations. But in this particular case, we're able to kind of dig into it from these sides, and it is going to touch, potentially some of these applications, and it could be a set of configuration changes and things like that impact. But lower the line of credit dependency. The next one is kind of a hard one for people, and it's not simple, but I believe that there is an exercise that one can walk through, and that is, removing your real estate dependency. People in commercial real estate, don't want to hear it, but I think I work with a lot of people in that field, and I think that they're very woke to the fact something's got to happen. And something's got to happen in order to take up space, because if you think about, most people have a lease cycle of 4 years, they're dropping out of those. And when they get to it, it's like, what size footprint do I need in an office? So there's a whole re-architecture of essentially, what does an office look like? Does it look more like a WeWork space? How does it function? And there's things that influence that in terms of, cultures and teams and how the organization is going to function. You almost have to rework and rewire, like, how do we work together on a daily basis? And what are those events that really require us to be face-to-face? So those are some not as easy discussions, but you can, like with all of these things, there's an MVP, right? There's a go-to-market.
Right.
And we start here, and we know that, like, once we go 90 days into this, because we know we're on the right track, we're going to have this extra level of detail, and we'll be able to do course correction.
Got it. So step one was minimizing cash burn, right?
Right.
Step two, say that again for us.
Yeah, minimizing or just removing the dependency on real estate.
Real estate.
Right.
Cool.
So go ahead.
I'm just summarizing as we go. So step one, minimizing cash burn. Step two, reducing the dependency on commercial real estate.
Yeah. And like I said, for each one of these, we have and you know this, and we have around 20 to 25 very specific tactics that one can take that starts to provide, I will call it, you're immediately addressing the situation. It's not always going to have immediate relief, but it's going to have relief. And they all build upon each other. So, and when it comes to like the real estate side of things, I mean, we're not commercial brokers. We're not real estate experts. We don't purport to be in any way, shape, or form. But we do understand the process, and we do understand that, like, who are the people we need to be talking to, and how do we all this relate together? As you start to see this unvolve and unpack itself, you start to see that when we talk about removing that dependency, and this almost ties in, oddly enough, as this day has evolved, like with Justin earlier, we become a more human-centric organization.
Yeah.
So that's the next one. The next thing is like, now that we're in kind of like almost like a 2A, 2B, but it is a 3, is redefined work. So that is something that, like, I think we are in a good position to do as we explore and we uncover the customer experience and the customer journey, what it means to deliver to the end customer, and what it means behind the scenes for people, so that we know, like, this is the composition of this organization. And it may redefine teams. We talked about that earlier, right? In organizations, a smaller group of people almost certainly outperforms a larger number of people.
Smaller is better in terms of teams.
Yep. Now, for the whole organization, a larger company, more mass, more revenue, yes, but that doesn't mean that everything globs now into huger pieces. You just have maybe more smaller pieces. Just think about it in terms of like smaller battalions or units. And Tiger team methodologies work really good. In fact, the military sometimes is a really good construct for how people can operate in this new environment. That doesn't mean you have to be militaristic or want to go out and blow something up, but it means that you want to perform at a high level. So there's some things there that we have that kind of speak to that as well. And it's all part of when we sit down with a client to explore this and to say, okay, we want better outcomes inside the business. We want to recover from where we are. We want to go to RX, which is a healthier business. This is the pathway. So the next thing is, like, if you think about, again, we talked about earlier today, like technology. If you're a CIO, chances are you could have come up in a whole variety of different levels. Let's put it that way. You could have started off as a software developer, or you could have started off, directly in the business side as an analyst, or you could have actually come tangentially from another part of the business as a COO or a CTO. You can get there in a lot of different ways. But the one thing that you do get like exposed to is some of the cool things that have occurred with how people work around software development, which is agile operations. And those are what was the thing that Justin talked about today? There was another thing where agile is evolving into something else. Do you remember that word?
He's talking about the iteration, right? He's talking about the iteration of the culture within an organization, and how that was building upon itself. Is that what you're?
No, there was actually like agile had actually been kind of refashioned for business, and I think it had started with an F. It was like fire or something, but we can circle back on it. But regardless, that whole process of agile and how you actually approach a business problem with user stories and with breaking that down into a backlog of tasks and going through a process of sprints. This is a way to dramatically, and this is what a CIO could do for their company. Just think about that. Think about that. Think about introducing this into your culture and saying, all right, we got a big problem to tackle here. And we know we have this time period to do it. Let me help you work through a process. Because I can tell you that I work with lots of marketing teams. They don't follow that type of process. Sales teams, somewhat ish, but not really. And I think that this could be something that, as part of our framework, that people can do. And we have a whole host of steps around that as well. So these are all things that start to compound upon each other. The first thing is we're taking air out of the balloon, that pressure that it's going to cause us to have to fire people, to have to make radical changes, to dismantle the business or sell off assets or things of those nature. And then lowering the ongoing footprint costs going forward and architecting around people, redefining how people are actually working, and then getting them to work in a process that's much more efficient. And then the last thing here is really, in all of this, we've got to stimulate growth, right? We need to drive revenue. We need sales velocity. We need revenue retention. We need better CX scoring. Bottom line is we need revenue, and we need an optimized cost process and an organization that's more malleable. So as we went through some of the latter parts of it, there's also elements that we talked to in terms of infrastructure, where we start to make things more secure, data more secure, people more secure, people more mobile, the business more elastic. Elastic being that it is more resilient to impact inside of the environment from outside sources. And then the last thing is, again, stimulating growth. So it's now we're really looking at CX. We're grinding on CX. We're grinding on conversion. We're grinding on how we amplify engagement, how we drive experience through the organization across multiple channels in a way that builds a much better relationship. In fact, if you think about it, like at the end of the day, as you look at all these financial goals, the best thing that you could do, the evidentiary part of it, is to be in right relationship with everybody that you serve, whether that be your customers, your vendors, your partners, the employees, which are the heart of your business, to be in right relationship with each one of them. It doesn't mean that you're bending over backwards. Like, hey, the idea that the customer is always right, that's a dumb thought. Hey, employees, if you give them, all the leeway in the world, they'll always do the right thing. No, we have to use intelligence, right? So the key is our culture will define a lot of that, and having cultures of responsibility are at the core of everything. And if you look at this Recovery X program, it builds indirectly a culture of responsibility, a culture of refined focus and purpose, optimized performance, and better cost structures.
Yeah. So you're referring to the wheel of that wheel of culture that Justin brought up. Essentially, humility leading to empathy, leading to moderation, leading back to humility. Right.
Yes. And moderation, as he defined it, was really temperance and discernment.
Absolutely. Oh, love it, Frank. So as we're wrapping up, we got a full lobby right now. Just so you know, I know you can't see, but I can. We get a full lobby. So as we're wrapping up the Recovery X framework here, how can what's the next call to action to learn more about the Recovery X framework?
I think it's just to really engage with us, Kyle. It's just reach out and say, we want to know more. We want to know more about how you can come alongside and help us to move in the right direction. And as you know, the resources that we bring to the table are almost kind of silly magic. I mean, the amount of, engineers and architects and innovators that come to the table before there's anything about a contract, right? It's just seeking to understand and then providing insights. And then I think it becomes very evident, for people that, hey, I think we have it covered, or we want to bring you in and let's work together.
Absolutely. Wonderfully said. If you guys missed this session, the Recovery X, go back and listen to the beginning. It's a very serious conversation, but when you unpack all of it, I think you'll see the impact and the lasting value that was unpacked here. So Frank, we made it to like the end of the day. It's 3 o'clock. We got the final stretch to 4. We've the clock says streaming for 6 hours, 58 minutes, and 43 seconds. So we've been at this for so long today.
Yeah,
so,
it definitely feels like a personal best, right?
Oh, it is a personal best for sure. So let's bring some others on with us. We said before from the beginning, we've heard from the vendors, we've heard from outside parties like Justin Foster's. And now let's hear from the IT leaders themselves, their take on the future of work, because the conversation needs to be all inclusive and get both sides. So I got a little flashy intro that we'll play here. And then once the intro is done, you beautiful people on the other side of the screen will be live on the air. So be ready for it. Here we go. Full house. Let's see who we got. We got Jeanette Wayne. Hi, Jeanette. How are you?
Hi, guys.
Hi. We got Craig Broussard. Craig, how are you doing? And we got Randy Stroud.
How you doing?
Hey, welcome, guys. Welcome to the Future of Work live stream. 7 hours in. Whew. How's the conversation today?
You did say it was a happy hour, right?
It is a happy hour, yes. I just haven't made a chance to get downstairs. So I appreciate you guys for being here today. We wanted to keep it pretty simple. We're cognizant of your time, so thank you so much for being here. Really, we essentially wanted to get your take on 2 core questions, and then you're welcome to stay as long as you want, or you can leave right after you answer. It's up to you. I know there's a lot going on at the conference today, so I don't want to waste any more time. So we'll just kind of start with the way we see it on the screen, with Jeanette first, then Craig, then Randy. So I'm going to pop this up on the screen, the question, and I'll also read it aloud. Here we go. What changes have you observed in the workplace over the last 4 months, Jeanette?
So for our teams, we're noticing that they're using more collaboration tools and they're using them far more effectively. The fact that people are not in the office has increased the utilization of those tools rather dramatically. I got very lucky. Here in Dallas, we had a rather substantial storm, something called a microburst.
I remember.
And because of that event, we took some extra steps to prepare for what I thought was going to be an ice storm. So we deployed laptops to all the office staff, sent them home with monitors, and generally got ready. And then the pandemic hit, and it was necessary for people to work from home. So the reliance on the collaboration tools and reliance on email has dramatically increased. The thing that I am noticing is that people read things into what's in an email, what's written in a document these days, without being able to hear the inflection, to be able to look in somebody's eyes and see, am I really irritated? Am I fussed with you? Am I happy? They're starting to read things into what's in a message that may or may not be there. And so what we're starting to do is encourage people, if you feel like you've gotten at cross purposes with somebody, pick up a phone. Because the collaboration tools can't replace that contact, that context that you get from hearing somebody's voice. We've also noticed or discovered that folks that we thought really understood how the collaboration tools worked really didn't. And so we jumped a few hoops with my team to prepare user guides and how-to videos and things of that nature. So our arsenal of training materials has gotten rather dramatically bigger.
Awesome.
How about the rest of y'all?
Yeah, how about you, Craig?
You know, something similar to that. I think our position, though, was kind of strange. We took 4,300 people and moved them home in 2 weeks.
Wow.
And had them all up and running, collaborative. We went from a WebEx on-prem solution and an old Microsoft OCS environment to Microsoft Teams and WebEx in the cloud, and converted all those people, had them up and running with training. Similar to Jeanette, we have tons of training video now that we never had before, but it facilitated. But one difference I think for us that is different than what Jeanette's saying is that, yeah, we do see, a lot more email and a lot more documentation that goes around. But we use Teams with chat and Teams channels tremendously. We went from 200 subscribers to 3,700 and went from like 500 chats a day to 25,000 chats a day that we're going on in literally 2 weeks. So it's just exploded for us, and the adoption rate has been phenomenal. But I think the difference for us is that we spend a lot of times collaboratively, and everyone is using a camera when we're meeting digitally. So really, from being in an in-person meeting in a conference room to meeting digitally really hasn't changed a lot for us. We still see each other. We still talk to each other. I have a daily stand-up with all my directs every morning, and we cover the night's events and what went on and are prepared to run the next day. Then I have one with the senior leadership with the CIO 20 minutes after that every day. What that's done is we've gone to 15-minute meetings that usually we had weekly 2-hour meetings that went on. So it's really kind of helped us manage our day better. So I think we're seeing adopting and becoming more agile in what we're doing by doing this. For me, this was easy. I came into this company a year ago, and they're an on-prem company. I came from an environment for 15 years where I worked at home, and I had a team that was globally based. So it was it actually kind of felt like going back home.
Literally.
Yeah, technically, yeah, you're right.
Randy, how about you, sir?
We had, again, I'd say we got a little bit lucky on this. We had just got finished rolling out kind of a new environment to help the company go cloud, and it just kind of rolled that out. We've not been giving remote access to all employees. They were, merely just those employees that required it. But by rolling out this new environment, it enabled all employees to go remote. We treated everyone like a remote user, whether they were going on-prem at a coffee shop, at their home office, whatever. So we were able to switch over to the remote work environment very, very quickly. I think it surprised our CFO immensely. He was not a pro for remote workers. Very traditional, wanted to see and touch his employees. And so after we were able to make the transition, I think it was a huge surprise to understand that productivity, in fact, went up. The team was able to make a migration over to the use of virtual office environment and meeting. It certainly, I think, is going to help us in transitioning over to a more effective environment and being able to really take advantage of remote workers, contractors, service providers, et cetera. So I think we're really enabling ourselves for the future. Some of the negative, the cons, is we have seen a 3x multiplier on the number of external threats that's hitting us. So from a security perspective, our metrics have gone through the roof. I track this on a monthly basis, and it is definitely making a significant change. I don't know what we block most of our stuff from foreign nations, but there are certainly, we can certainly see the attempts at a much higher rate. So far we've been able to keep our incidents down. So
looks like the cyber criminals are seeing that increased productivity as well.
Yeah, Yeah, I think, Randy, to your point, right, is that we also saw an increase, but most of our attack vectors are coming via email for some reason. I don't know why, but we're getting much more of that than we are the other. Thank God, we block about 98.5% of all email before it ever gets to us. So
they are attacking. I agree with you, Craig. The cyber criminals are really hitting them hard. You know, a lot of people are losing some people are losing their jobs. Some people there's a lot of communications, active communications that can be so-called spoofed, and phishing allows for that for uneducated users. Instead of reacting to an email that they're expecting, if all you got to do is say, hey, we're going to give you some recovery or stimulus check, please hit this link, and you've got people that are, even though they know better, hitting the link. So
yeah, the best one that we had that circulated around was looked like it came from our HR and said COVID back to work preparedness, and had an attachment in it, and it did get through to us, but we stopped it within the first 30 seconds. But that one was pretty scary that it did manage to get through.
Wow. So one more question, and then if you guys need to drop, you can, or those you can just have a free flow conversation from there. Here we go.
Sure.
When you think of the phrase "the future of work," what's the first thing that comes to mind? Jeanette.
For us, we had planned on pursuing a larger footprint and moving to a bigger facility as we're growing and expanding. And I think that given what we've gone through over the course of the last 4 months, I don't think that's necessary anymore. I think that within our existing facility, we can do desk sharing when people need to be in the office. When they don't, they can work from home. And I also think that for at least the population that I speak to regularly, they're getting more done because they're not spending their time on the freeway. And that time is helping them have a better work-life balance, and they're more productive. You get up, you get your coffee, you let the dog out. While the dog's doing his thing, you're reading your email, you sit down and you start doing your thing. So it seems to be facilitating a healthier lifestyle, at least at our end, and certainly for me, because I was driving an hour and 15 minutes each way.
Ooh.
So I gained that time and I was a happy camper.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Resonates with me as well. How about you, Craig?
Well, it's kind of strange. We talked about this one day. We own our facility, right, our campus, and to see it as vacant as it is, there's discussions going on about what do we do. I mean, we were at capacity before. Now it's not so much of an issue, but as we bring people back, we're probably talking about rotation, right? So hoteling in cubes and stuff, so that we do have a balanced environment of working from home versus working in the office and rotating people around. But I do know this, that what we have found is that from our executive leadership on down, people are identifying with being much more productive at home, but they're also working longer hours. The commute goes away. People are productive much longer times. I can't tell you how many times I sit in front of right here and eat a meal while I'm doing this. So it's changed. It changed the philosophy of how people work and what they're doing. And one thing that worries me about it is finding that work-life balance again. Right now, with everybody kind of strangled at home, people aren't too concerned about it. But when things start opening up, how do you do that and find that balance when you've adjusted to working straight through?
Yeah. At least since you guys make hand sanitizer, you won't have a hard time finding those rotating hotel cubes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
How about you, Rick? Oh, sorry.
So, I think the key thing that we're starting to understand is the business, and our CFOs come back and say looking for increased efficiency. So all the budgets are getting tighter. We're all being asked to do more with less, and so I think a lot of our focus for enhancements and change will absolutely be thinking outside of the box. What can we do to actually run the bank more inexpensively, so that we can get back into the business of working with the business for ways of increased revenue. But right now, I think it's all a focus on getting overall operating costs lowered.
I appreciate that. I promise you guys 15 minutes tops. If you need to drop, feel free to. If you want to stay around in the conversation, feel free to do that as well. But otherwise, we'll assume you're staying, and then we'll continue. So, Frank, any comments?
Well, first of all, yeah, I think that, for Craig, I think that his organization needs to join a 12-step chat program, just so that they can. I think you're going to get better. But I thought this is really fascinating. I think that, like if you think about it, Kyle, like we just had that conversation about Recovery Acts.
Yes.
And I said that like these are business principles, these are things, and they're not always codified in terms of an approach or a framework, but I love how that's like coming to life in each one of these organizations. And I love especially like Jeanette, you talking about, and I think fervently about it, because I think people are feeling passionate about it, like the work-life balance but people being more productive. And I think that is, if we are going to look at moving to more of a work from home, if more traditional companies are saying, we get it, this is the way, they're not going to hang on to, these old paradigms, they're going to move forward with it. We do have to address things like, how do we get people to not chain themselves to a desk, right? How do we create areas in the day? Like, does it matter if Randy now goes for a walk at 2 p.m. with his dog? Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's good just to get out, right? And to breathe and to stretch your legs. Does the day have to be sitting in one place for 8 hours to say we were productive? I think it's an opportunity to reconstruct all these things.
Don't you think, though, that it's up to the leadership, it's up to us to set the tone, to set the example. It's okay to go to the dentist. It's okay. Today, Kyle was waiting on me to go get my glasses because I couldn't see anything. It's okay to take the dog for a walk.
Yes.
And stretch your legs and think a little bit. Don't you think we should set the example for the crew?
Oh, Jeanette, like that, you just spoke volumes right there. I mean, I think that's the message to everybody out there is like, this is how we lead going forward. Like, like the whole concept of having a safe space means the fact that you have transparency, means the fact that you can talk about things. And we're in a weird time right now. And I say weird in some ways, it's awful because of what's happened to people losing their lives. It's awful because what's happened in terms of loss of revenue and things, but it's also pretty miraculous in how human beings are responding and seeing this as an opportunity. And this is an opportunity to do that. And for leaders right now, stepping up and encouraging people, because when we have an office environment where we have to see everybody, that tells you one thing: you don't know how to measure people.
Yeah,
that's it. Like if you have a sales team, great, I can look at a quota, but outside of that, I think people struggle.
Just want to add what Justin said earlier, and you guys even on this call, if you missed that one, we'll make sure that we have the recording for that, because it was like it left me in my chair, like I was melted in my chair, like I was worthless after that conversation for like 30 minutes. But he said, in order to lead into this, what Jeanette's saying, to lead by example here, you have to look inward, and you have to actually experience that yourself. You have to go to the dentist yourself at 2 o'clock, go walk the dog yourself, so to be able to appreciate and empathize when your team does that. And that's how you do it. You have to let yourself feel it first. You have to go in on yourself.
If I can expand.
Yes.
The message that I keep sending to my guys is, I don't care where you are. I don't care when you do it. It matters to me if we miss a deadline, if we miss a deliverable, if we impact the business negatively, then it matters. Mm-hmm. So be planning, be thinking about what you've got to get done, and map out your week so that you know what you got to get done, and leave time for responses to things that weren't anticipated. But plan. Just don't miss a deadline and impact anybody, and we're all good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think what Frank had said earlier about, needing to put the refocus back on measurement, right? So whether you're an operational, you provide operational support, you're not doing project deliverables, whether you're running projects, it doesn't matter. Us as leadership have got to get better at providing the metrics and the KPIs for our own teams to actually be able to measure and then celebrate what you accomplished and that you've accomplished. And if you can do it in 20 hours, great. Go, have some extra time on me. But let employees be focused around performance and not so much the hours that they work.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, that's.
Go ahead,
It's really fascinating in the fact that like there's a company out there that Kyle and I work with. They have a software application that it'll measure, everything that you do across. If you have Office 365, or if you have G Suite, or if you have whatever unified communication system, but it'll build kind of like a heat map that says, hey, today Craig did this volume of whatever. And it's not meant to be, there is some gamification around it, but it's not meant to be punitary in any way. But some people's response to it has been, oh man, that's just draconian. That's Big Brother. Like, what is that all about? And I said to people, like, you must be kidding me. Like, what is an office with people walking around looking at people? Like, how draconian do you need to get? Like, if we have more data, let's say, for example, Craig, say, for example, he closes, 20 deals, and we see that he only had like 8 emails this entire week. and then we look at Frank, and he closed 1 deal. He had like 150 emails. Like, we may want to be able to understand more with with better inspection and ask better questions of our people. Hey, how are you being successful? Like, why is this working for you? Do you have a better message? Like, rather than having a meeting with a sales team each week to go through what should actually be part of data predictability in a CRM, what if we had these maps and we had better data predictability, which led to better conversations, so that we could, to me, these are the things that we need to be asking. And if there's a problem with being measured, maybe that's a problem.
What's that?
So, I guess I've been on the fortunate side, because to Randy's point, and even the points that Frank's making as well, is that I've been working about metrics and measuring performance against metrics since about 2008, because I've had a global team. I'm not always there and not around them. They've been geographically dispersed. I've had guys that have been working in their homes for 10 or 12 years. So, we had to figure out ways that we could sit there and have not only key performance indicators, but we also had performance indicators that weren't necessarily there, but it helped us understand and justify headcount needs, promotion needs, to evaluate where we needed to provide bonuses, where people are going above and beyond. When people are just continuously exceeding, you want to reward that behavior, right? And you want to make it known to where other people want to be rewarded for that behavior. That's how you start building high performance teams. So we've been doing that for a long time. When I got here, there were 0 metrics at my company. 0. CIO had no visibility as to what was going on. So I spent a lot of time teaching people what metrics meant and why you have metrics and what was going on. And so from an infrastructure standpoint, we're still the only team that's providing metrics on a regular basis. The rest of the application development stuff, they're not. I mean, they're project based, so it's a little bit easier for them. But we spend a lot of time doing all that and defining where our strengths and weaknesses are. It's helped me justify another 8 headcount that we really needed in the organization over the year.
Hey, fellas, how often are you checking in on your strategic plan and your annual plan with the crew? How often do you sit down with the plan and say, where are we?
Every month.
I'm curious. Every month?
Every month.
As far as my peers, every 3 months. With my team, every month.
Excellent.
I'm not checking in often enough, because I'm only checking in with my guys every quarter. I mean, with a real deep dive. I'm not doing it often enough. Okay, I'm going to change my practice.
Yeah. So one of the things that we do, we have a meeting that happens with the CIO every month, and we have what's known as our portfolio review, right? So it's all of our strategic projects, where we are on them, if any deviations, any issues, any challenges, and we cover that every month with her. So essentially my team is in that every week, updating it, making sure that it's right. So I have a touch base with them before we meet with her to be able to know every month, where are we, right? Do we have anything that we need to be aware of? Is there something we need to highlight? And we always, of course, highlight the successes first, right? And organize it in such a way that it does that.
Awesome. We had a question from the audience real quick. I want to make sure we address it. It's not exactly related, but it's what we talked about earlier. So asking Mike Bellamy, thank you for the question, sir. He said, did all these leaders implement a VPN solution for their work from home change? And did the company see that as a big cost change?
I didn't have to because I already had one.
Awesome.
I didn't have any of the pain and suffering that went with it.
Awesome.
We had one. We had to increase capacity on the number of simultaneous connections, but that was it. But I did in the UK jump my internet from triple the capacity there to make sure that I was covered. So if I had to fail over, I could.
Yep.
We had already migrated to a secure access gateway and moved our perimeter to the cloud. And so we were able to ramp up pretty quickly. But we were already in the process of migrating and treating everybody as a remote user anyway. So the timing couldn't have been better for our transition.
Excellent. Sounds like you guys were very prepared for this.
Yeah. I'm just hearing great leadership is what I'm hearing, Kyle.
Yeah.
That's all I'm hearing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, it's also really great too about this time. I think I don't know about you in terms of as you know, IT leaders and just leaders period inside your company. Are you finding that like within inside of your organization across the different business functions that you're collaborating more than ever before?
There are some parts of my organization that are collaborating far more effectively than others. But in the midst of all of this, we acquired 2 companies.
Wow.
While we're re-engineering and digitizing. Yes, go ahead and you're a mad person.
I've been there before. I sympathize.
And so with the crew that was established, that bunch is collaborating together very effectively, moving along swimmingly. With the guys that we acquired, it's far more difficult because they didn't have access to the same tools and capabilities that we did. And we're just kind of wrapping our hand around their shoulder going, come with us. So that's all new. And to some extent, we're finding them to be anxious about using the tools, about deploying the tools, how's this going to impact the workforce. So we're spreading a little oil on the water right now with regard to that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. And that's probably like also a combination of just cultures too, right? Because you have 2 different business cultures that you're pulling together.
More than I can express.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We're a very unique organization. We have 20 different business units that run independently underneath us. They have some of their own IT. They have so it becomes a very interesting challenge. So we don't always play nice together, but we do find common ground to work together. And relationship building is key for us, right? So being separated and not physically in the same places, actually, I think has helped improve that some because people are more understanding and more show a little bit more empathy and everything else of the challenges that others are facing. So I think it's actually helped us in a way.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, I guess some of the water cooler talk is negative, right? Well, probably a lot of it is, but you know, there's positives there too. So nice.
Yeah.
Randy?
I think, can you just restate your question? I got a little bit off on my train of thought.
Just if you had anything to say, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm fine for now.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know if it's me, but it seems like Randy froze for a while.
Yeah,
he did.
It looks like you're leaning forward to ask a question like indefinitely.
Yeah, I've been working on trying to figure out what's going on in my video, and I wasn't paying good attention as I should have been.
Hey, at least we got rock solid audio. The internet gods have been nice to us today because we have 7 hours, 27 minutes, 21 seconds. We did not.
Kyle, I can't believe you've been
Way to
streaming.
go.
Yeah, I can't. I can't believe it either. Yeah.
Yeah. I hear the internet police are after us right now, by the way. So,
well, LinkedIn has already shut us down once. They shut us down every 4 hours, so we will be shut down again at 4:10. But then that won't stop us because we're currently streaming.
Interestingly, we just have to alternate it from Kyle and Frank back to Frank and Kyle, and it just seems to keep them off the chase enough to keep us moving forward. It's not very difficult.
So, fellas, how are you focusing your teams on continuing to develop their skills, learn, and read while all of this insanity is going on?
That's a good question.
It is. So, we've been fortunate. We've actually had vendors that have really reached out and sit there and said, hey, we got this training we can give for you guys. We've got a lot of free training that's come our way over the last 4 months that we have been taken care of. I put an expectation on my leaders that work for me to go out into their teams and help with that right now, because we haven't slowed down a whole lot, but we have slowed down some, and to find time to do that. And we've been taking advantage of that. We've also done, and I hate to throw a plug in here, but taking advantage of, we got LinkedIn learning accounts from almost everybody. So as leaders, we've all gone through that and said, hey, we want you to work on these soft skills or these hard skills, and giving them things to do. And one of the ways I make sure that it happens, because you can't necessarily check up on it, is, hey, why don't you sit there and present something back to us of what you learned out of that?
Mm-hmm. I love that.
It works well.
Yes, it does.
So that's the approach that we're taking. I wish I could find more time to train myself, but it's been a challenge.
I think there has been a lot of vendors that have been coming back, providing additional support when it comes to training. A lot of budgets, IT budgets, have been frozen. We've been put on a hold with no expected spend, up and through the next quarter. But a lot of vendors are using this as an opportunity to help educate, help collaborate, with no expectation of immediate sell, and that's been very helpful. We've been able to make those opportunities for our employees to leverage that time and leverage that support that they're providing.
Absolutely. Did you guys get a chance to see some of the sessions today? What would you say is like the takeaway, something you learned today that would be a good insight to share?
I didn't get to because I had to drive to go get my glasses.
Oh, so we are your very first session today.
I made it back just in the nick of time. I drove an hour and a half to get to the eye doctor, blazed through the eye doctor's office, and sat down.
Wow. Well, thank you for being here, Jeanette. I'm thrilled that we could be your first session in the Elevate IT. Good thing is that this is a virtual conference. Like, you kind of like think, oh, cool, it's virtual, so it'll be easy, right? No. it's way harder than anything we've ever done. Like we've been challenged more in the last 24 hours, but the last 2 weeks more so than we ever have. And it's a really good challenge. You know that feeling you get in your head, like it's almost like stress and exhaustion combined. But then it's like you feel good about it. It's like this buzz in your brain, like, man, I've been working so hard to do this. And like I've been like challenged at every bone in my body, and like it's kind of working, but it's kind of not at the same time. It's like that feeling. That's when you know you're onto something, I think.
I think the platform was really kind of cool, but the problem that I had is it doesn't work for damn on tablet.
Oh yeah.
It was terrible.
It's not responsive at all. It's not responsive.
It was terrible. Well, you couldn't even navigate around it because the banner that was showing all the vendors would cover up all the menu bar.
That's right.
So it was just, so I had to wait till the point in time that I could actually get it pushed back up on a laptop somewhere so I could actually watch any of it. I got to see 1.5 sessions. That was it.
Which is why we made the executive call to like, hey, we had a crazy idea. What if we just live stream all day? Because that would be available everywhere on any platform, not just this platform. So I think it paid off because it's been interesting, among with many other verbs and adjectives.
I have a question for you guys. So since you virtualized everybody, anybody doing virtual happy hours with their teams?
Once.
I've done, so we've been home now since March the 23rd, I think. I think we've had 3. And I mean, that's with my worldwide team. The only group that really didn't join was APAC, but my UK team and my US team was on board. It was a lot of fun. We had 35 to 40 people on.
How do you prevent it from being, they call it Zoom fatigue, right? Because Zoom is Zoom. But yeah, same thing, WebEx, whatever.
Wow.
They call it Zoom fatigue. Like, how do you prevent that? Like, you just got off of a meeting, you just got off of this. Like, this is a public facing conversation. Now you get into this, like,
this is why they're all to have a drink.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Oh yeah, that's the secret. That is the secret. I forget.
Yeah, and we limit it to 1 hour. We really do. We cut it off at 1 hour because we do know that everybody's tired. In fact, they were all asking me yesterday morning to have another one, so I'm scheduling one for next week.
Nice.
That's great.
Yeah, that's been the most surprising thing to me, like the amount of effort that everyone's putting forth to remain to keep our connectedness that we had before, or to like reinvigorate that connectedness, right? Because I think that's it only takes a few short days or weeks for us to realize after being at home for so long, like, oh, we actually do miss that,
Kyle, you know how social I am.
Yeah,
I'm going through such withdrawal not being able to be out and be around.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, what's really interesting is during this time period that people have developed, online skills, and, they've got the setup at home. And so like what you're seeing is that, that barrier to somebody saying, oh, I don't want to get on and get into a video conference or people are very easygoing with that. And I think also too, there's some back influence from the internet where over the last several years, you didn't have to have like the most perfectly polished video to put it out there for it to be important or be impactful or be helpful. So like we've been able to refocus on substance over form sometimes, just as long as, right? And just as long as we have performance on the delivery.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I completely agree. I have to admit, since I've moved home, I've been very remiss in being able to get anything produced. Now, Kyle and I have had a conversation about it. Jake Belton and I were talking the other day, and we're challenging each other to get back to creating content again.
The LinkedIn misses Coffee with Craig.
Yeah, I'm sure. To the point about people learning more about technology, right? My 8-year-old granddaughter, for almost a month and a half, had her gymnastics training over Zoom, and she was at home working out with her coaches.
Wow.
And she figured it all out, and we figured out how to screencast it to my 75-inch TV, and she could see what was going on, follow what they were teaching, and what she was doing and correcting it. It was pretty amazing how well they adapted to that. Yeah.
Now my 4-year-old daughter didn't care too much for her Zoom dance class sessions that she was continued, but somehow they did like a Zoom recital, and like somehow she knew the dance somehow. So I don't know. Maybe it was like subliminally working. She's like, I'm over this, but I got it. She downloaded the dance in her head, and when the Zoom recital came up, she did it.
I'm just picturing destroyed furniture right now.
Oh yeah. Holes in the wall. Yep.
Well, it's amazing the expense I had to go through. I had to buy a balance beam. I bought a parallel bar.
Your house. We removed. I remember that first month got the crazy idea. Hey, we don't need a dining room anymore, do we? Like, we don't even use it. So we hid the table. We turned it into a giant bounce house. Like, cool. Now Play Street Museum in Frisco is right now in our living room. So we did.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
I do have a question for you guys. One thing that we've seen a lot of is that a lot of neighborhoods are not necessarily set up for the bandwidth that the community is requiring with work at home. And so, as you can see, my video is not working, and I'm convinced that it's our problem in our neighborhood that just is not able to keep up with the demand.
Sure.
How much has that impacted your productivity of your employees in a remote setting?
Not today, thankfully, but yesterday it did. So I'll let Jeanette and Craig answer that, but I wanted to add something to that real quick. The technologies that have advanced in internet connectivity and more notably SD-WAN, software-defined WAN, they are coming. They are coming to our homes. And this has been accelerated, obviously, because of what we're in. So that's going to be the key. I think what we're going to, the future of work is going to look like we have 2 internet connections at home. Well, if we can get it, right? And that might be like whatever broadband service you can get, plus wireless, plus 4G or 5G, in a little consumerized SD-WAN box that's not very intelligent by nature because everything's processed in the cloud. So I think that's where we're headed for that. And I personally know of some projects that are underway with some of our vendors in our portfolio that I can't say much more else about because I don't know even because they won't tell me. But I know enough to know that those are coming down the line. They just can't get here fast enough. Like I have an enterprise SD-WAN behind me that I'm not even able to use. I can only get one internet connection.
In a way that exists today, right? Meraki has products right now that'll give you an LTE connection and you can connect your broadband, right? Yep. I've got fiber to the house, but yet my fiber provider will only allow me 100 meg down and 50 megs up. That's the max I can get, which is crazy with fiber to the house. Right. But so to that, how is SD-WAN going to come to the house whenever city governments allow monopolies with the network providers? How's that going to work?
Well, that's the whole reason why you need the SD-WAN environment, because that is above and beyond the ISP. That is like we plug the ISP into that, and yeah, we're still bound to whatever restrictions are related to that ISP. Like we can't do anything about that, but we control what we can control, and that's how we do it. We do it with that extra device, with that extra service, and we do it with whatever internet we can get, whatever we can grab.
Yeah. So I mean, I got a Meraki ZX3 sitting at home that I've got, and we've fitted all the leadership with them. So I've got an LTE connection as well as I've got my broadband connection here at home.
Awesome, awesome, and that's a great solution. I think the challenge is that at a mass level, that technology has not pared down and become simple to send to just about anybody. Right? It's just not polished enough yet for that. It still has too many knobs on it for that appeal to most of us. But when we're trying to get this into our CMO's house or whatever, they don't care about the knobs. Like I just need this thing to work, and I don't want to set this thing up. I want to.
So I literally have that with our 70 and 80-year-old executives, right? That are the owners of the company. And literally, he just turns on the line, and he's literally on our network. He's encrypted on our network. There's no connectivity, no VPN requirement, no nothing. He's there. He's hot. He can get everything he wants to. He doesn't have to think about it.
Exactly.
And that's kind of the place that we're heading. The problem is that the LTE cost is tremendous. Like his LTE cost 1 month $700.
Jeez.
He was doing some heavy duty screaming, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. So I mean, I fully expect, and it's gonna be a long journey because ISP infrastructure leading to our homes has so many challenges as it is. But that journey is taking place where they're going to make it more available and more user friendly. It's just going to take an immense amount of time.
Out in the country, there's none of what you're talking about. You're entirely dependent on cellular technology. So if lightning strikes the tower that I'm attached to, no bueno, I have nothing. So the provider that we have just enabled, like 2 weeks ago, enabled it so that you could talk to more than one tower, but you've got to have the equipment for it. So that's my next iteration. My backup is to be able to talk to 2 different towers. But if it rolls through and we have microbursts or tornadoes, which are really prevalent out in Canton or in East Texas, where I am, you're toast.
I think if I recall, like you just said, like Canton in that area, I recall that's that's also like the one area that is blocked by the satellite internet as well, isn't it? It is, right? Because if I imagine the satellite map, that's like the one area. There's like a little triangle. You're probably in that triangle.
It's about a 50 square mile area, I think, or something like that. They said, yeah.
because otherwise that's the other alternative, which it's not great because of the latency on satellite technology. But what they've been able to do, like produce up to 100 meg download with I forget what the latency is, but it's not.
It's like 140 millisecond though, or 180.
Yeah, it's not good. So
it's not good for video, that's for sure.
But when you have nothing,
yeah, when you have nothing, that would be better than nothing, of course.
That would be a fact.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, definitely, we definitely have a long ways to go there. So I think everyone talks about the promising effects of 5G, and that's great and all. If you get the towers near you, like where you are, Jeanette, like that'd be great. But we need the towers here, and it needs to not cost $20 per gigabyte. It's got to be like, this is what it is, unlimited, and you're in, right? It can't be cost effective.
One of the things that we just did to improve performance in our house was we went to a mesh network, Wi-Fi mesh over the standard Wi-Fi, and I can tell you, my goodness gracious, what an improvement! Just the level of that final leg of the journey. I don't care really what's coming to your house and what comes in at that cable modem is like what's actually hitting at your desktop or to your tablet or your phone. Yep. And this we have like 300 megabits coming in here, and this put us almost at 300 megabits to every single device inside of our house instantaneously.
Yeah. I can hit my barn, which is 4 acres away. I can hit my barn.
There you go. Nice. Yeah, it's incredible.
That's awesome.
What the hell we're going to do in the barn, I got no answer for.
That's a whole nother story.
Yeah.
You may need a training video on how to shoe a horse or something. I don't know. Hey, Randy. Hey, are you connected for your device to your router? Are you hardwired or are you Wi-Fi?
I'm hardwired.
Wow. So is it the provider's router or is it your own?
Yeah. So I did call the service provider, and they are having some issues. They're upgrading some equipment. I'm supposed to be getting 1 gig on service, and right now, I mean, it's pathetic.
Yeah, but is it their router or yours?
It's theirs.
Yeah, that's the first thing you need to go change.
No. Yeah, you're right. It is their router, and I am changing mine. But what they're saying the problem is in fact within their infrastructure that I can't change. It's some of the stuff that they're using to distribute the signal to all the different neighborhoods. But yeah. I do know right now they're basically kind of handcuffs, indicating that they're waiting on some parts from China.
Oh, that sounds like Spectrum.
Suddenlink.
So a sudden drop, sudden disconnect.
Yeah.
I had some actual just follow-up questions on the conference today that I thought would be really helpful for us in terms of what we have kind of in plans for next up. Did you find it because there was obviously the overall Elevate IT conference, and then we had our Future of Work Pavilion inside. Did you find it relatively easy to navigate from the larger conference into the smaller pavilion and back out?
I didn't have too much difficulty once I understood. I was thankful that on Sunday night I went in there and started to fool around so that I knew how the navigation worked and could make myself comfortable with how everything worked. I did have to, with the chat, issue the refresh button over and over to make sure I wasn't stranding anybody.
Right.
That's a good point. I think they had a problem with their chat early on in the day, like for about an hour or so. There was something that was kind of hanging that up a little bit, and it kind of freed up at 9:30 or I think about 9:30. So, yeah.
Yeah, I thought the organization was stellar. I thought probably one of the best approaches of virtual conferences that I've ever seen. But I also noticed there's lots of little things that are not working properly, but there's a level of tolerance that I have in the fact that this is relatively new, and so, but you can see how it's going to be, and to me, it's pretty exciting.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think that's a great message, Randy. Like just that level of tolerance that I think a lot of us all have. Like the vendors, the partners, the participants. I think everyone has shown that today. They've shown grace in that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree that 100%. I think also too, you know, the fact that you have access to this for the next 60 days is pretty powerful. Like I know for myself, when I go to like a large conference and, you know, you come back, you kind of have a tendency to fly right back into your normal. And even if you did pick up a bag of kit, you know, while you were there, it ends up being in a pile somewhere else and you don't always go back into it. So I think that, you know, it'll be really interesting to find out from you, like how some of the communications that come out after the conference, how those are helpful for you, additional information and snippets. And so we're really looking for that kind of feedback because we want to, right, Kyle, we just want to make this better, more impactful.
Of course, or to find out if it's like someone already told me that it's information overload, because now it's like now it's not a piece of paper that you can take or not take. Now it's just like here everywhere. It's like everyone's just flooding it to your messages at the same time. So
I'm still getting messages, by the way, chats.
Yeah, see,
right now.
Yeah. So I think there's a level of that too, that like you're just going to get bombarded, and that's not fun either. So I don't know. I don't have the answer, but it's an interesting observation for sure.
Well, I know from my perspective, every physical conference I've ever been to, you know, it doesn't matter. My work never stops, right? So there's always a challenge or a meeting. You got to get on a phone call. Well, it's right during the session I really wanted out of all the sessions, you know?
Yeah.
And so, you know, I'm very eager. There were several of those situations that occurred today, and I'm very curious to see how well I'm able to go back, look at a session I didn't get a chance to view, go through the Q&A, and see in the event that there's still a way of collaborating with the speakers after the fact. I'm very interested to see how that works.
Yeah, I know the Unitrend session, they lost audio about 3/4 of the way into it when they were able to reestablish it. Because I was actually sitting in that. It was kind of sad. But I like you, Randy, I'm looking forward to being able to go back and start looking at it because I missed so much of it because of other demands and meetings that were going on. So this to me is the big bonus of being able to go back and look at that material at my leisure.
And there are ideas to pre-record many of the sessions that allowed the speaker to actually work on answering questions during this presentation. I thought was brilliant.
Yep.
I don't think I had an appreciation for how it was going to work. And I think that now that I've seen it in practical application, if I do this again, there will be adjustments to my approach and how I present the material. Because I think that it could, I found ways to make it better.
Oh, yeah, 100%. We as we were going today, like Frank and I were like on Slack back and forth, like, oh man, we should have done this. Oh,
Yeah.
this would have been great. So yeah, for sure. But that's the beauty in this. Like it's I feel like we're all kind of going through the same experience, slightly different experiences, but the same overall experience together of like this thing's new. Like what are we doing here? Like no one really knows what we're doing here. But we know that we're committed to the process and we're committed to the connectivity with everybody, connectedness, and going through it.
Yeah, I will say this. I had a couple of vendors that reached out to me and sat there and was commenting about it and what they thought about it and everything else. People I know really well. But the one thing they did say is there was no instruction for them about how to navigate, how to use the system at all. So essentially they signed in. It was like a blank slate. They had to figure it out.
I had some very similar feedback myself.
You know, I think that if they're going to take that away, if they're going to do this again, they definitely need to provide tutorials for the vendors and those that invested into this ability to have this happen so that they can be more productive.
Yeah, and so one thing that we did here, and I'm going to bring Aaron in. Hello, Aaron. One thing that we did is we made sure to, you know, we had a smaller set of vendors, so it was easier for us to kind of corral them. We had about 5-6 vendors. So what we did is we set up individual training sessions with each of them throughout the week and brought them on, did like an onboarding thing. But understandably, all the vendors in the conference, it would have been impossible to do that given the amount of time that we had to put this together. So definitely some lessons learned for the next time to pass.
Yeah. Hopefully somebody pre-recorded some of those onboarding sessions so they can share those later for the next time.
Totally. Yeah, that's definitely a great takeaway. I love that idea. I know this morning, Kyle and I, when we were just kind of kicking off the Future of Work Pavilion, you know, we shared the screen and we just gave everybody like, hey, this is how you kind of walk through this, and this is how you navigate. This is how you, collaborate with people. So hopefully that was helpful for those who are able to jump in early on. But a pre-recorded session like that, sitting out there as a how-to, I think that's a brilliant idea.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Aaron, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Hey, so we just had a couple of questions. We'll be cognizant of your schedule. Nat, Craig, and Randy wanted to hang out still and enjoy the conversation. We got some more people popping in a minute. Here comes Pat. So I'll save this for Pat as well.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, how you doing? Hello, Pat.
So, hey, Pat and Aaron, I'm going to ask you guys both just 2 questions, and then we'll kind of discuss here. So I'll pop them up on the screen, and then I'll verbally read it out as well. Here we go. What changes have you observed in the workplace over the last 4 months? We'll start with Aaron.
Yeah, so pretty interesting. I actually transitioned 3 months ago. So I've transitioned to a new role during this whole pandemic and work from home process. So it's definitely been interesting. You got to really change your leadership style or adapt it to, kind of what's going on. And you used to be able to see when people came in the office or weren't in the, doing work and not. And so you really kind of have to change as far as, what you're looking for from that perspective. And then I see a lot of my guys actually becoming productive, more productive when, they don't have to worry about driving in the office for, 45 minutes one way and all those other things. And so, I'm guilty of it where I wake up, grab a cup of coffee, come in the office and start working. And, it can be 6:30, 7 in the morning and you're still working till 5, 6 at night. So you're actually, you got to kind of balance that work-life stuff. But, I think there's some really good pluses to the way, everything has changed, morphed into this work from home, and definitely some minuses that you got to be cognizant of as we go through this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Good stuff, man. And you transitioned during a pandemic. That's bravo.
It was a little scary.
You got to write the book on that for us because that sounds scary.
Yeah.
Pat, how about you, sir?
Yeah, I was glad you let Aaron go first because I wanted to be able to just say what he said, but I'll get into a few things.
Yeah.
We actually, it was fairly, I'd say, non-eventful, uneventful. We went, 100,000 employees overnight to remote, and granted, it's not the entire set is remote. We still have some engineers going to buildings and such like that, but effectively took the whole environment, work from home and remote overnight. We didn't even have a blip. So, we had a little bit of increase in service desk calls for people trying to understand how to work from home. Connectivity is a little different, VPN access a little different, things are just a little different. But other than that, after about 2 weeks, that leveled off and we were back to effectively business as usual. But we were doing 100,000 Zoom calls a day with over 1 million participants a day. So that was a testament to to what was planned beforehand as just an infrastructure and resiliency point of view to begin with. From the whole, we had to get people aligned. One of the big challenges is getting people used to just turn your video on. I came from an environment where I had been 18 months or so working from home. So you naturally always turned your video on because that's the only way you can stay connected. Mm-hmm. And you can see if we go back to the beginning of this process, we saw lots of people joining calls with just their profile picture up there. And then eventually they got shamed into bringing their video camera on. And as that progressed a little bit further, it became a game. So then they got virtual backgrounds and they got to, we started doing theme events, Friday Hawaiian shirt day or funny hat day or wear all black day or whatever the case is. And it became a challenge at that point, and everybody got very comfortable with it. So that was a big change. Aaron's right about managing remotely. I didn't personally have difficulty because I managed, geographically diverse teams for years and years and years. And so it was kind of a natural occurrence for me. There was no difference. But I'm sure there are a lot of people struggling with the idea of how do I deal with not walking by somebody's office to check and see how they're doing. you still do it. You just ping them on Teams or whatever your collaboration platform is, and chat with them a little bit and say, hey, let's get on a quick call, and you just find time to do it. So other than that, lots of creativity in where the marketplace is going. You can imagine that, in real estate, the first reaction for everybody is, well, gosh, nobody's going to need buildings anymore. Yeah, not quite true. If you really think through it, they still need the same space, but they need the same space for 40% of the people. So because now they have to be spread out. So does it really significantly change that industry? Not necessarily from that point of view, but from the point of view of all this space replanning that has to happen, of course it does. And things like, the pre-screening to get in the building, what kind of regulatory requirements do we have now that, that you have to ask questions? If you've been out to any of your local retails or doctors or anything else, it's like, take your temperature, ask you 5 questions, and have a look at you before you walk in. Well, that takes time to organize that. And then if you collect that data in an automated fashion, like we have apps to do things like that, what are the legal implications, the privacy implications of collecting such data? So that's, the long story, not as short as it probably could have been.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I apologize for context sake. I should have started with this, but Pat Benoit, BISO, Business Information Security Officer with CBRE, Aaron Rendell, CIO for Kubota. Is it Kubota? Kubota.
Head of IT infrastructure. I'm not CIO. So hopefully sometime. So.
Well, I mean, you're the face of Kubota for me that I've seen. So that's fine. All right. I correlated that.
We got a great team here.
You do.
Thank you to everybody that had participated in today's event.
Someone's watching Casey Yarbrough.
And very exciting challenge to move from the live environment to
getting that from somewhere. There we go. It stopped. All right. Next question, real quick, and then we'll have a conversation about it. When you think of the phrase "the future of work," what comes to mind? We'll start with Aaron.
Future of work. I think this kind of doesn't change a lot for us. To be totally honest, I mean, our business has been clicking along. We sling a lot of parts and we sell tractors, and so from that perspective, we're still going to have massive warehouses and manufacturing facilities that have hundreds of people in them. From an IT perspective, as we look, I want to make sure that we're a little bit more resilient. And Kubota historically didn't have a work from home policy, and so this kind of changed that. And so we got to make sure it transformed digitally Kubota very quickly, and just make sure we have all the block and tackling done that we needed to get done, which is there, but just kind of fine tune that stuff and really see where our business morphs as we move forward with what like this question is, what is the new normal, what does work look like, and just make sure we're here and nimble and be able to support with whatever else comes up with what's going on.
Excellent. Good stuff. All resonates. Pat?
So I think one of the greatest changes, it really has less to do with, quote, the way we work, and more to do with changing leadership's perception of the ability to work without sitting in an office space. I think, where we had probably been, I'm going to make up numbers and say, 10 or 20% work from home in general, maybe, periodically people were working from home. I think, that's going to at least double. And I think it's also going to drive a situation from a talent pool point of view where we were starting to see a lot of emphasis on, I don't want to come to work for you if I can't work from home, because I don't want to have to get in traffic and do all that stuff. And that was an emphasis, but it was an early thing for candidates. I think it's going to very quickly become a table stakes criteria to get good candidates in a lot of the roles that really don't require you to be sitting in the office. I think that's going to be the biggest change that we're going to deal with. And then the second would be if you really sit down and try and start measuring metrics on productivity, we found that we're more productive in this scenario. We're doing, you know, more points per sprint. We're turning up more development and all kinds of stuff. But I don't know that most companies have good methods to measure metrics that will allow them to know if they're doing good or not. So they're going to be kind of, you know, licking their finger, putting it up in the wind and hoping that they're doing better. So I think there's going to be a real move to how do we measure success when we know we have to let more of our workforce stay at home.
Excellent points. Right,
These
Frank,
are all things.
yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, Kyle. I mean, these are all things that we were kind of talking about this afternoon, and just to hear that come to life with what I would say, you know, hands-on practitioners, right? At the end of the day, is incredibly satisfying, and to hear, you know, the kind of how people are also blending in, like, what's going to be the impact to our culture and our leadership, and you know, what does that mean now in terms of, it's not, I don't even like to use the term going back, but how do we go forward? Like, as we move forward, and let's say, for example, we get past the space of saying we don't have a pandemic, and that is going to be in our future. We just don't know when. The thing is, I think everybody is now looking at things like that kind of allegorical statements that you're saying that, hey, we seem to be more productive. You know, we probably need to find better ways to measure everybody, but just on, you know, grassroots, what we're seeing this far, it looks like people are more productive. I think people were really concerned that psychologically it was going to be difficult on people. And I think that just COVID overall has been, but I'd be really interested to find out for you is, outside of the productivity, you know, as you're talking to your people, how does it feel like they're doing? You know, when they talk to you, what kind of sense do you get from them that, kind of like Jeanette was saying earlier, she doesn't have to travel and she doesn't have to do all these things. She's getting hours back in her day, even though she may be spending a little bit more at work. Maybe quality of life is better. What are your thoughts on, in terms of what your people are experiencing?
We'll start with Aaron.
I was going to let Pat go first.
All right, go.
Sure, no worries. So, you know, I think you take, it depends on the person, obviously, but I'll use my own personal experience. I've worked at home for a long time, and I don't really like it, but I can do it. You know, I need some kind of social interaction to feel most comfortable. You know, even though I probably appear to be introverted, I'm rather extroverted. So, you know, I need to get out and see things and see people. So there's gonna be a desire, I think, from a mental health point of view, to somehow break up the day by getting out for, you know, quick little meetings with people, whether it's, you know, other teammates or vendors or, you know, other clients or whatever the case is. I think client calls are still going to be a very big thing. I don't know if we'll necessarily travel across country as much. That might kind of cut itself down a little bit, but I don't think we've lost the need to have some face-to-face from a pure mental health point of view. We're social animals, except in the rarest case. So it's still going to be there, and we're still going to have to do it.
Yeah, we just need restaurants to recreate like penitentiary, right? So there's a glass and a phone, and we can get in there and get your coffee, right?
We're going to put, it's a little bubble head thing that we can all wear, and it's just clear plastic, and we just wear it all the time.
Oh, that works too. Bubble boy. Yeah.
Kyle, you were doing so good, Kyle. Like,
I know,
honestly, I felt like, what is it? Like, we're right at the very end part of this. I think the feed actually cuts off automatically on us in like 4 minutes, but yet.
Well, on LinkedIn, this is still going though. YouTube is resilient. Like Facebook dropped out.
Oh, okay.
YouTube is resilient. We've been on YouTube for 8 hours, 6 minutes, and 45 seconds. So yeah, we're good, and we're still streaming inside the platform.
We saved the best for last.
We did.
Yeah, we did. But still, Kyle, I just want you to just try to do your best. You know, you know.
So, Aaron, you shouldn't get out of this so easily. So, what's your take on it?
Yep.
Sorry, I want something on the Elevate, so I'm trying to figure out what I need to do. But No, I agree. I mean, I'm a outgoing person, like to have conversations, and really miss that interaction. Seeing Pat, Jessica, everybody at the event today, and really kind of I love seeing my kids and my wife, but I need that kind of different interaction with peers and stuff to talk about what's going on, and really I've been blessed to have some people that are other extroverts, and we set meetings and have Zoom meetings just to have conversations and see how everybody's doing. It's not really work related, but a lot of these people are partners that I've met through work. And then really looking at the team, I make sure I focus on having one-on-one calls with my team, and I make sure that they're video so they can see me, I can see them. I have met I think 3 or 4 out of the 20 people that are on my team. And so I try to leverage the video to make sure that they can see me, and we're all people, and we all have kids running in the background, and dogs barking and screaming and whatnot, and I think everybody needs that. It's just that crave for kind of interaction that like Pat said, 99% of the people want and need to keep themselves kind of sane and moving forward. So yeah, that's not going away for me. I'll video chat pretty much anybody as long as I have time, which I don't have a lot of right now with working, but here, but it's I'll take time and get on these events and make it worth my while, and learn some stuff from some really good partners too.
Awesome. Yeah, and also, guys, I promise you, like 5 to 15 minutes. We're about at that. So if you need to drop. You won't be offending anybody. Unless you want to stay, hang out, and continue the conversation, you're welcome to do so as well. Just want to make sure I make that disclaimer. What about Jeanette, Craig? You guys have anything to add? I want to make sure that we're including everyone here. Nope. Craig?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, right? I already told you, social butterfly, man. I missed that. From a team perspective, NCH has a very unique culture, man. It's very family oriented, and we look at each other. We take care of our own, right? Regardless of who they are, where they sit in the organization. We reach out to them. Our CIO literally called every individual inside of her organization to talk to them one-on-one, just to make sure how they're feeling. That's the kind of culture that we have there. I literally have, like I told you guys, I have stand-ups with my entire infrastructure team every 2 weeks, which includes 2 meetings, one in the morning for North America and Europe, and another one in the evenings for APAC. And that we do that for an hour every 2 weeks, just so that we can all stay connected and everybody see it. Everybody, for the most part, is on video. To I think it was Pat's point that he was making about shaming people in a video. We try to do that as much as we can.
Yeah, they sell Zoom shirts now. That's like a trend.
Yeah.
Right? So you're
but we don't know what Zoom is. We don't like Zoom.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're calling it Zoom shirts, so sorry. Yeah. we had them on earlier today, and what were the numbers, Frank? Basically, the equivalent population of the United States of America is on Zoom daily.
They went from 10 million. They were at 10 million daily users, and that moved to 300 million by middle part of April. And he didn't have the numbers
for today. Yeah. Who knows what it is today? But that was like, okay, yeah, we knew. I mean, we knew obviously that Zoom has exploded, but then to realize the number is the equivalent to the population of the United States, just about, is kind of crazy.
Well, we're doing about 13% of that every day. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you, Pat? Oh damn.
Yeah, just our company alone. So.
Nice.
I mean, Cisco stood up 3 new data centers just for WebEx forms alone, for cloud-based WebEx, in the first 2 months. It was an incredible feat. Their subscription rate went up 280%, I think. So they went from running hosting, I think, 10 million meetings a week to somewhere in the neighborhood of 350 to 400 million a week.
That's still pretty impressive for us. I mean, it's 280% from where they were, right? Like that's huge for WebEx.
That's a huge amount of time.
Capacity problem.
Yeah. I spent a huge amount of time over the last several months just trying to talk business leaders at clients off the ledge from the media hyped panic that they created with the way they reported about Zoom.
Oh, yeah.
distinguishing between what was a hosting configuration error security issue versus what was truly an actual vulnerability or not.
Well, but until release 5 came out, though, that exploit did exist.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So it was real. They just did it the wrong way.
It was.
Fix it.
The nail in the coffin was squashed earlier today on our live feed, so we'll make sure you guys get that if you want to see it. But essentially, yeah, there were a few of essentially K through 12 case studies where like the kids were on purposely Zoom bombed it to get out of the work, right? So that was really what it was. It was I'm sure there was more to it than that, but that's the gist of it. Kids were Zoom bombing it on purpose to get to work, which makes sense. Like that's what I would do if I was that age right now. So
it's amazing how good they've gotten at doing things like that.
Right.
There were some great TikToks around that, like the class jumping up, doing those dances and all that stuff. It was pretty.
They still can't count past 10 with their shoes on. So.
So an interesting thing in talking about all of that, and I don't know if you guys have seen it, but now there is facial recognition targeted ads that are happening. And in kids' games, we've seen areas where very inappropriate videos are being pushed up because of the facial recognition of a child. And it's also happening in TikTok as well.
Yeah.
You're getting targeted feeds. It's scary, man. I've got an 8-year-old granddaughter.
Yeah. So you're talking about there's this concept. Digital footprint is like what we put out there in the world. Digital shadow is what you kind of don't control. And then the mix of those two things with like, I put this out there, but then someone took it over here and used it this way. And now that's a digital shadow. I mean, it's kind of a scary thing. Like when you pull behind the curtains of social media and data and internet land. I mean, that's why like personally, like my daughter's only 4, but we have a 0 social media policy. Like the internet has never seen her face. And they won't, as long as we can control it. But we know that we can't control it forever. Eventually, it will come out. It is what it is. There's no answer, no solution to that. You just control what you can. Jeanette?
I gotta scoot. I gotta go fetch the grandchild.
Appreciate you being on the feed with us today. Thank you so much, Jeanette.
Take good care.
Take care. But yeah, no, it's crazy. All that data out there,
Yeah, but it's not only that, right? I mean, and you think about, and I'm going to kind of get on a tangent here for a second, but the society as we see it today, right, and our youth that are growing up, and I've got twin daughters, they're 30 years old almost, but the way that they see the world and how they think the world should react for them is very different than what we did. Partially, I think we have the issue of, because of social media and because of technology that's been released and allowed to be there without the correct protocols and controls in place, we've kind of created a monster in a way.
Yep. Yeah.
And it's a little scary coming to that realization.
Yeah, no, it is. But also like not to discount the many positives that they may not fully ever outweigh the potential negatives, but they're still there. Just the hyper connectedness that the youth is now, that a lot of us never had. So they're just the wave of communication has just it's evolving so fast. It's evolving so fast right now. Like there's like my niece and nephew, they're teenagers. They exclusively communicate over TikTok now. Like they don't call people or text. It's like exclusively over TikTok. That's how they communicate. That's the way that they communicate. Their entire life is there now. Yeah. So, it's interesting.
And it's there for them and everybody else.
It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. But they, again, like people sacrifice. Like we don't really care about security. Like we some of us do, and some of us really do, and we do care about security to a point, but the other point is removing all the friction from our lives, and we're not going to read the whole thing. Most of us aren't going to read whatever I accept, because if I don't accept, I can't use it.
In terms of service, that's been written for you to never read.
Yeah. Right. So, it's like, and you can hold out and try to be extreme about it and be like security over everything, but then you're the last one holding out when everyone's over here, and maybe they're wrong. I don't know.
Well, and you don't be centered either, because let's get all zen about it. The fact is, it's one of the other dualities of what goes on in nature. It's either convenience or security. It just is what it is. And so, if you're on either extreme, you're the outliers. So middle is balanced.
Yeah, and it's hard to be balanced though. It's hard to be in that middle.
It is.
Yeah, but what's really kind of interesting though is that the great Stoic Marcus Aurelius said that like there's nothing in the world that hasn't been experienced. And if you look at like the internet in its inception, going back, to the mid 90s as that evolved and came forward, we have constantly been, as new things have come about with, computers, the internet itself, applications, cellular technology, social, all the various different kind of like major milestones, they've always evolved at a rate faster than our ability to consume it and use it wisely. And so we're always a little bit behind in that. And I think that's what we have right now, right? We have, like, it's amazing if you think about like the evolution here, the fact that we can do this today and the level of collaboration and sharing that goes on, unparalleled compared to what we had before. And that gives us velocity in every part of our life. So it is the hard medium, right, of just being able to balance security with like a frictionless environment, speed to market and everything else. And I think we're just going to continue to, take one advance and kind of fall down and figure it out, tighten it up and move it forward and loosen up and fall down. And that seems to be the iteration that the whole journey is.
Yeah, well,
we just can't.
I was just going to say, we also have to, as we get more and more information and it increases our velocity, the problem is we're carrying that information with us, and most of it is meaningless and useless, which now we have to maintain it, or it becomes noise. It becomes, just trash on the roadside. And so what do we do with it? And how do we know what we throw away and what we don't throw away? And so it's the old big data argument, and what we're doing is we're wrapping ourselves in this big data to a point that we don't know necessarily what's right, wrong, real or not real. And that's why we have things like the big fake news issues and everything else out there, because nobody knows. There's no way to tell.
That's right. I mean, you're really just talking about like the weaponization of information. Yeah. And that's the hard part. I think the thing is that like we're never gonna like, there's always gonna be bad guys. They're like puppies. They just keep making them every day. And so like, that's always gonna happen. For all y'all here, that are involved with security, it's a lifetime job that you're gonna have. So, but I think that like we're gonna get better at that. And I think people are going more on the offensive now to protect themselves and to, in a business sense, business is kind of leading ahead of like personal right now because of just the fiduciary nature, right, of what you have to deal with. But I think personal stuff is not going to be too far behind it. Kyle, you were talking about SD-WANs in the home. Mm-hmm. Whoever would have thought we'd be talking about something like that in the home, but we are. Yeah. And I think that level of kind of lockdown, that the next iteration of security is going to be taking everything that we've learned in the business security world and layering that into the personal security world.
That's very interesting, because usually the consumerization side of things usually finds its way into companies and into IT departments, right? Your CEO goes home, well, my internet at home works super fast. Like, why am I sitting here with a 10 meg connection, right? So like usually it's that way. But now, we're seeing the duality now, like, okay, well, this SD-WAN thing's pretty cool. Like, that would be awesome at home. Oh, the security we have here, why don't we have that at home, right? So now we're seeing like both sides of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty rigid at home with, I'm one of those guys that has the 20 character random Wi-Fi passwords and all kinds of stuff like that. So
nice.
Yeah.
So I think actually, Kyle, I don't know if we asked Patrick and Aaron around like what they liked the best around the show today. I think they came in after that conversation. In terms of the Elevate IT and maybe even down to like future of work, how did you find access to the conference, navigating around it? Even like, did you come across this virtual stream that we had going all day long? Did you dip in and look at that anytime during the day?
Yeah, I did. And that was kind of the, first of all, incredible platform. I don't know if it's something that has existed and we've just never seen it be rolled out in the past or what, but incredible platform to be able to pop in and pop out of sessions and rooms. And it still has that feel of going to a room, going to a session, picking, choosing, what have you. It wasn't, I haven't quite figured out exactly how the exhibitor hall kind of thing works really well yet, because it's easy to avoid the vendors if you want to. That's certainly easier. But you know, it seemed a little bit more difficult to figure out how do I have an interaction directly with the vendors that I want to have interactions with. And I didn't pursue it well enough, so I may have just not gotten there. But the pop in, pop out is just phenomenal. Yeah, the best session though was clearly the one at 3 o'clock that I moderated. But besides that, you know, this stuff
that was a good one.
Yeah, that was good. I loved the Phil X session that we did earlier. That was really fascinating to hear Phil on there and talking about what's going on with Bon Jovi and everything. So yeah, no, I think it's an amazing platform. And I told Casey personally, I said, dude, you know, you've got to take advantage of this, because I think you really, you know, hit it out of the park in terms of setting the bar way above what we've seen, you know, post-COVID, so to speak. So.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I kind of figured out the exhibit hall. I was trying to navigate through, make sure I got entries into all of the drawings and whatnot. That's kind of my thing that I normally do, even at the live events. But
you won.
I won something. I still don't know what it is, but hopefully I get it. But it's you know, the only thing, you know, again, I thought it was an amazing platform. I wish I couldn't find the agenda. Maybe I was just looking in the wrong spot. I would just kind of like click through some of the rooms and jump in and
in the lobby.
Yeah, I kind of avoid the lobby because the video always started every single time whenever I joined in there. So, but you know, I had a couple different tabs open. So I had the social room open, and then I had the exhibitor hall open, and I was kind of clicking through. I made the mistake of one time opening a few of the vendors in like in separate tabs, and all of a sudden my chat just started blowing up, and had to like cycle back through and figure out who to talk to get the you know, the codes or whatever to get into the drawings. But I mean, yeah, by far that is the best platform I've seen. Like Pat was saying, from a post-COVID perspective, and it was very, for the most part, very intuitive. And you know, you iterate a couple things there, and you got a rock star application there to really kind of go through some of these other events. I'm looking forward to getting back into, you know, learning some more and hearing from my peers of what everybody's doing now.
Absolutely. Yeah, good feedback. Thank you, guys.
I only found one bug. Well, I think it's a feature problem. When we were in the session answering Q&A, when we were doing Q&A to panelists and stuff, the Q&A form didn't seem to refresh unless you actually hit refresh. So if you're not hitting refresh, you're not seeing the new. So it's not you know, iterative that way. It doesn't automatically refresh. So anyway, that's just a minor thing, but I just pointed out. So.
Well, excellent. Again, guys, I appreciate you guys for jumping on. We are at like almost 8 hours and 25 minutes. So I think we're gonna wind it down now. Thank you guys so much for jumping in and answering those questions. It was helpful for us to get both sides of the conversation. We started with we had some vendors, we had some outside influence into this future work as well, which was highly beneficial. And then we ended it with the IT leader side of the equation. So definitely appreciate that, because now we have the full conversation on future of work jam-packed into an 8.5 hour live stream. Who knew? Who would have known?
Good job, guys. Thanks for
Yeah,
having
very
me.
good job. Happy to do it anytime. You know, I'm happy to pontificate on anything, anytime. So just let me know.
Yeah, happy to have you guys in our corner. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
See you, Frank.
Take care.
All right, take care.
Wow, Frank, incredible day. Again, the internet gods. I mean, they saved us here. 8.5 hours stream. We made it. Thoughts?
Yeah. Well, like you said, I mean, there was no there was no.
Sorry, I cut you off.
There was no internet. Yeah, there's no internet storm. You know, there was no rocky seas. I mean, it was really smooth. I'd have to say that like it was smooth because the people that joined us in these meetings were outstanding. Like from the jump. I mean, it was great conversations. I think we had a great lineup. I know that the exhibitors that we had, like, they did an amazing job all week, just pulling together content, getting people prepped. Like you said, a lot more goes into this than would meet the eye.
Yeah, just imagine if we had like somebody behind the scenes, like counting, I want the data. Like, how many conversations did we have today? How many people did we chat with? Like, that would be interesting to see too. So like, it's very, very powerful what went down here today, I think.
Yeah, I think as we've been kind of like working through the day, we really experienced that, like when we come back into our next pavilion event, which is not that far down the road, we're going to be coming back in at a higher level of force.
Yeah.
Because of just the magic that we think that we can bring to the table, what we can do in terms of creating a great experience for those people attending. I think we just scratched the surface.
Yeah, I believe so. I would count this as a big success. The goal was to create a conversation around the future of work. The objective was putting this together to make that happen, and I think we hit both. Right? I think we hit the objective and we surpassed the goal, the aspiration of having the conversation, which we've had it multiple times throughout the day on every side of the equation.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, I think that the topic was right. I think people stayed on topic with it, right? They took off their sales hats and they thought in terms of the topic and how they can help people coming to the conference. So personally, just what I was hearing is that it had to have been very helpful. And I think also it created like a series of starting points. I think people are hearing that there are organizations out there that probably align with them, and they would be good conversations to have going forward.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's it. This is the end of the road. I was just trying to add filler content right now to get us to eight minutes and
you want that number.
Yeah, I was just kidding. I'm just kidding. But we got it anyway. So if you're watching the end of this, go check out the Future of Work Pavilion, the Expo Hall. You can access this content for 60 days, get back in there, interact with our vendors, interact with each other on there. The whole platform is wide open for 60 days.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Kyle.
You've
been a great partner today.
Thank you, Frank. Yep. Likewise, you've been an awesome partner. This is we'll do this again soon.
We will. Peace out.
Bye. Peace out. Thanks everyone for joining. Take care.